Behind the screens for many, people suffer from mental health issues. Many experience this. Many still are. Do you ever feel like life is a game you're losing? You're not alone. Safe in our world.
Just fake it. I only know how to pull myself apart. Run away, out of time. Find a place where I can never hide. I let it run, change or even strive. Let it burn, I'll never be coming back, 'cause I'm losing my mind.
Welcome, everybody, and I'm so excited to let you know, welcome here to Round 7, the finale, ESDA, presented by Traxion here in Irwindale, California, in partnership as well. It's a charity event today, everybody. Safe in Our World. We're raising money for charity, a mental health charity for gamers by gamers. I'm so excited to be here today in the booth with Ian Plash, Strix9 Pulse Tricks behind the ones and twos, our production assistant Hayden Rigsby, and of course our three ever stoic judges, Harold McKinney, a judge formerly known as Brady, and Doug Armiston. And you might be asking, where's Keenan? Well, Keenan told me to get in this box when we were down there in Japan and flew us all the way, it was so long in a box, all the way across the ocean to southern, beautiful, sunny Irwindale, California, a coliseum of drift, one of the most iconic tracks, dare I say it, in drifting. And why is it so iconic? It's so simple. There are 2 wall rides, 3 wall rides, a couple of full speed inside clips, only 2 minor decel zones, and the drivers can just throw it into that outside zone 1, keep it there forever, cut in tight, again, second wall ride, cut it in tight again, and then another wall ride and power out across the finish line. So Ian, I hear that this season is just popping off. It's crazy.
Well, as we all know here on TraxionGG, as you watch all season long, the battle has been fierce. The point scenario is getting close. We'll run into that a little bit later. And in regards to that crate thing, Joe, at least it was a free flight. At least it was a free flight. Remember, today, Austin Zalewski, yesterday, if you watch here in qualifying, with the score of a 97, putting on a clinic on how to get it done here with the Irwindale Speedway, running an all but perfect qualifying line. And that is number 1 seed of qualifying. They are one of the favorites by far to get it done today. As you take a look on the replay, just what it took to get it done. You can watch the perfection of this run, how they throw it into the first corner with such commitment and style. A small brake adjustment was made on the initiation, but other than that, you're going to see this car in every zone, tons of angles, so much commitment, speed, throttle control, and just look at the beauty of that initiation into outer zone number 2 as well. Zalewski knows how to get it done. They're going to be fierce today. That A90 Supra is going to be an absolute weapon, and I'm super looking forward to running deeper into this bracket as we work our way through today's competition, Joe.
Oh, I do have to say it, and all of the drivers today, this season. This is the finale. The drivers are in it to win it. And we have multiple people in contention. As we saw earlier, Austin Zalewski, A to Z, he can actually take a win today if our current points leader doesn't show up. So let's take a look at those points, Ian.
Oh boy, so you're taking a look as it is right now. Technically speaking, before 32 has gone off, Zalewski still has a chance to win the championship. But as soon as Alexander Element runs their first battle, they get 20 points. Zalewski is unfortunately, after running first seed in qualifying, going to be out of contention to get this championship win. As we are right now, theoretically speaking, Mustafa, Darius, and Alexander Element, all three have the best theoretical chance at getting this championship done. And as soon as we get through what it takes to get through a championship battle, show up our amazing prizes here at TraxionGG's for ESDA's round number 7, we're going to delve deep into how these point scenarios are going to lay out, because I'm telling you, Joe, we have some incredibly and realistic chances at very close point situations.
So what are these drivers competing for? More than just prestige, more than just points, more than just a pro license next season. I heard that our good buddy Devin has a list of what these drivers are competing for.
This season's competitors will be battling for a slice of the $1,600 money pool and a whole lot more thanks to our sponsors. This year's $300 top team and $100 Rookie of the Year prizes are presented by Big Duck Club. The Rookie of the Year will also win a Wheel Stand 2.0 from Next Level Racing. The season champion will be awarded $600 in addition to the FGT Elite Simulation Chassis and ERS1 seat from Next Level Racing, an R16 wheelbase RS Racing Wheel, CRP pedals, and RM Digital Dash from Mazda Racing, and an Akina handbrake from 3D Wrap. Second place will be awarded $400 and an FGT Simulator cockpit from Next Level Racing. ESDA would like to thank our sponsors for supporting esports drifting, and viewers like you for watching our competition. Thank you. Now back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Devin. Awesome prizes from our awesome sponsors. So, Ian, what are the possible outcomes here? Who's competing for what? Where are all the beans here?
All right, so as the bracket runs right now, and everybody take your notebooks out, we have 2 potential tie scenarios with a battle for the championship. As the bracket runs right now, there is a world where Alexander Element can be knocked out by Ostrika in the top 8. If Mustafa runs all the way up the bracket as well, and Darius and Mustafa meet in the final battle, that is quite literally the battle for the championship. So if you can get through today with the miracle bracket scenarios all working out, which is not crazy unrealistic based on where they're seated, by the way, in our bracket today, we could quite literally have a situation where it's Darius and Mustafa in that very final battle, battling it out for the championship. There's also a scenario where Alexander Element finishes top 4, and if Mustafa is able to win the entire thing, then Mustafa and Alexander Element will tie for the championship win, and that would then go in favor of Mustafa based on championship wins. That is the precedent today. The tie breaks will default back to whoever has the most championship wins in the entire season. Unfortunately for Alexander Element, consistent as they've been all season long, not a single win. There's not a point break scenario where Alexander runs into a points tie and is able to then walk away as the champion. So multiple insane, crazy scenarios. There's also another world where Darius and Alexander Element are able to tie for the points lead as well. It's somewhere along the bracket, but if that ends up happening, that defaults back to Darius due to the fact that we'll also have 2 wins on this entire season. There are so many theoretical point scenarios that can play out today, which I will keep you updated all day long. I'm keeping tabs of it up on the side. I can tell you exactly where we are in the point situations as they are, as we run, and you are not going to miss a beat on all of that excitement because you're going to be following that all day long. It's going to be nutty.
It is nutty, and we're putting out fires on our back end. Don't you worry about it. We're just getting our bracket all sorted. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we are raising money for mental health awareness through the charity Safe in Our World, a charity for gamers by gamers. $50 donations are entered for a chance to win Traxion sim racing gloves. I know I'd want them. I hear they are super cute and they make you drive infinitely better. It's worth 5 points on your qualifying run. You didn't hear that one from me. And so we're going to be having our top 30 today, but then at 6 p.m. EST, our own judge, Doug Armistead, DIS Swirly, as some may know him, one of the OGs of the sim drifting world will be hosting an after party where we're going to be talking about mental health, raising more money, having fun. I know I'll be there telling everybody that me spinning off the track is an intentional reverse entry. So at least there's that. Yeah, who can say? That's part of the magic, right?
Yeah, I suppose the allure and the mystery of it all, I guess you could say, right?
But what is intentional is how the driving is going to be judged today. So how do you win a drifting battle? You might be asking yourself out there in chat. Well, it's actually quite simple. So each battle consists of 2 runs. The drivers go head to head. The higher seeded driver will lead the first run and then will chase on the second, and the judges will determine a winner if that battle can be judged. But if it's too close, they'll call one more time, throw out that first run, and do it again. But Ian, now I'm curious, how do those judges decide?
Well, at that point, the ideal line on the course, as we saw in qualifying, needs to be run by the lead driver at all times. Closer to the ideal line, the better results for the overall score, line, style, angle, speed, you name it, all the following. Make the run followable for the chase driver. No crazy checkups, no weird over angles. Make sure there is no point where the chase driver is literally unable to maintain drift in the door of the side, and keep following the momentum lap. As we saw earlier, there was a lot of deductions between inner clip 2, outer zone 3. It's really easy to over slow in that zone. Make sure you keep your car moving at all times. For the chase driver, you want to stay as close to that lead driver as you can throughout the run. That lead driver is essentially a moving clip point. You match exactly what that car does through the course. You want to match or better the leader's drift angle, match or better the line, and don't hit the lead driver's car. That is a key thing. The little taps, as cool as they look sometimes, the judges don't want to see it. They want to see you as close as possible, but with no contact. Although in drifting, we know very well it becomes a physical sport pretty quickly.
That is true, and I don't know if our graphics are there yet, but we are getting our groups together, so we will be seeing some heavy hitters in group number 1, as it always is, too. So we're going to start out with our number 1 seed, Austin Zooki. We saw him run earlier. He's going to be up against Rashandi Andrea. Currently, what's up on the screen is not... We've had a last-minute change to our bracket, so I'm sorry in advance, ladies and gentlemen. Our next level racing group number 1. So we're gonna have Austin Zooki against Rashandi Andrea, Ernestus Ukabellis up against Jack Lai, Peter Polinkowitz up against Kazuki Fuguchi, and Cameron Mustard up against Vicaris Aliukas. A very, very solid group number 1, and we're just making sure that we're getting that all sorted so we can make sure we deliver an excellent on-top number 1 show for you today. So I think that we're getting our server ready and getting ready to go.
Yep, just going to wait for the back end to be updated so we can have the correct points on screen and available for you. Not points, rather, but the bracket status. Luckily, as I said before, for the championship competitors, the adjustment we're making is far enough down where it's not going to shift out how Darius, Alexander, and Mustafa are going to line up in this bracket. So thankfully, the theoretical scenarios, as they brought up in the points earlier, it's all still on. It's going to be a very exciting battle through and through from top to bottom, and I am just beyond thrilled to make sure that we can get through this thing. And there's going to be almost at all points of the day very close and competitive point scenarios for this fantastic prizes from our fantastic sponsors, and you, the fans at home, are going to be winning. So thank you so much, everybody who's been tuning in all season long. Run number 7 at Irwindale for the Esports Drift Association is all but moments away. We are getting pretty darn close to saying that we are ready to go. After we added a couple of things in the back end, we're going to bring you 32 exciting drift battles, potentially more based on one more times. We're going to decide a champion today at the House of Drift, Irwindale Speedway. I am so excited, Joe.
I am shaking in my boots. It's not the coffee that I just threw, and it's none of that. Who can say? I am freaking out. The tension is palpable. I know I'm loading in now to watch all of these things, and golly gee willikers, Batman, we have a huge donation from the boy Southside Slider, 100 pounds. Thank you everyone for the dono. That puts us almost 80% of the way there to our goal before we're even done. It's just nuts.
Unreal.
So thank you. I'm genuinely speechless. Thank you so much. And we're only getting started.
That is awesome. Remember, exclamation point charity in chat. If you have $1 to give, all this money is going a long way. Again, we are raising money for mental health awareness among the gaming community, giving all the resources available to anybody within the community, be it devs, gamers. If they need somebody to talk to, they need some resources to help with any mental health issues, this charity goes a super long way. to help out every single one of those scenarios. Thank you so much, everybody who has donated so far today. And please keep that money coming. It's going such a long way within our community. We do appreciate you so much. Again, exclamation point charity in chat. You can find out all the other information as well as the donation portal to give to that charity.
Again, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take just a quick break to make sure we have our T's crossed, our I's dotted, and our P's looped. And we will see you shortly, very short. Take a quick nap. Tell your mom you love her. Do all those things. ESD around 7. We'll be right on back, ladies and gentlemen.
Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing, build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
Hello, everybody. We're back in Irwindale. I think we are ready to rip here at ESDA Round 7 Irwindale. Ready to go. Super excited. We have our drivers in. We're ready to go. So our first run today will be Austin Zooki up against Rashandi Andrea. And then we're going to have Ernesto Sukabelis up against Jack Lai. Peter Paligwitz up against Kazuki Fukushi, and then Cameron Mustard up against Vicaris Aliukas. And let's see here. I'm hearing speak maybe another Big Dono came in. Another Big Dono did come in here, and I wish it would show me their full name so I can properly shout everybody out here. Why is it not? Again, we have 69 pounds from the Virtual Drift Series. Thank you very much, Wes. And then we have another 10 British pounds from Normandy. I'm assuming it's Robinson. There it is. Excellent. Thank you so much, everybody. Really, such a big, it warms our heart here as we are getting ready to go, ready to rip. Slowly We're making sure that our production assistant is using the correct cameras here. Sometimes it gets jostled up in travel, especially when they put us in boxes. It's really, like, Ian, I gotta say that we gotta
start... It's a free flight, though. It's a free flight. Come on, Keep out here doing you a favor.
Standing up for ourselves. We gotta start standing up for ourselves here a little bit.
Yeah, maybe we'll have a meeting about it going into next season. As we welcome our production assistant, Hayden Rigsby, back into the booth.
Is here excellent.
So we're essentially good to go. Yeah, no, good to have you. Good to have everyone here. Good to have you all in chat as well. As we said earlier, server number 1 is up, ready to go. We're just now finalizing a couple more things in the broadcast, and we are set and ready to go. Sorry so much for the delays. Thank you so much for sticking through. As we make a couple of adjustments on the back end to get the correct drivers in the correct spots for a couple of the drivers on track to make sure we have the bracket correct. Get the correct drivers in and ready to go. And as you can see on track, we are on track. We are warming up. We are just moments away from sending our first top 32 battle for round number 7, the championship finale at the Irwindale Speedway. Joe, are you ready, man?
I am so ready. We have another 10-pound donation from just Dwight. Thank you, Dwight. Appreciate you. As we're getting ready to go here, drivers warming up under the yellow light of the sodium lamps here at Irwindale. Virtual sodium lights with virtual Irwindale. And I'm just watching these drivers warm up. I think already we are in for a treat tonight, Ian. Every round just gets tighter and tighter and tighter. And I'm watching these guys just in practice warming up. It seems like there is no chill, all ready to go.
Yeah, Irwindale infamous for keeping very close tandem battles in the scenario where the drivers are, not slipping on their own rubber in rain for some reason. Thank you, California. Very cool. It's fun to watch this place, this house of speed, this coliseum of drift. So much speed is available because of the 3 outers as well throughout the course. It's easy enough for drivers in chase to close back up in proximity. It's closer, just to keep it close, keep it exciting. This is one of the kind of battles where if this is your first time watching virtual drift, it's the kind of round where you say, hey, you should tune into this. You're going to be excited by this up top to bottom all day long. We're going to see so many close tandems, lots of doors being run, contact being made. There's just nothing but positive that comes out of Irwindale anytime, be it here in Assetto, be it on not Forza, be it on other games as well that run this place virtually as well as IRL. It's just a fun place to watch drifting, and you're going to see it be no exception here on the virtual side of things.
And to me, Irwindale just really does. It allows drivers to get right on up there just because of such the long sweepers. So we're going to see what drivers are about to get right on up there. As Austin Zalewski, our number 1 qualifier, is going up against Rashandi Andrea, a privateer. Team OTM, big scene in the AC community. Big shouts outs for those guys. And I think we're getting ready to see some battling here, Ian. I cannot wait. I think we're going to see some drama. I think we're going to see some full send or no send runs. And this is what I've come to expect from ESDA. And again, thank you everybody who's donated. Thank you for everything. And let's get this going, right?
Yeah, let's get this rolling. This is it, the first battle. And I believe if production can say that we are ready to go, I think we're ready to go. Judges have cleared the track. It looks like the first battle is set and ready to go. Then this is your number 1 seed, Austin Zalewski, with that 97-point run versus Rashandi Andrea, 32nd seed. First battle of the day, as a completely different pair getting thrown on the track right now. Maybe not quite ready. Maybe the drivers have not been cleared from the track just yet. But we got to be all but moments away. As I don't think
my heart just dropped when I saw other cars drive away.
Yeah, no.
I was
so
like,
the track is still hot. They're still warming up.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that is not the battle on screen, ladies and gentlemen. We're waiting to get some more confirmation with the judges. They're ready to go on their end. And then finally, we can get this first battle set and underway. For the time being, get a little more warm-up, a little more excitement, what you can expect from the day from all of our drivers on track. I think they're just getting one more warm-up run in, so everyone is shaking off, ready to go. And then we can send it for our battles here. 32 exciting, hot and heavy drift battles coming into you at the Speedway in just a couple of short moments. I believe they're getting lined up right now.
This seems accurate to me. Austin Zalewski, A to Z in that A90 Super, will be leading Rashandi Andrea in a gorgeous cut bumper S14. I know the cut bumper is a little bit polarizing, but I'm here for it. And I think we're ready to go. All the drivers in the game chat as well, just wishing each other as much luck as possible as we are lined up, ready to go. There we go. Yeah. And I think we are getting word about a couple other interesting things. And here we go. We are ready to rip. Austin Zalewski in the lead. Rashendi Andrea in the chase. Supra on Sylvia action. Ooh, Rashendi Andrea kind of chokes himself out on the initiation, but just shakes it off, tucks right on in. Austin Zalewski just laying down a heater of a lead run. Huge angle, putting in a gap through that inside clip, but Rashendi Andrea shakes it off again, tries to fight, claw up to that Supra's door through the second inside clip, through the transition, keeping his nose out of trouble, and again, tucking right up on the door, and this is as close as he's gotten the entire run. Austin Zalewski, as much as I hate the fitment on that car, I have to say that thing is so fast.
You're just a hater. Come on now.
I'm not hating at all. The way he drives, I'm not going to say anything, but my gosh, that is what a run to kick off our finals with.
Good start. Rashendi Andrea and Chase having a couple of, I would say, like comfortability issues. Really didn't initiate at the same time as Zalewski, and almost a late initiation in the Chase position, able to get the thing initiated just before the last initiation line. So I don't believe that was a 0 in the chase for Rashendi, but it's definitely not the way you want to fire it up. A couple of bobbles and Chase as well, a couple of mismatches on the angle. Proximity, very good though. Did a great job keeping that thing right in the door of Zalewski. And yeah, keeping themselves within a hair's breadth shot, but gosh, that was so close to being a zeroed out chase on that initiation, able to get it in drift just in time as the driver's back on the line, ready to go for run number 2.
So just another second note as ready. We threw out, we're having a few things. We have a new donation bringing us to our goal already of 500 pounds. So we can double that. Let's go. Josh Oxley with the 26 pounds. Everyone, I want you all to smash that mother trucking goal into pieces. Double the 500. And let's go. Let's get ready for the second run, and then we will talk, and it will be amazing.
Yeah, your number 1 seed, Austin Zalewski. Remember, until Element runs their first battle in 32, they are still mathematically within contention of this championship, so they need to give it all they got in the first corner of the bracket while they're here, keep the fate in their hands in case something insane happens to their end. That's an interesting way to start for battle, initiating kind of low in the chase, running the wall very well is Rashendi, but really not matching the tire tracks as Zalewski in the chase position. Proximity is nice, transitioning across the bumper and keeping it incredibly close, running it safe, putting the car where it needs to be, and almost making contact through outer zone number 2. There might have been a slight touch there through the section of the course, but unsettled in chase is Zalewski here, maybe playing it a little too safe, running it a little bit on the inside line as well, and beautifully run all the way on the outside wall is Rashendi Andrea to close out their final run. Judges have a lot to talk about here. Remember, there is a little bit of a situation where you got to believe Zalewski already on a bit of an advantage through run number 1 based on the mistakes in chase, but maybe playing it a little too safe could bring this battle back in a way that's unexpected, depending on what the judges are seeing with the offsets based on mistakes.
It does seem to me that Austin Zalewski might have went a little bit too full kill than he needed to, and might have put his easy win into contention. And yeah, again, hate to see that, especially when you're sitting as the top qualifier. You have this, like, you're made in the shade, you're ready to go, and you don't want to leave it up to the judges, and sometimes you end up forcing it to be up to the judges afterwards, as silly as that sounds. I'm also getting word on the fundraiser side of things. We have a new sponsor for this fundraiser. The Livery Plug is giving away a voucher for 1 free AC livery when we hit the $500 goal, and we did that, and Southside Slider won that giveaway as we had it go. The issue was we had this promised, and we reached the goal so fast that we couldn't even announce it to the public before it all happened. That's how crazy this fundraiser is going, ladies and gentlemen, today. I'm so excited about that. But let's get back to this battle here. As I'm hearing word that we're getting a judging call in here.
Yeah, it looks like a decision has been made. We'll get that onto the screen for you very soon. So between Austin Zalewski and Rashendi Andrea, they just have made a call.
And here we go.
Zalewski and right for Rashendi Andrea.
We're going to slide him left, right, or keep him center, and let's go. 1 for Austin Zalewski. Brady goes for Austin Zalewski. And a unanimous decision for Austin Zalewski, taking the win, swallowing those small little mistakes. I bet we're not going to see those again in the top 16. But before we get there, we're having our next battle of Ernestas Eukabelis up against Jack Lai, our 16 and 17 seeds. So I would expect this to be a pretty close battle.
Yeah, the mistakes in the chase position for Rashandi being the reason really that battle gets called back. And that's going to go then in the favor of Austin Zalewski. So the next battle on track, lining up and ready to go. Ernestas Eukabelis versus Jack Lai. This is your 16th and 17th seed, your second battle on the top 32 for round number 7 at ESDA.
Excellent. And here we go. So we're going to have that Urta Esports who clinched their team championship in qualifying alone. That's how consistent they are in the lead up against Jack Lai in a gorgeous A80 Supra. And they're revving up. I think everyone is ready to rip here. Everyone's so excited. The energy is in the air here at Irwindale. And here we go. Ernestas Eukabelis in the lead. Jack Lai in the chase. Great initiation. Jack Lai putting it right up on the door already. Ernestas Eukabelis keeping it right where he needs to in the entire lead. Huge transition. Excellent through the decel zone, keeping it clean, and that ascent super right on the door of Eukabelis. But Eukabelis unfazed, tucks it perfectly into that inside clip. Jack Lai keeping it out of danger through the transition. And again, this is even closer than the first battle. Both drivers didn't give the judges anything to vote whatsoever.
This is not a good day to be a judge, let me tell you. There's just so many hair's breadth calls that need to be made just to make sure you're able to even decide a victor of these battles. Slight gap opening at the start of the battle, but it's closing so beautifully for Jack Lai to chase position. And let me say, Jack Lai put on a clinic how to keep that car in the pocket in the chase position, matching the transition timings, angle, speed, aggression through and through is so good. Ernestas Eukabelis putting down, must be said, a phenomenal lead run as while keeping it incredibly chaseable for Jack, and Jack pounced on every single opportunity they had to make that chase work. What a run for both drivers.
And now looking at Ernestas, he is setting himself way back. Jack Lai airing out that Supra. You know, after a run like that, you just get so much smoke in the car. And both drivers, you can see Eukabelis is sitting pretty far back. He wants a run up into that initiation for sure. And he's going to need it with how close this next battle is going to be in determining who wins.
Yeah, so off the line, Ernestas in chase, Jack Lai in the lead position. Second half of your second battle, initiating very far inside again as Ernestas Eukabelis. That's going to allow them to close in the door, get the proximity back in the chase. Not quite matching the angle through the bank, though. Gets in on the door on the exit of outer zone 1, transitioning very close, but again, off sequence and a little inside in the chase position is Ernestas. Not doing as good of a job to match the angle as Jack Lai, throwing it big in that Mark IV Supra in the lead position, putting down a solid line. Ernestas trying to get it to close back in, a slight bit of contact even in outer zone number 3, making that car very close in proximity throughout the run. But again, I would not call that a very well matched line by Ernestas in the chase position in comparison to what Jack did in their chase. So the judges, a lot to think about on this one. Very comparable lead run for the both.
I think so as well. Honestly, the only difference that I'm seeing watching these replays side by side is I think Ernestas Eukabelis might have had a little bit more of an inconsistent chase. But honestly, that's just nitpicking at this point as they are so similar. And Jack Lai giving a thumbs up to Ernestas Eukabelis over the start line right now.
That's amazing.
Oh my gosh, it's the little details that make it. And again, exclamation point charity in the chat to donate. We've already reached our goal. We might even have to raise our goal, double it or something like that. Jack Lai giving a thumbs up for charity, giving a thumbs up for drifting, giving a thumbs up for you in chat. You know, it's just a thumbs up day overall. Give me that thumb.
It looks like the thumb is out the door. There may just be a slight clipping problem from that angle production. We're seeing it on our side. But very exciting. Oh, there it is. Look at the thumb. There it is. That's amazing.
Good job.
All right, so the judging decision has then come in, though. Judges do have a decision on the table for your second battle of the day.
I think we do. As we're gonna slide them. We're gonna slide him left for Ernestas Eukabelis on Urta Esports. Slide it right for Jack Lai on Team Ascent in the middle for an OMT. And which way are our judges going to go? 1, 2, and a clean sweep for Jack Lai. Moving on, and he will be taking on Austin Zalewski. A90 versus A80 in the top 16. That's going to be a battle. But first, again, we must have Peter Polinkowitz up against Kazuki Fukushi. The battle of the names with a lot of eyes.
That is for sure. Very fair call. I think it's safe to say Jack just doing a better job overall in chase, in contrast as well. Comparable leads, but when a chase is just that clean and clinical, it's just, yeah, there's only really one way the judges are going to put that battle, and they did just that. Jack Lai getting the win, moving on against Austin Zalewski. And again, ESDA Esports, congratulations to them for wrapping up the team championship as well through qualifying. They're going to be the winner of that. I believe it's a $300 prize for the winning team this season. So
like
nothing,
that, yeah.
Nothing to shake a stick at. That's going to be split very nicely amongst those drivers. And congratulations to them on wrapping that one up. As now Peter Polinkowitz and Kazuki Fukushi working their way to the line. Your third battle of the day.
As what was I going to say? To those ESDA Esports guys, just with like the broken fingers and the broken wheel.
Oh, they've been grinding.
They bled for that money. They legitimately did. And here we are, drivers getting up to the line. Peter Polinkowitz has, to me, one of the coolest cars on the grid in that E30 wagon. And then Kazuki Fukushi just has the lowest, widest car. These cars are the two biggest ones on the grid in completely different dimensions.
Opposite ways, yeah.
And I love it. And
one's big on the y-axis, one is big on the x-axis.
Yep, and they compete so close, and that's one of the beautiful things to me about drifting. I love seeing all of this difference between cars and competitors and see what they bring up and have it be that close. As the engines are revving, we're getting ready, and we are off. That E30 squats down as Kazuki in that R35 throws it right up onto that BMW's door. A little bit of bobbling, but Peter Polinkowitz unfazed in the lead, putting it right up on that bumper, throwing it into the wall in outside zone 2, catching right on up. There we go, cutting in nice and tight into that inside clip. Both drivers, Kazuki Fukushi, just a little bit less angle, but other than that, he's right on that door, keeping it very, very consistent from start to end. Overall, both drivers, a little bit of wavering, but besides that, nothing sticks out. Both drivers are very much in it. As we've seen from all of the battles so far, nothing obvious has happened yet, which is just crazy in the world of drifting to me.
Yeah, Kazuki choosing to maybe give up a little bit of angle to keep proximity closer to sync through the battle, keeping it within the door, keeping within the picture as far as proximity goes. But you're going to see that car kind of coming in and out a little bit, forward and back, not quite matching the angle throughout the battle. Peter doing a solid job in that wagon, just throwing that back in where it needs to be, putting it in all the zones as well, opening the door for Kazuki to keep it there. But maybe just a little less angle is going to open up the door for potentially a slightly better chase for Peter in that chase position, as now Kazuki gets their opportunity at the lead.
Yes. And a quick charity update. We have doubled our goal. Now, you might have noticed our bar has gone half full. We've doubled it. Let's blow this one out of the water like we did the first one. 1,000 British pounds. Let's do it, everybody, for Safe in Our World. And now let's get ready for run number 2.
All right, run number 2 off the line. Kazuki fires off that R35 GTR. Oh, almost off cadence initiation. The chase position. Peter not quite ready for that angle that came at the point down the straight. Maybe a little bit of a straighten on that initiation as well. Peter keeping in the door, though. Not quite matching that massive angle for Kazuki up in the lead position. Very similar to the last run. Putting in the doors. Oh, contact on the wall. Kazuki catching the right rear on the wall just a little bit. That's a mistake in the lead. That's going to hurt that lead for lead comparison. Peter trying to keep it within the picture as they close it out through outer zone at number 3, a little further back through the corner, it must be said, though. And again, Peter, it's kind of weird. We saw that initiation, perhaps not quite anticipating correctly. Pay attention to the bottom right of the screen where that initiation point was for Kazuki, throwing them off for the entirety of the run and really shallowing out almost the entirety of outer zone 1 in the chase position. And then Kazuki making a mistake in outer zone number 2, hitting the wall, straightening for just a moment, but did not lose drift, thankfully, or have a heavy contact into the outside wall as a result. But now with those two offsetting mistakes, as well as the differences in lead for chase and run number 1, the judges got a little bit to think about here on this battle.
Oh, they definitely do. And I have to say, as you pointed out, I think it's that initiation which might have been the nail in the coffin for Kazuki Fukushi. Because other than that, there were not any major issues. And unfortunately, in battles this close, something that minor is all that sees your dreams just vaporize away from you in an instant. And he did put his head down for the rest of the run, don't get me wrong, but just when it's this close, I gotta say that that's really all you have to do to throw it all away, as the judges are... I'm hearing weird clicking sounds coming from the judging room right now. I don't know what that is. Maybe I heard that the judges might be investing in locust-based judging this season. Who can say?
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't know. they could be as we're getting a call in here.
Yeah, the judges have picked a victor in this battle. And based on the offsetting mistakes and the mistakes in lead for lead, chase for chase, there's one the judges is in favor of. A slide on left or right for your winner on this battle.
As we have 1 for Peter, 2 for Peter, and 3 for Peter. Unanimous decision. He will be moving on to the top 16. But who will he battle? It'll be the winner of this next one, Cameron Mustard and Vicaris Aliukas. Another Urta Esports member, great drivers, and I'm sure that they are just having fun today knowing that they won the team battle. And Cameron Mustard has been a huge and very strong competitor from top to bottom, and I cannot wait to see this battle. 2 drivers who just drive 10 out of 10 and leave nothing out on the track.
Yeah, fair call. I think just overall, when you compare a lead for lead, you have a big mistake like that, especially in such a robotic lead as Peter was. That is that chance then to go ahead and throw it in Peter's favor. That is going to be their victory. We got one more battle left. The top 32 in lobby number 1. This driver is getting ready to go on the race course now. Again, sliding for awareness. The campaign we're giving here for charity, raising money for mental health awareness and resources through the gaming community, ! Charity in the chat to please raise some money for such a fantastic cause. If you have a $50 or £50 rather donation to give, that'll put you in an automatic drawing for a pair of Traxion F33L sim racing gloves. Phenomenal product. You're really gonna feel you're going to want to grab one of those with a £50 donation that puts you in for a chance to win that awesome prize. Puts you in for, as well, good money to a good cause as well. So now Cameron Mustard, Vicaris Aliukas getting on the line. This will be your last top 32 battle in lobby number 1.
And 2 drivers, 2 Nissans, as different of a Nissan as you could get while being from the same era, dare I say it. I find it very interesting as we are lined up, ready to go. Cameron Mustard in that, I keep wanting to say it's an R33. It's like an R33 front end swapped R32. Up against Vicaris Aliukas in that S14. And here we go, huge angle. Vicaris Aliukas, no chill on that entry. Cameron Mustard, cool as a cucumber, dragging his bumper the entire way through outside zone 1, cutting in super close on inside number 1 as well. This is just poetry in motion as Vicaris Aliukas is really acting like Cameron Mustard's shadow. Oh no!
Oh, desync.
That was a weird, desync something, and I cannot imagine the judges are going to do anything but call a rerun on that because neither driver is at fault there. There's no way that you could ascertain fault in any way, shape, and form, and especially with how well both drivers are driving, I can't see anything but we're just going to throw away this first run.
We're going to have to see what the call is going to be.
Yeah.
There are
mechanisms
in the rule book to determine maybe even if there's like a fault, if it's a server side thing. So you have to do a little bit of talk to see what's happening. But other than that, it was all but perfect run up until right there. Enter clip number 2. You see this really weird desync issue where Mustard suddenly appears multiple feet behind Vicaris Aliukas. Kind of unexplainable what just happened there. We're going to see what the decision is then for the judge. Yes, that is going to be a rerun. Yep. They are calling a rerun. That is the correct call. Drivers can go ahead and reset. We're going to try it again, which is a shame because both drivers had a really strong showing, but on the esports side of things, with connections from all over places in the world, server side things, driver side things, these things can happen. It's hard to assign fault for something like that unless it happens consistently. So we're going to try it again, and it's just a shame because both drivers look consistent on connection up until that point, and then suddenly, bam, there's an issue up in the lead position. So let's try it again. We're going to restack them, re-rack them, run it one more time.
And I can't fault anyone. And honestly, for us, we get to watch a great battle again. So I'm not going to complain at all. As we're lined up, the drivers already go. Now they both know how hard they can drive as well. I expect a very, very aggressive run from both drivers. And here we go. Cameron Mustard in the lead. Vicaris Aliukas in the chase and tucking right up in on that door. Cameron Mustard was basically a Control-C, Control-V of that first run. Vicaris Aliukas right up on that door, just tucking it right on and through the transition, super close, almost cutting off his front bumper on that transition. Again, right on the wall for both drivers, cutting it as close as they can on that inside clip, keeping his nose out of trouble. Again, right on Cameron Mustard's sword. Cameron Mustard just laying down a beautiful lead run, allowing Vicaris to get right in there. And both drivers, if I was a judge and I had to put points on both those runs, I think those were both 95-point runs, both lead and chase. Just nothing left on the table.
Yeah, the name of the game for Vicaris, the Irwindale Esports driver, was aggression in that chase position. Very comparable first half of the run to what happened last time. just able to basically run it back through and through and just keep it exactly where they had it to begin with. And you're seeing so much aggression, so much surging a little bit in and out, just trying to keep that car right in the door, right into the side of Cameron Mustard, doing all they needed to do to keep that thing in the picture. And what a gorgeous run it must be side for both drivers, lead and chase. We love seeing that here on the competitive side of drift, especially in a 32 battle.
Oh, for sure. And we are lined up. Cameron Mustard, again, all of the drivers are just setting themselves back so far this round. They really want to have all the speed on tap in that chase position, because if you can throw it in on that initiation and be immediately on the door, that makes it pop for the judges, and that really makes it easy for them to make a decision when the driving is this close, Ian. And I think we're getting ready to go.
Yep, swapping back around Vacaris to get their shot at the lead. Cameron Mustard in the chase position. Second half of your final top 32 battle in lobby number 1, initiating very far inside as Cameron Mustard has to do some weird jostling to get that car back up in the pocket. Will do just that. Does a good job getting the car back in the door, but that was a pretty big mistake in the chase position. Falling back a little bit into inner zone 3 and has to cut the line again to put it back in the door. Vacaris running a clinic in the lead position with so much style and angle in their Nissan Silvia and putting the car where it needs to be throughout the entirety of the battle. Cameron Mustard doing their best to make something of it to close out this run, but those offsetting chases, gotta believe, running in the favor then of Vacaris and Aliukas, the IRTA Esports competitor, doing a phenomenal job running it perfectly through run number 2.
And you gotta say, those IRTA Esports Silvias, they always show up and they're always so gripped up. And then all they do is just try to tame that beast. And it always tends to pay off, as we watch here now. Cameron Mustard struggling to keep up, even though he had an amazing lead, and it was an overall very, very good chase. Just when you run them side by side like that, that yellow S14.5 was like a shadow on that R32.5 is what I'm going to say. That's what I'm saying for that car.
There you go.
Yeah. But again, just looking at it side by side, it looks like that white Skyline was just a little bit more wavering all over the place. Meanwhile, that S14 is just solid like a rock, top to bottom in both runs, as we are getting word from our judges. I said shadows. I'm so confused.
Our producer has confused Joe in the background.
I have one brain cell. Oh, I get it now. We're making weird references to 90s TV ads now.
Cisco would have laughed. I would have laughed if I was on
We
the
have a
mic.
judging call. The judges can laugh. I'm just confused. I have one brain cell, and I'm talking faster than it goes anyway. As we'll slide it left for Cameron Mustard, slide it right for Vacaris Aliukas, keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and a unanimous decision for Vacaris Aliukas, moving on to our top 16, and he will take on Peter Polinkowitz. But first, Austin Zalewski versus Jack Lai, Battle of the Supras.
Yeah, this is going to be the Mark IV versus A90 Super Battle, your first top 16 battle. As remember, Austin Zalewski, technically speaking, still in it on the hunt for the championship at this point of the day. But their championship hopes are dashed when we get to run number 3 and Alexander Alman is able to show up and even run their top 32 battle. So Austin right now, while the fate is in their hands earlier on in the going, needs to keep running, run the table, get out of this bracket to have any shot at still winning this championship. And Jack Lai, as we saw in the previous battle, is no layover victory. Jack Lai running solidly in their Mark IV Supra lead and chase as well. So Austin got a little bit of a fight here to advance on to the grade 8.
I think that at this point in this top 32 bracket, no one has an easy battle ahead of them in any way, shape, or form.
This is a stacked top 16 for sure.
Oh, yeah. So will it be the Black Supra or the Black Supra that takes the win here? Only one way to find out.
With the white and red accents, mind you.
Yeah, right. We're doing well. Old timer versus new hot boy. Let's line them up. Austin Zalewski in the lead, Jack Lai in the chase. This is a battle I've been looking forward to, as Austin Zalewski, very clean initiation, but Jack Lai, no chill, cutting in a little bit shallow on that initiation. Austin Zalewski taking a little bit of angle to keep it out of the wall, and Jack Lai capitalizing on that and just tucking it right back in. Again, a very long car, the Mark IV Supra, but keeping that nose out of trouble through the transitions. Again, inside clipped, Austin Zalewski seems to have settled down in the lead as Jack Lai tucks it right up on the board, but a little bit too much, has to get on the brakes and lay off. Sometimes you send it in a little too hot, you have to overcorrect to just keep the run alive, and I fear that's what Jack Lai just did.
So Jack Lai, unfortunately, as we're looking at this replay, the aggression worked last time, and yeah, it looks like underglow on the Supra is actually the brake light. That's really cool.
That's cool.
That's a cool idea, but if you're giving the judges more tools to judge your run, so I don't know if that's going to work out in your favor sometimes. But regardless, that could also be a visual glitch. We don't know. We'll see how it is played out. But yeah, Jack Lai, aggression was the name of the game in the last run. It paid off this time, but this time, a couple of mistakes. Outer zone 3, outer zone 1, a little bit of contact even outer zone 3. The aggression not paying off this time, and I think Austin knows it. And all they really got to do is just kind of keep it within the picture, not keep it with any mistakes, and they have a hair's breadth shot at walking away from this battle as a victor. We're gonna go ahead and swap them around. Jack Lai gonna get their shot at the lead. Zooki in the chase. This super on super black, white, and red battle. Top to bottom, matching cars, matching names, matching colors even. Austin gonna be really safe with that initiation, the chase position. Initiate low, get back in on the door. Jack Lai running outer zone 1 beautifully, transitioning across the bumper in the chase position. Reaping it incredibly close. Austin Zalewski making sure there is not an opportunity for the judges to have any calls being made with a differentiation in the chase at least, but almost contact, pushing through interclip number 2, maybe even a small slight touch through that section of the course. Austin Zalewski, no chill in that chase position, putting it on Jack, saying, hey, you want aggression in the chase position? This is how you do it, my friend. Austin Zalewski making a statement and making it known to everybody else. They are not here to mess around. You saw it yesterday in qualifying with that 97-point run. And today, 2 battles showing up through and through. Austin Zalewski running hard today. This is a wonderful thing to see, as they're both going to do some celebratory burnouts back in the victory lane podium area, just to kind of show off and say, hey, that was sick. We're both sick. We know it.
Yep.
Drifting.
And I'm watching the replay with my jaw on the floor, just trying to watch. And yeah, watching that last transition, I think Austin Zalewski really cemented something as, this is my round. I want to win today. I am the captain now. But again, Jack Lai, no slouch whatsoever, having to lay down a lead run to make a chase like that possible. But overall, I think Austin Zalewski just looks cool, calm, and collected today, and has for every single run we've seen so far. Maybe starting a little bit further back, but the confidence of just tucking it right up on the door by the halfway point of that first outside zone. And judge word coming on in here, who's going to move on to the top 8. And what was it that we said, that Austin Zalewski can take the season championship if Alexander Element doesn't show up?
Correct.
So,
if he's unable to run, then yes, he can win the championship with a win on this battle. But first, you got to get through this 16. Is it going to be Zalewski? Is it going to be Jack Lai? Slide him left for the A90. Slide him right for the Mark IV. Survey says 1 for Austin. I'll let you do it, Joe.
I don't care. 2, 3. I just do it. So I always start. Here we go. If you want, you can read them, Ian. Like, it's okay.
Oh, no, it's quite okay. You do your thing. You're good.
We can do our thing together.
Oh, that's fair.
Oh. As up next, we're going to have Peter Palinquins leading Vicaris Aliukas and 2 yellow cars. And those Urta Esports machines today are just fast, and we saw a clinical run from him as well. But Peter Palinquins has been driving amazing, and let's just see if he can go fast enough and just leave that S14 in the dust.
And for all our audio listeners only out there, that was an Austin Zalewski win. 3 for Zalewski that will go in the favor of them, so they'll be moving on to your grade 8. Next battle on the table.
And here we go. We are lined up, ready to go. They're revving up. And Mr. Lightboy has gone. Here we go. Peter Palinquins up against Vicaris Aliukas. Huge initiation from Vicaris, throwing it in out of nowhere. Peter Palinquins a little bit slower into the initiation, but now they are right next to each other. Let's see what happens as they go through this inside clip, tucking the car right on the beautiful chase from Vicaris Aliukas. Peter Palinquins sturdy as a rock in the lead. It is not a Chevy coming on through. Tucking it on the door again. Vicaris Aliukas wants it today. Peter Palinquins is doing everything he can in the lead. That was a beautiful lead, but Vicaris Aliukas is going above and beyond today to show the judges that he wants to take a win today.
I I don't know how on earth we didn't just have two vehicles hard in the outside wall before outer zone number 2. Vicaris with the aggression, the chase position. Watch this in that replay, just right across the bumper, charging it in. I don't know if they even touched. There might be a little bit of a slight like tire rub in the door, but I didn't see Peter's car getting offset or thrown forward in any way, shape, or form. I don't know how on earth we just got away with that one. There's practically crimes going on the floor here at Irwindale with how much these drivers are just flat out getting away with it. We're going to switch them back around then. Vicaris Aliukas up in the lead position. Peter Polinkowitz will be in chase, and if anything is to show for from run number 1, Peter has a little bit of work cut out for them in that chase position. They're able to do it, though. We saw it earlier with the proximity in their top 32 battle. What are they going to have again in the chase position for their second attempt at it? Here we go. Top 16 battle. Lobby number 1. Big flake initiation for Vicaris in the lead. Right in the pocket is Peter Polinkowitz, and he will put it in the door, but a slight fallback, a slight bobble, thanks to that little slight bit of aggression. Off cadence a little bit on that transition. Third clip number 1. He's going to put it on the door, be aggressive with it, but falling back a little bit, but contact in the outside wall. Vicaris doing the same thing we saw earlier in 32. That is not going to be favorable in their side. Vicaris needs to do something special in the final zone as well. Peter putting it in on the door, but now the judges have something to talk about there with 2 mistakes there, or 1 rather, from Vicaris in the lead position, touching that right rear, losing a lot of angle, and that alone, as we saw earlier on in the day with the R35, was enough to throw a big swing back in the favor of the other driver. So we're going to see what the judges are going to be favoring throughout both of these runs, because up until that point, Vicaris was just about running away with it.
That's really tough too, especially you've had overall amazing runs, flawless runs, and you have one tiny blemish. But the question is that a big enough blemish to balance it out for Peter? Peter didn't do bad in any way, shape, or form, but Vicaris Aliukas has that garlic salt today on all of his runs. He's just throwing it down, and I'm sure the judges right now are just discussing, is that wall contact enough to make it up, at least to bring in an OMT? I could see an OMT happening here.
Well, especially when you're considering chase for chase as well. We're seeing Peter in their chase not really settle in that position, having a couple of angle issues, falling back in a few places, slight contact, and I believe there was a small touch on outer zone number 1, or very close to, that caused a big loss of proximity through the second half of outer zone number 1. So at this point, you have to take into account the offset mistakes chase for chase and how it contrasts with the mistake for Vicaris in their lead on run number 2. So yeah, judges are taking their sweet time with this one. They want to make sure they get the call right and put every chip on the table where it belongs based on what mistake is what. Remember, the winner of this battle goes against Austin Zaluski as the final battle of lobby number 1, and that will determine who goes on to the final 4 from the top left corner of the bracket. But how about this for some exciting drift action here? Round number 7, ESDA, not disappointing. Hope you all in chat are enjoying this. Thank you so much for tuning in all day long. Exclamation point charity. By the way, if you have $1 to give, we're raising money for mental health awareness and resources for gamers and in the gaming community. So please, if you have any dollars to give, that money is going to go a long way. 50-pound donations will get you entered for a pair of Traxion sim racing gloves. So make sure you get that money in if you have any money to give at all. Thank you so much.
And again, thank you to the livery plug as well for a giveaway for a free livery. He did plug that livery, to say the least. We have winners for that. Enter to win if you have 50 pounds. It's amazing. We already, our original goal was an OMT, so we were just doubling it because we still have basically a full competition and an after party to raise money. So thank you so much, everyone out there, for making this possible. But I did hear that we have a judgment call in.
Yeah, the call has been made. Again, this is your final battle of... As a correction, actually, I do apologize. It appears that the gloves have been given away, actually, based on the money that was donated yesterday, I'm getting told. So
we made so much.
But yes, the gloves have been given away, but please, if you have any money to give, please do. But here we go, left or right? Or are we going one more time? What the judges have to say about this battle.
1 OMT. 2 OMTs. And 3 OMTs. So I guess a wall tap is enough to wipe that stank off your face, if you will. As we are going to line them back up. Peter Polinkowitz is going to lead Vicaris Aliukas. And I think we're going to see a different Aliukas in this run. I think we're going to see something a little bit terrifying. Dare I say it. Both cars taking new tires, getting ready to rip on their OMT battle. And just a reminder, everybody, OMT, you throw the first runs out of the window where it's a blank slate. So they have to go and drive just as hard. The judges have to they got MIB flashed about that first run.
But the driver is definitely going to be able to take into account the way the drivers had run the previous battle, and they're going to make the adjustments therefore. One more time, though, complete fresh blank slate. We'll see if they can get through it cleanly this time. And yeah, it looks like that touch on the wall was enough to set it one more time.
And here we go. Peter Palinkwitz in the lead. Vicaris Aliukas in the chase. He has shown that his chases are nothing but aggressive. And again, right on that door, Peter Palinkwitz putting down a very, very, very clean lead run to allow Vicaris Aliukas to take in here. Vicaris Aliukas just making sure he doesn't take the front bumper off. Again, right up on that wall. That he is so amazing in that transition to outside zone number 2. Peter Palinkwitz keeping his head down, keeping his car very, very consistent in the lead, making sure the judges can't take any points off. But Vicaris Aliukas really going 11 out of 10 in that chase. Peter Palinkwitz, an amazing lead run. And again, both drivers leaving almost nothing up to the judges besides style at this point, because both drivers are doing everything they need to do in their job.
It must be said this time, though, Vicaris was not quite as in the zone, in the pocket, in the chase position. They were definitely there in proximity, but you're going to see a lot of random surges forward and back, some unmatched angles through some of these outer zones as well. And especially in outer zone 3, you're really going to see, you see that right there in outer zone 2, yep. Beautifully run up in the lead position, Peter Palinkwitz, but Vicaris really not matching angle through the corner. And right here, you're going to see a charge into the door, a little bit of an over angle, a shallowing, re-angling, a couple of bobbles here and there. So Vicaris, while it was a really stylish chase, not quite matching the angle throughout the run for Peter Palinkwitz in that lead position. Peter going to get their opportunity then to try to smoothen it out in chase and see if they can't take the win here. There's definitely some points on the table in the chase in comparison. Vicaris up in the lead position needs to run sure, not run sure, I can English, I swear. They need to make sure they're able to get through the run without that wall contact this time. Run that solid lead, because Peter threw down one heck of a lead, and that's a good way to start it off for Vicaris in the lead position. A little bit of a shallowing in the chase position again for Peter. Very unsettled in the chase position, comparable to what happened in run number 1. Really shallow the inner clip 1, but keeps it very tight in proximity. That wagon pushing in on the door as Vicaris running outer zone 2 beautifully throughout the course. Right in the door again, Peter pushing in through the inner clip, has to fall back. Comes back in for outer zone number 3 and matches the angle beautifully through the final zone. Give it up for both of these drivers, putting on a show here at Irwindale to close out this battle. But now it must be said, which chase do they favor the least or the most? Because again, while both drivers had some bobbles here and there, Peter had many more significant showings of a lack of angle throughout the course, in contrast to what the lead driver was doing. But the proximity and the angle matching through outer zone 2 was gorgeous. But again, we're seeing a couple of awkward bobbles, and that charge through inner clip number 2, the judges were talking about it earlier in the drivers meeting. They don't want to see too much aggression through those inner clips, because that can really throw off your momentum on the transitions. It forces you to kind of fall back in really awkward ways. Peter got away with it a little bit there, but that was definitely a dangerous point for their chase.
I think watching the run side by side, it does make it a little bit cut and dried, because lead for lead, they are very, very equal. Those leads, you could run them over each other. They'd be roughly the exact same thing. But in chase for chase, yes, that wagon just, it doesn't have the angle that Vicaris does, or the commitment that Vicaris does in the chase. So I think, unfortunately, this might be a cut and dried OMT battle here. As we are getting word from our judges, I think we're going to start working it out. As we do have a call-in. The smoke signal has been lifted into the air. And let's see, we're going to slide him left for Peter Palinkwitz. We're going to slide him right for Vicaris Aliukas. And we're going to keep him right in the middle for an OMT. Who's going to go on to take on Austin Zalewski? A man who seems unstoppable. 1 for Vicaris Aliukas, 2 and 3 for Vicaris Aliukas, going on to our top 8 battle here in Group 1. Next Level Racing Group 1, Round 7 ESDA. And Ian, I got to say it. A Austin Zalewski versus Vicaris Aliukas battle, A, sounds like a tongue twister, but B, is going to be a show of aggressive driving. And I don't know about you, but I support aggressive driving.
Aggressive driving does tend to favor some pretty exciting stuff on course, does it not?
That is true.
Knowing how to get it done, Austin Zalewski showing the chases and the leads of the day so far is not necessarily going to be a mountain to compete with, if you catch what I did there. But it's going to be pretty hard to overcome. Climbing that hill to get through here to the final four may prove difficult for Vicaris, but Vicaris, when they can piece it together and string it together, they're able to match aggression. When the lead driver is putting down good stuff, they're able to match well. We're going to see, in contrast, what then they have against Austin Zalewski. Your final battle of the Next Level Racing Group number 1 here for the final round of ESDA.
Here we go. Austin Zalewski, Vicaris Lucas, two men who look like their cars are on rails and super fast all weekend. And just as we go, perfect initiation from both drivers, keeping it right in the pocket in the chase. Vicaris Lucas, Austin Zalewski right up against the wall, giving it all he's got because he knows that he's a freight train behind him, going into outside zone number 2. Vicaris Lucas having to cheat up almost just to avoid contact. It's not even to keep up, it's just trying to keep his nose out of that Supra's door all the way. And again, right up on the door, they could be just touching each other. You could have a stamp transfer from one car to the other car during that run. An amazing run from both drivers. And honestly, it's so clean from both drivers. It looked slow with how fast they were going. Look at this. On an initiation, Vicaris Lucas right on in there, tucks it right out up to Austin Zalewski's door. And Austin Zalewski, cool as a cucumber. And again, look at these transitions through the inside clip, Ian. It's like he's taking off that front bumper. It really is.
It's just a shame, though, because, again, we're seeing the chips in the armor for Vicaris in the chase position. They just don't seem to be able to keep it locked on the door of the lead driver for a lot of portions of the course. Outer Zone 3, though, gorgeous in chase, gorgeous in the lead. But we saw, again, the slight fallback in Outer Zone 1, the lead up to Outer Zone 2 as well. Seemed a little shallow in the chase position for Vicaris, but they were able to reel it back in, settle back out, and keep it within contention on the door. But we saw what happened really with Zalewski's chase. They're not going to be making similar mistakes if they have anything similar in the skill sets in the back pocket compared to their runs today. If they can keep that composure and continue running through today, there are points on the table available in that chase position. What does Vicaris have in the lead? Austin Zalewski going to keep it very far inside on the run up, all the way up to the run. And big flick into the first corner. Big gap opening, though, however. That's a big mistake for Zalewski. They're going to do a beautiful job to close it back in, or at least attempt to, but not really able to get it settled in chase position, at least for the first half of the run. Big flicks through the inner clip and a giant angle run into the final corner, or second to last corner, having to give up a little bit of the line as Zalewski in the chase position, pushing into the door, transitioning across the upper through clip 2, back to Outer Zone 3. Aggression again comes in the form of Austin Zalewski pushing into the door to close out the run to Vicaris, putting down a solid lead. Beautiful as it was for Zalewski in the chase position, they got to determine then which chase they do favor, because I believe there were big disadvantages on the chases on both sides of this run. Oh gosh, Zalewski.
Oh my gosh.
He's a get through. Remember, Zalewski, as they are right now, because the third group has not been run, they have a chance at the championship. This is an important battle to them, but seeming a little unsettled in a couple of spots, running a little bit inside as well through Outer Zone 2, leaving it up to the judges' hands on this call for sure.
And watching these replays side by side, again, I think in almost all the battles today, you can kind of just throw out the lead runs because they're both just comparable and basically faultless, more or less, besides that one wall tap we saw earlier. But in the chase, I was worried for Vicaris because it didn't seem like he had the momentum to keep up with that crazy fast 890 Super that Zalewski has, and just the fast driver that Zalewski is in general. But then when the turntables were turned, it seemed like Austin Zalewski really had to cut out all the stops to be able to keep up with that IRTA esports machine, which we have seen time and time again. And you see it once or twice, you want to say, oh, it's just a fluke or whatever, but always IRTA esports has their cars so set up, and they're all such good drivers that I think that Vicaris Lucas is really showing what they're bringing today and showing why they took the team battle even before the battles even started in the final round here.
Got to pay attention to the bottom right-hand side of the screen. Something I'm noticing with the initiation of Vicaris. I don't know if they decelled a little late into the zone. See, this is flick initiation.
Yes.
They're going to throw it in. No, they're okay. That was like through the consistent run. That's just Austin choosing to initiate so low into the bank and thinking they're going to fall right into the pocket, but just not able to match that lead run. It just looked a little jank for a second there. I had to confirm with my eyes that it was a chase or a lead thing, but yeah, it appears that just Vicaris taking the alternate line into the corner and trying to change the way they attack the lead driver in that form wasn't really able to pay off for that section. That big gap opening through Outer Zone number 1 didn't set them up that well for the rest of the run either. They were on catch-up mode the entire time, had to cut a little bit of the line you saw there through the center of Outer 1, and then comparable to what happened in run number 1 as well, chase for chase. There's just a slight mismatch in angles. Like Austin over angles a bit, whereas Vicaris was a little shallow in contrast, but they're able to then, for the rest of the run, close it back in and keep it in the close proximity. So loving what I'm seeing so far here in this battle. The judges taking their time on this call. I definitely do see a world where this could be going one more time, just compared to the offsetting mistakes in the chase position. It depends what the judges have to say on this one, though. Again, this is theoretically the final battle of this lobby, unless we go one more time.
And again, as our race control is saying, talk to your doctor if angle is right for you. And again, that is kind of the tale of this battle. It's just a tale. I think what we're seeing is a common thread of everyone can lead very strongly today. But in chase, if you can match angle and get right up on the door, you might have an easy win, because it seems that everybody is kind of struggling a little bit, especially when everyone's really on edge in chase. And as we're seeing here, it's kind of funny. Both drivers struggled for pace and chase. That's how dialed these lead runs are.
Yeah, so the judges plucking away on the keyboards now. We're going to get a decision here in just a couple of short moments. And again, lead for lead, these drivers, they're almost robotic in the way they're able to run this course. It really comes down to the differences in chase, especially in this battle. As yes, we do have a decision coming in. We'll have the card on you for just a couple of seconds here. And we're going to let you know what's going on with this battle. Are we going again? Is it Vicaris, or is it going to be Austin with the win?
Well, I'm going to let everyone in on a little spoiler here first. It's today's first split decision, folks.
Yes, it is.
Oh, so let's see here. Who's going to move on to our final four? Will it be Austin Zalewski? Will it be Vicaris Aliukas or will it be an OMT keeping it in the middle? How are our judges going to vote here? Die goes for Vicaris Aliukas. Brady goes for an OMT. What's it going to be, Doug? And a second OMT. Yep. So we are going to have our second OMT battle of the day. Austin Zalewski up against Vicaris Aliukas. And I think everybody except for those two is pretty excited to see this battle. Honestly, I bet they're both pretty excited. Having gotten to know them over the season, both drivers, they just want to have close battles and drive hard. And
I've seen both of them driving for quite a while now here on the ESDA Corsa side of things, and they always throw down. They're always solid at what they do. Again, ! Charity in chat. If you have any money to give, we are raising money. Our campaign Sliding for Awareness going towards mental health within the gaming community. All money raised tonight is going to go directly to the proceeds of our charity. Again, Charity in chat. All the money going such a long way. Thank you so much to anybody who has donated so far. Safe in Our World being the primary charity for today. Super big thanks everybody who's donated so far, and yes. We're only halfway to now our extended 1,000 pound goal, so please throw some bucks their way, help out the gaming community. It goes so big into the minds of everybody here within the gaming community.
And here we go. Run number one of the OMT battle. Vicaris Aliukas jumping the line a little bit, but it pays off, putting it right on Austin Zalewski's door, but Austin Zalewski putting it right up against the wall. He is stuck between a car and a hard place in that first outside zone. Huge transition into outside zone number two. Austin Zalewski even better in his lead this run, but Vicaris Aliukas is looking even more confident. He knows where Austin Zalewski is going to go, and he's putting his car right there and across the line, touching doors. Even while they're de-initiating, they're getting doors across the line. And they don't want the party to end after their run. And guess what? We don't want the charity party to end too. After this top 32, DIS Swirly, our judge, Doug Armiston, is going to be hosting an after party. Come get doors with everybody. It's going to be amazing. Come hang out.
That is an incredible job to change up how you attack number one. It's one of those picture perfect ways you want to see a one more time battle go, where the mistakes you saw for the previous run are changed this time through Vicaris Aliukas cleaning up their act in the chase position a little bit. One small mistake on initiation, the one. Other than that, picture perfect lead, picture perfect chase is what you want to see going in through an one more time battle. We're going to swap it around this time by Austin Zalewski. Now knowing Vicaris was able to keep it composed and clean this time, needs to make an adjustment, perhaps go a little farther up the track on that initiation into outer zone number one, keep it a little closer in the door and not have the opportunity of a mistake on this entry to the first corner. So here it is, one more time through the initiation. They're going to be very aggressive in change position, going to set the cadence correctly this time and lock it in the door. Ooh, a little bit inside of the outer zone was Vicaris in the lead, but gets out to the outside beautifully on the second half of the zone to compensate. Transitioning across them upper, Zalewski keeping it in the picture, keeping it tight. Oh, almost over angles in the lead, recovers nicely and gets right back into the zone, straight back into the pocket, but Zalewski not messing around, keeping it close, keeping the proximity through and through in the door, making contact just about through outer zone number 3. Zalewski with the aggression. Vicaris with the angle in the lead position. One more time battles, putting it down big. This is why we love sim drifting. I hope you're being entertained, chat, because this is top level stuff here for the final round of Esports Drift Association in 2022.
I have nothing to do but to laugh watching this battle right now. Just watching the insane consistency from both the lead and the chase from both drivers. They have each other's number, especially after that first OMT. There was no chill in the chase. There was no chill in the lead. Everyone drove as hard as they knew how to from the start to the finish of that entire battle. Austin Zalewski's lead just looks insane through outside zone run, but then Vicaris Aliukas just piled on the angle through outside zone 2. But I think Austin Zalewski, the lead, just had a little bit more angle overall. But I'm going cross-eyed, struggling to find differences between what the runs are. But that's the thing that sticks out to me. There's a lot more angle in that lead. But then Vicaris Aliukas is just so aggressive in his chase as well. I could see this going to another OMT.
Especially with what I'm seeing to my eye, the differences in outer zone 2 and 3 and the chases, where I think Austin had a better outer zone 2 in the chase position compared to Vicaris in a couple of different aspects of the run, especially through the exit, really doing a beautiful job matching that angle being thrown. Then you're watching outer zone number 3, the differences between the two. It looks like then Vicaris has the better chase through outer zone number 3. So yeah, judges, it's not an easy day to be a judge, as I said, especially when we get down to the end of it. Everyone knows this track well. The big swooping outer zones, keeping the potential for exciting drifting action throughout the entirety of the course, and drivers who know how to get it done are going to do just that. I love the adjustments made in the chase position for both drivers on this battle. This time, we're not leading it up to mistakes that's going to call this battle one way or the other one more time, but this time it's offsetting strengths in the chases. Love seeing this style of driving and the aggression for lead and chase. So much just beautiful driving. This is esports drift as its finest, as I said before. The judges still don't have a decision yet for us.
I could see this as a perfect opportunity for another OMT, just due to any mistake I see from one driver in one position, I see from the other driver as well at some point during their run as well. And that tends to happen a lot here, especially as we get into the deeper portions of the group, as we are getting a call in here. Speaking of our judges, I do not envy their position at all today. I've judged competitions like this before, and it's always just such a headache trying to literally like take out a piece of paper and count down the mistakes. As here we go. We do have our call. We're gonna slide it left for Austin Zalewski, slide it right for Vicaris Aliukas, keep it in the middle for an OMT. Who's it gonna be? 1 for Austin Zalewski, 2 for Austin Zalewski, and 3, a unanimous win for Austin Zalewski, moving on, the winner of our Next Level Racing group run here at round 7 of ESDA. We're trying to get a judge in here to get a call, just to understand that call a little bit more, because it was so close, and I know personally I'm a big enough nerd that I want to know why that call was made.
It looks like the judges be sleeping out there. They have left the booth to get their break in. So it looks like then we're going to move on. Austin Zalewski, as I said earlier, they're still mathematically in it because the third bracket has not been run yet. So Austin doing exactly what they needed to do. Your first seed advancing through the Next Level Racing group number 1, and they will be going on into your final 4. As you can see on screen, that was their path to get there. Austin Zalewski takes group number 1, and they'll be going whoever wins in lobby number 2, which is going to be just on the other side of the break. You're going to see Mikhail Mordanov, Vitaly Israel, Joachim Hogue, Daiki Ichikawa. Sorry, the text is really small on my screen. Daiki Ichikawa, Mustafa Amane, another championship competitor in that bottom left bracket. Lucas Tsiemski, Daniel Andreev, and Pavel Gunin is going to be your 8 drivers in the bottom left side of the bracket. Joe, what a way to cap off the first battle.
Oh yeah, and again, that was an amazing first group. We have an amazing group number 2. Stick on with us. We are only 1/4 of the way through this competition, so stick around, ladies and gentlemen. Come hang out. ! charity in the chat. We're raising money for charity, and thank you again for hanging out with us on round 7 here of ESDA, presented by Traxion.
coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit mazdaracing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit bigduckclub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it. Oh! Oh no! Oh! Oh!
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the second group of Round 7 ESDA presented by Traxion here at Irwindale, California. The finale of the season, a charity fundraiser, exclamation point charity, in the chat supporting Safe in Our World. And in the booth here today with me, I have Ian Plash, Trix9 Pulsatrix, and Hayden Rigsby. Ever present, the amazing group of people that we work with, and our judges today, Harold McKinney, the judge formerly known as Brady, and Doug Armstead. And you know what, Ian? This has been an amazing round so far. We've seen some crazy battles here in Irwindale, California. Our last round was over in Japan. Keenan just drop kicked me over the ocean. It was a long flight. It was very cold, just in the air, sailing, as we are here at the Coliseum of Drift, Irwindale, California. I would argue one of the most iconic drift venues out there in the world. Very simple, very easy to do, very hard to get right. You throw it in after that restart marker into that outside zone, then chuck it in real tight to that inside clip, and again, a small decel zone, and then another wall ride. Immediately, another inside clip, another decel zone, and then another wall ride. And these drivers, they are competing because there are some pretty crazy points implications going on here. And Ian, our resident points nerd, gonna share that with you.
That's me. So Austin Zalewski right now still within a hair's breadth of contention, but again, the opportunity is going to go away if Alexander Element is able to start their top 32 battle. And that means Zalewski is currently out of the championship picture. In this lobby, though, we have Mustafa Amine. Mustafa now, they got a pretty crazy run ahead of them. If they can run the table, there are ways that they can also win the championship. Darius can come into lobby number 3 with Alexander Element in the top right side of the bracket. So the fate definitely in the hands of both of those drivers if they can meet all the way down in the grade 8. There's a lot of tie scenarios on the table. There's a lot of crazy upsets on the table. But as we are right now, Austin Zalewski, after running the table of lobby number 1, still in competition, at least until we get into lobby number 2. Moving on then into group number 2. This is what's on the docket right now and ready to go. Mikhail Mordanov, Vitaly Isayev, thank you. Joachim Hogue, Daiki Ichikawa, Mustafa Amine, Lucas Sizemski, Daniel Andreev, and Pavel Gunin are your 8 drivers on the bottom left side of the bracket, and they're going to be the ones doing battle, trying to get all the way through to lobby number 5 at the end of the day.
Yep, and just to point out as well, we are again raising money for Safe in Our World, a video games mental health charity, exclamation point charity in the chat. We already reached our first initial goal, so we doubled it, another one. We're going to go on, we're going to be raising funds through the end of this, and then we're also going to have an after party with one of our judges. Come hang out, get doors with some of the pro drivers, some of the judges, some of the production staff. We're going to be talking about mental health and mostly hanging out and having a good time. So come hang out for that as well and throw some bucks to a good cause. But in this first group, we have 2 drivers who are competing also for Rookie of the Year. Vitaly Isayev and Daniel Andreev both are competing. Daniel Andreev is currently in the lead for that, but Vitaly is a little under 70 points, I believe, shy of him. So there's a lot of implications in just this group alone.
Yeah, lots of stuff to keep on track here, as I believe the drivers are working through their final bits of warm-up.
I think so as well, as we are getting lined up. So our first battle will be Mikhail Mordvinov up against Vitaly Isayev. Great battles, and I have to say, Vitaly Isayev, I like a good story. The man came from CarX, won himself basically a sim rig just from winning in BDS and a pro license at the same time, and then was like, okay, I'm gonna go try to win in ESDA now, and is already competing for Rookie of the Year. So just an amazing arc of a driver, and I gotta say, just big shouts out to him. Very proud of you. And the after party will be at DIS_Swirly's Twitch channel. You may know him as an ex-Blackjack driver. One of our judges here, a pro drifter. It is amazing. As the driver is still warming up here, lots of S15s in this. I'm just clicking through here. I think it's mostly S15s and an R35. I don't know what else though. As yeah, Mikhail Mordvinov up against Vitaly Isayev. Mikhail Mordvinov in that super wide, super low R35. And there is an RX-8 as well as Vitaly Isayev. So we're getting all ready to go. I am so excited for this run. All of these battles are going to be amazing.
Looks like we're potentially waiting on somebody to rejoin the server, or the judges tell us they're ready, production to say they're ready. We're just waiting on final word to say, okay, so the judges are indeed going to be ready to go.
Oh.
So we're gonna go ahead and clear.
Yeah, we are ready to go. We are clearing off the track. Brady's out there with his flag doing interpretive dancing in spandex to get him off the track. We're pulling out all the stops here for the final round of ESDA. Getting lined up. I see.
Hope you're ready to see a pretty exciting lobby. Again, as we are right now, for Mustafa to have a chance, they are the one championship competitor in this lobby, and there is no scenario where they win the championship if they don't run the table in this lobby. So they got to get it done. Mustafa warming it up, trying to get that thing in the pocket and ready to go, because they got a long battle ahead. And even if they get through this, you got to get through Austin Zalewski as well, waiting for you in the final four. So yeah, there is a mountain of pressure that is surmounted for this individual throughout the day. It's going to be very exciting to see them run this table. We're going to see who's got what it takes to get it done here.
I genuinely have to say that ESDA is one of the competitions where if you make it into that top 32, there is a very, very strong chance that you're making it to the final. There's no issue, no complaint at all. And as again, we're getting good luck messages from the drivers in the chat to everybody. We're getting them lined up. There's 3 cars. I remember Brady was saying earlier how he wanted to try triplets competitive drifting. So we might be seeing the first of that. But no, here we go. We're ready. We're lined up.
No, that was just their pipe dream for a triple tiebreak scenario, which is never going to happen.
Oh, I would watch it. Mikhail Mordvov in the lead. Vitaly Isayev in the chase. We're getting our go signals from everybody. I'm hearing those engines roar to life. And here we go. Group 2, Battle 1. Mikhail Mordvov up against Vitaly Isayev. Huge initiation for both drivers, and Vitaly sticking it right on that R35's door, but Mikhail Mordvov putting it as close to the wall as we've seen so far in competition today, cutting through that first inside clip right up against the wall. No chill from both drivers. Huge angle for Mikhail Mordvov in that outside zone number 2, but Vitaly unfazed, keeping it right on the door, and let's see how they go through this last outside zone. Vitaly Isayev again right on that R35's door and across the line. Mikhail Mordvov with an exceptional lead. Vitaly Isayev doing nothing but keeping his head down and fighting, swinging to keep his Rookie of the Year dream alive.
Yeah, Mikhail doing a great job in lead position, keeping the door open for Vitaly to do something about it in the chase position. Unfortunately, seeming a little unsettled in many aspects of the course. Really just not able to match that, oh my goodness, ridiculous angle from Mikhail into outer zone number 2. Keeping the momentum going through it as well, keeping that lead chaseable. That's difficult to do to that part of the track. Mikhail feeling themselves after that one for sure. Vitaly doing a good job to close it up in at the end, but unfortunately, there's definitely points on the table available in the chase position as Vitaly are having a hard time finding that pocket, finding that comfort zone in the chase position. And we're going to see what Mikhail can do in the chase this time. In contrast, as both drivers fired up those engines on the line, ready to go. Second half of your first Moza Racing Group number 2 lobby, and off the line we go. Nissan on Nissan action. S15 versus R35. Back into corner number 1. Flick initiation up in the lead. Fills the zone beautifully. Mikhail running it a little bit inside to keep the proximity and falls back in chase, almost straightening in the chase position, but does a great job recovering that vehicle and not making a mess of it, but keeping it very close in proximity through chase, matching beautifully through outer zone number 2. Mikhail keeping it there. Giant angle for Vitaly through inner clip number 2. Across the bumper, almost pushing into the back of the S15 was Mikhail on that transition. Recovers it beautifully through outer zone number 3 and does not throw S15 parts on the track. As a result, we were but inches, millimeters away even from absolute disaster to kick off action in lobby number 2. Run number 2, playing with so many fine margins in chase and lead. Love seeing it. This is the drivers feeling themselves, feeling at their best, trying to get it done here for the first battle.
And I gotta say, both drivers just stone cold in how they're driving today. No chill, nothing left on the table. Yeah, this is a top 32 battle even at this point. Also, I just gotta say it, we have another donation. Our amazing, lovely Strix9 Pulsatrix donates another £10 saying, "The gamers be gaming," which is I don't know. There are more not truer words to describe today. I have to say it.
That would be a correct assessment. Yes, the gamers are gaming.
Are in fact gaming. Excellent. But back to the driving. I think overall both drivers are amazing, but watching Mikhail Mordvinov kind of struggle to keep that R35 in the right place in the chase is kind of the only thing that's sticking out like a sore thumb to me. But his lead was amazing, so maybe he'll make up for it for an OMT, and we'll find ourselves with another battle. And honestly, I'm not complaining too bad about these OMTs. I love watching drifting like that.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what judges are gonna depict from the differences in AutoZone number 1, especially on the chase for both drivers. That seems to be where the biggest mistake was being made for both, be it a lack of angle, shallowing out in the center of the corner in chase, and I would say it was a little more extreme of a mistake from Mikhail in the chase position on the exit of AutoZone number 1, nearly straightening that vehicle almost entirely, but does a great job holding on to it. AutoZone number 2, though, you're gonna see a little bit of a difference in the chases as well. Mikhail doing a fantastic job matching that angle through the entirety of the zone and keeping it in the door. Was Vitaly kind of started a little bit shaky in contrast to what the lead was doing as well. Remember, Chase's job is to use that lead car as a moving clipping point and match what they're doing through and through, be it crazy angle, even if they shallow out a little bit, just do the same, or even do a little better if you can. But again, exclamation point charity in chat. That's our funds total throughout 2 days so far, 510 pounds of our 1,000 pound goal. It's a fantastic cause. We appreciate all of you who have given so generously. Let's see if we can't smash this goal of 1,000 pounds before we get done with the end of the day for safe in our world.
Oh, I'm sure we can, especially, again, we're having an after party. Come get doors with everybody. Come have fun. That'll be over on DIS Swirly's Twitch channel. I'm sure we can get a link in the chat at some point later. We'll worry about that later. But first, I'm hearing, again, this locust-based judging. You can, like, hear the swarm get worked up as, like, the chanting starts, you know, and they get their score in here.
Yeah, judges look like they have come to a decision, though. I'm curious to see what's going on there. As yes, now we do have that decision coming in. They have typed it out. We have a call. Let's get it on screen. Let the fine folks at home know on TraxionGG who is moving on from this battle in the top 32.
We're going to slide him left for Mikhail Mordvinov, slide him right for Vitaly Izaev, keep him in the middle for an OMT. Let's see what our judges have to say. 1 for Mikhail Mordvinov. 2 for Mikhail, and 3, a unanimous decision for Mikhail Mordvinov, moving on to the top 16. But who will he battle? We're about to find out. Joachim Hogue up against Daiki Ichikawa. An excellent battle, but from 2 excellent drivers. Again, I think every battle, top 32 or not, is going to be super close, super competitive. And right now, the winner of this group in Mozo Group 2 will go on to battle Austin Saluski, who looked confident and looks like he is in a form to win today from group number 1.
Yeah, if you were with us yesterday, Kazuki Fukushi and Daiki Ichikawa bringing the excitement at the end of qualifying, though 2 Japanese representatives making spoilers to drivers with their final hopes of getting in and out, which funny enough, after some substitutes, the 2 drivers they had to battle anyways got in through the reserve system anyways, but it was still good entertainment, still good drama. That's what good television is all about. And now Daiki and Joachim Hogue are going to go at it as your 13th and 20th seed in the second battle of lobby number 2. All we imagine is going to be nothing but excitement coming from this one.
Oh, for sure. And they are making their way to the line. Again, 2 S15s, 2 very, very good drivers. Joachim Hogue has been a do-or-die driver from round 1, and I am excited to see it. Speaking of which, he's also sponsored by Vosen. Get this track on Vosen when the round is over. Check it out. It's a lot of fun. But first, Joachim Hogue up against Daiki Ichikawa, and off they go. Joachim Hogue in the lead, Daiki Ichikawa in the chase. Big flick from Joachim Hogue as Daiki puts it right up into Joachim Hogue's door through outside zone 1. Joachim Hogue, super solid lead run, really allowing that chase to get caught up and in that door. And let's see how committed they are into outside zone 2. And Joachim Hogue keeping it right on that wall, and Daiki Ichikawa moving in, no chill in the chase whatsoever. Great angle from Joachim Hogue that we have come to know and love, but Daiki Ichikawa capitalizing as much as he possibly can through the entire situation. And such a run from both drivers.
Potential 0 though for a Daiki ending out the run there. You saw him get into the wall there, exiting the course, also running a little farther back as well, not quite matching the lead driver. And Joachim put that car where it needed to be through a majority of this course. We see that insane style back into outer zone number 2, but definitely pay attention to the end of this run. Daiki just never really seemed composed in the chase, had to mismatch a few places, was running a little far back, inside even, but then pay attention right here They kind of fall back out of the course, hit the wall. Ooh, they barely kept the drift going in through the end of the run, but still definitely making a mess of the end of outer zone number 3. Is going to be a pretty big deduction that is not going to go in the favor of Daiki, as now they have gone back to the line. Daiki will get their shot at the lead. Joachim Hogue in the chase position, this S15 battle, getting back to the line. For now, for the time being, they're going to have to do something of it to make sure that, you know, this can at least go down to where the call is going to be based on the mistakes there. But I'd say a lot more composed throughout the first half of this battle was Joachim Hogue. Daiki needs to find some momentum, find some strength going to the second half of this battle. S15's barreling it off into corner number 1, being very aggressive in the chase, but has to fall back a little bit as a result. But matching the angle beautifully in the chase position, knowing they're probably working at a little bit of an advantage, are not going to be too aggressive with it. Kind of off cadence with their transition on inner clip number 1, and massive style from Daiki, but not nearly as much angle as Joachim Hogue through the section of the course. Joachim really just kind of keeping it in the picture, keeping it safe, making sure they don't zero out their chase with a little bit of aggression on outer zone number 3. Daiki, not a lot of angle, must be set through outer clip number 3 either. Is a little bit of post-battle contact going to be made of the exit of the course. But yeah, it seems to me that there is one clear-cut favorite here out of this one. Both drivers driving with a lot of emotion in the second half of that battle, trying to give it a good fight. But really, Joachim Hogue seems to be the better of the two so far through this battle.
I would have to agree with that. And just to take a quick charity break here, we have another £5 donation from Skellingtor with the comment Drifto. Accurate and timely comment. Very true. We're up to £515 of our new goal of £1,000. We can do it, everybody. But looking at these runs, I have to say that Joachim Hogue just looks like he has at least 5% advantage everywhere. I don't know how else to describe it besides that. Just what's the song? Everything you can do, I can do better, I think is the tale of this battle.
So judges looks like they're already going to be having a call coming in here in just a couple of short moments. It seems like they had a quick decision, or at least initially they did. It looks like the pluck machine has pulled back. So
I just get so excited.
Maybe not quite with the decision just yet, but it's not nearly as bad as back in the day when Dai was the one giving us the decisions. It's where he was like plucking at the keyboard with like 2 fingers and 1 key for 3 seconds. So it is what it is. We'll get the decision for you very soon. We love you, Harold McKinney, Initial Dai. One of our favorites out here. They've been at it for so long through the Forza side of things, transitioning over to Assetto Corsa as well. Been the face of this series for so many years, and without them, this would not even be a thing. So huge shout out to Initial Dai, Harold McKinney,
for sure.
coming down to the end of another fantastic Esports Association season. It must be sad. Thank you so much for all you have done for us here.
Yes, and again, so thankful to be here, so thankful to be involved, so thankful to be watching drifters drifting on this level, because again, both drivers are just shredding, and just it's the small mistakes. And I do think overall that Daiki Ichikawa kind of left a little bit on the table, especially in that lead. It just looks a little bit sloppier overall, and it's unfortunate because otherwise very good showing from both drivers here.
Now, I'm kind of wondering if this delay is potentially looking at the top left side of this battle to see if potentially Daiki was maybe led into the wall a little bit based on kind of like how deep they were going into outer zone 3 to start, and they came off the wall on the second half of the run. I can see that potentially the contention point for outer zone number 3, but also we're getting back to potentially getting a decision here and soon. As wow, yeah, big time. There's going to be a split decision from the judges on this one, but decision has been made on this call.
Excellent. And again, as one would expect with such a long deliberation, it is definitely a split decision here. So slide him left for Joachim Hogue, slide him right for Daiki Ichikawa, keep him in the middle for an OMT. Which S15 will move on to battle Mikhail Mordvinov in the top 16?
And while we're having some technical issues in the back end, want to give a huge shout out to Moza Racing for bringing us this group number 2, one of our primary sponsors all season long. Without our sponsors, we would be nothing, as well as TraxionGG. So thank you so much to everybody who has supported our series through and through. It's been very fun to watch on the Twitch side of things. And now that we've gotten down to the final run, excitement has been abound. Do we need to potentially just verbally give off the win on this one?
Well,
okay, well then we do have a decision then. Joe is going to go ahead and read off as we're having some issues with the overlay for the time being.
So we have judging call. So we have Split decision, initial die goes for Joachim Hogue. Brady goes for Daiki Ichikawa. And Doug Armstead goes for Joachim Hogue, securing him the win, moving him on to the top 16 to go up against Mikhail Morvinov. Up next, we're going to have Mustafa Amin, one of our season winner contenders, up against Lukas Tazimski.
Yep, again, it needs to be stated that Mustafa needs to run the table on this one. They need to get all the way through this lobby to have their shot at winning this championship. I don't know if there is a situation where they're able to finish second and take the championship based on what happens on the other side of the bracket, albeit that is saying, if that is assuming that Alexander and Darius run the table on that side of things. But for the time being, Mustafa is going to have to get through this battle for the time being, as Joe.
Hi.
Both drivers on the line getting ready to go here in just a short moment. Thank you so much for...
So we're having an issue where Chrome has decided to do Chrome-based things on occasion, it seems. But don't worry, we can still watch drifting. So up here, we're going to have Mustafa Amin in that RX-8, Lukas Tazimski in the chase with that S15, starting way far back. I think we're
okay, so for the time being, we're gonna have to do this old school, as some browser issues have gone awry in the background. We're gonna have to go through without any overlays for the time being.
Don't worry about it.
We're just gonna bring you some raw drifting action. We'll vocalize where we are in the bracket and what's going on when we work through these issues. So here we are then, drivers on the line. This is your third battle, top 32, Mustafa Amin versus Lukas Tazimski on the line.
Lined up, ready to go. Lukas starting super far back. Ready to rip. And we are ready to rip here. Send them down, and Mustafa Amin's RX-8 is just such a loud car. Here we go, there it is. There's a reason that he is in points contention, and we are off. Mustafa Amin in the lead, Lukas Tazimski in the chase. Big angle on the initiation from Mustafa Amin, but Lukas Tazimski not timid at all, putting it right up on that door, trying to match angle as best as he can. But Mustafa Amin is so fast in that RX-8, and he just has so much angle dialed into that car. But Lukas Tazimski almost making it look easy, keeping right on up, keeping his head down to the grindstone through inside clip number 2, through the last transition, and again, right up on the door, hoping to avoid the drama that we saw from last battle and staying out of each other's way and across the line. They don't want that run to end. What a run, Ian.
Yeah, Tazimski's proximity was good, but unfortunately we saw in this situation, see on the replay, where kind of similar to battles earlier on the day where the judges really didn't reward it all that much. There was a lack of matching of angle the entirety of the battle. I really never saw any point where Lukas Tazimski in that chase position was able to match what Mustafa was doing in the lead, other than maybe the initial part of outer zone number 2, but really just seeing that lack of angle on the S15 to keep it in the door is good for proximity points, but it's not 100% what the judges are looking for. So Mustafa has the ball in their courts, potentially get the swing it back in their favor as we work the second half of the battle in just a couple of short moments.
And they are lined up. They're revving. These guys want to get it going. They both know that they had a good run number 1, so they want to keep that heat in everything, just especially in their nerves, because I always argue competitive drifting is mostly a nerves game, and especially I get worked up just watching it, so I can't even imagine having to be here. You just did run number 1, and you're doing amazing, and then you got to go do it again. You got to start cold every single time.
All right, second half of the battle on the line. Mustafa in the chase position. Again, what they're going to look to do here is just do a little better job at matching the angle in the chase position, and that is going to be a good ticket in securing the way up through the victory here on their battle in 32. Again, they need to run the entire table on lobby number 2, Moza Racing group number 2. Off the line then, second half of this battle underway. Let's see what happens in the lead position. Big flick initiation. Off into the corner, but it must be said, Lucas pulled a bit of a gap, and it's straight as a decel through the corner. No, I don't think that's going to be deemed back on Mustafa's fault. I believe there was a decel in the lead position in the spot where it's not supposed to be. That's going to go back to the replay, but I heard that S15 off the power as Mustafa has to make a big correction to not run them over, and that causes a straight, and if I'm not mistaken, that's probably what's going to be seen as another piece of contact being made in the chase, or the lead position rather. Lucas hitting the wall in contact from Mustafa. Let's run back to the replays. This is going to be critical. I'm pretty sure they're probably going to want the second run replay on full screen.
Unfortunately,
the replay didn't record.
unfortunate news in the chaos that is production. Sometimes we'll have this happen, but as Ian did point out, we did hear that S15 drop off the gas, and Mustafa Amin was busy trying to keep their face out of it. But I think the judges will have a very clear-cut decision. I think that's going to be the deciding factor in this battle. I think everything else is thrown out the window because run one, there wasn't really anything notable besides just great driving from both drivers. And yes, the judges, they do have their own replay system set up, so they're going to go pop out of the server, take a look at the replay, and especially when they do that, they can go and look at it from any angle they want. They're going to make sure that they ascertain blame in that contact, and that will inform them of who they're going to give the win to.
Yeah, definitely just by the eye, it seemed to me that the S15 came out of power, hit the wall, or something of the sort happened that caused the decel in lead position. But the nice part is the judges with this system, they're able to back out, look at telemetry as well, so they can even see like inputs, they can see wheel, they can see brake, throttle, handbrake, clutch, you name it. So no matter what happens here, they're going to be able to discern the exact faults going on there. But at least visually for the time being, I don't see a world where Mustafa is going to be given the blame on this one due to a decel in the middle of the corner, but I could be very wrong. There are things that you don't always catch live as it happens. So we're going to back out, dot our P's and Q's in our eyes, just double check that we got it absolutely right before we are able to assign a blame to this call and decide who is then going to be the winner as a result. So please bear with us for the time being. We're going to be on hold. And again, thank you so much for sticking through the technical issues. This is basically going to be just an old school kind of broadcast. We don't really have any overlays available for the time being until we're able to get that fixed, which is going to be done in the break into group number 3. So we'll be sure to vocalize where we are along in the battles, be it in 32, 16, 8, who's up, you name it. We're going to make sure you are informed so you are not lost in the chaos that is very it's not uncommon in Drift to have chaos. It's a very chaotic sport to begin with. We're going to make sure you're not lost through all of the steps of the way here.
And again,
burnouts for us in front of the victory lane. We need that asphalt. Stop ripping it up.
This is what we need. It's good. It's okay. Ian, I'm going to let you know a secret. We have unlimited asphalt budget for this season.
Oh.
Yeah, we worked that one out. That's part of the contract, so don't worry about it. I'm all here for this. A lot of good burnouts. So this is our battle, our second to last top 32 battle here in group number 2. Mustafa Amin up against Lukas Tazimski. We have one more, and then we have 2 drivers in our top 16. It's going to be Mikhail Morvanov and Joachim Hogue in our Moza Racing group number 2. And again, let's just take a look back at run number 1 because why not? It's an amazing run. Mustafa Amin in that arc state in the lead. Lukas Tazimski in the chase. Mustafa Amin, one of our drivers who is in contention for a season win today. I gotta say, as it's an amazing run from both drivers, and he's in it to win it. And in this group as well, we have one more remaining driver for Rookie of the Year, Daniel Andrejev, who is our current points leader for that. And looking at the bracket, I think no one else, except for Thawatawat Wangfuwison, is the only other one who's still in that competition. So yes, amazing points implications, point season implications based on this run. Big.
Yeah, I just paid a quick little visit to the judging stand. They're currently watching the replay through Discord to confirm, and looks like they're getting close to having a call available for us here. And if they don't come up to vocalize themselves what the call is and why it is, I am informed at least, so we will know what's going on here in just a couple of short moments. Again, thank you for your patience. We're working our way through some delays due to having to go back and look at the replays from the judges just to double check. This is a big deal. Remember, Mustafa needs to run the table. And you gotta make sure that the implications are real.
And prizes on the line, licenses on the line, lots of things on the line. But I think especially, and unfortunately, just because we don't have that second run, but I'll have to explain it again, the lead S15 and the RX, it kind of got in the wall a little bit, and Mustafa had to straighten out in the chase. So the judges right now are looking to ascertain fault because it is not a decel zone. You are not supposed to be lifting in that position. So it's a question of, did the S15 lift first or was there contact first? And that will effectively decide the outcome of this battle. I can't imagine any other way.
Yeah, it looks like they've maybe potentially just told the drivers the fate, or have backed out to inform the competitors on what is going on as well. But I believe they have wrapped up their review, so we should have the decision for you pretty soon as to what is going on. But it was cool. I got the opportunity to kind of look at the replay system, see the telemetry, and see how they're able to discern what the fault was. And yeah, the judges definitely have all the tools they need to make the correct call on this one, as I'd imagine we are but moments away as the judges are coming to us here.
I would have to imagine that is the case. And calls like this, it's really frustrating because it might be cut and dry once you figure out what happened, but you have to figure out what happened to get to that point. And especially when it's this close, when it's this on the line, you got to make sure, or else everyone's going to be upset. So I hear we have a call, and we'll vocalize that again. And then I heard that our amazing lead judge, Harold McKinney, is going to come and give us a little bit more of insight as to what happened. So in the battle between Mustafa Amin, hoping to keep his season alive, up against Lucas Tzimski, we have 3 judges. Should we give it to him piecemeal or all at once? What do you think?
Give it to him at once. We've delayed far enough.
Yeah, right. A unanimous decision for Mustafa Amin moving on. And who will he battle in this top 16? It'll be either the winner of Daniel Andrejev or Pavel Gunnin. But hello, Harold. How are you today?
Doing good. Some good battles. Making our job, hard as always. But that's what I like to see. So, I guess reason you guys brought me up here to explain the call. So the main issue of what happened was second run, Lucas was going up into the wall. Like, we looked at the replay, looked at telemetry, and he didn't appear to be braking or handbraking. He literally let off the gas because he knew he was about to hit the wall and modulated a little bit, then got back on the gas, which caused Mustafa to also choke up and have that mistake as well. So we gave fault to the lead car on that and gave Mustafa the win.
Cut and dried there. Thank you so much, Harold. Have fun. Tell the other judges we love them.
All right, we'll do.
Okay. I will talk to you later, man.
Yep.
As we are now moving on, up next, Daniel Andrejev, our current Rookie of the Year points leader, up against Pavel Gunnin. 2 very good drivers. Again, 2 very fast S15s. And they are doing some burnouts out back here because we're drifting. Why not burn a little bit of rubber?
Yeah, this will be, again, your final top 32 battle of lobby number 2. And this is your 12th and 21st seeded drivers is waiting on the judges to get back in position. We'll get this competition back underway after a quick little lull in the action to make sure that we got that call correct. And yeah, going back on the replay as well, there was no actual brake application, which is why it was kind of difficult to, on the initial look, see what the fault for that contact was going to be. But going back on the replay, yeah, it did look like then Lucas was about 3/4 of a way out of the throttle. The back end was sliding towards the wall, and due to that decel in the center of the corner, that was what threw off Mustafa again. To reiterate why that call was made, Mustafa will then move on into the top 16. Just waiting on Pavel to get whatever bits and pieces of his setup that needs to be squared up and ready to go. We'll get both these drivers on the line in just a couple of brief seconds to continue this exciting top 32 actions. We're done with this top 32. The whole left-hand side of the bracket will be done with their top 32 fights.
Oh, I really hope it's not like a force feedback or a wheel issue, because I just saw him go and rip a few, like, a little bit of an angle here and there, and I really hope that it's not like a hardware issue, because then you're going in there, you're trying to change your force feedback, and it's just going to feel weird. So I hope that's not the case, at least, and we have a very good fight here between Daniel Andrejev and Pavel Gunnin. This is both drivers getting ready, getting up to the line, 2 blue S15s. And here we go, up to the line. Daniel Andrejev in the lead, Pavel Gunnin in the chase. Winner of this goes on to battle Mustafa Amin in the top 16. Lights out. Here we go. Daniel Andrejev in the lead, Pavel Gunnin in the chase. Huge initiation from Daniel Andrejev. Pavel Gunnin putting it right up on the door, tapping into the wall. Oh. I saw Pavel Gunnin tap out Daniel Andrejev into the wall, but Daniel Andrejev, no chill, not letting the run die, keeping it going. And Pavel Gunnin, again, still not learning his lesson, putting it right up to Daniel Andrejev's door. He could not chase any more aggressive than he is right now. But Daniel Andrejev seems like he could come back from any amount of contact, and showing him why he is winning Rookie of the Year right now. And across the line, Daniel Andrejev, a amazing lead run. Throw anything at him and he's going to keep rolling with it.
Yeah, definitely have to go back on this replay to see exactly what on earth just happened, especially in corner number one. We saw some flops, like, I don't want to call it a flop, but like the contact being made causing some sloppy car behavior as a result. Is definitely have to be talked about with the judges and looked at the replay. Oh gosh, that weird charge as well through inner clip number 2. I don't know if that was a decel from the leader or if that was a charger in the chase though, so it's got to be revisited on the judging eye, but very close and exciting tandem action. I like to think that was the chase driver maybe just a little too aggressive in run number 1 through outer zone number 1 there. So both drivers back on the line. We're going to go ahead and try this again as now Pavel in the lead, Daniel in the chase position. I'll send it one more time here for the second half of this final top 32 battle in lobby number 1.
As we are ready to rip here, I think both drivers now, I'm sure that they are on the edge of their seat. And here we go.
Yep, off the line then. We're going to see who's got what there. Pavel in the lead. Initiates, gets way out to the wall. A little bit of contact being made, but does not lose angle as a result. That was very close to being disaster. And a little unsettled then in that chase position is going to be Daniel, unable to really close it back in until now more contact being made with the outside wall. Oh, Daniel making a little bit of a mess with it in that, sorry, not Daniel. Pavel making a little bit of a mess of it in the lead position this time around. More contact to the outside wall for outer zone number 3. Just not feeling very, Griff says, yeah, they're going to go ahead and just rip it through the exit of the final corner as well. I think they know that they made just enough mistakes in the lead and chase. It's probably going to send this pretty quickly, not in their favor, but still a good send. It was a good try.
Very good send from both drivers. Okay. And we might again have a technical issue. There are many small fires that go on in the production booth because it would not be an ESDA event without an active god getting in our way in some way, shape, or form. But don't worry, we want to provide you with the highest level drifting we can. As just look at run number 1 there, and then imagine the cars are in opposite positions. And there you go, run number 2. And again, I think Daniel Andrejev just showed that he deserves to go on, but I can't see Pavel Gunnin coming back from that mistake on run number 1, especially when you get in the way on. If you hit the leader when you're in the chase like that, not in a decel zone, it is incredibly hard to come back from. Let's see. And again, exclamation point charity in the chat to go. ESDA round 7 today is the Safe in Our World charity. As we are going and raising money, we are at 515 pounds raised of a, what's the word I'm looking for? Out of a goal of 1,000 pounds. We already raised our goal once. It's excellent. We're waiting for our judges to go through judging. Again, let's take a look again, closer look at run 1 with Pavel Gunnin super aggressive in his chase from top to bottom. Okay, putting it back, and we are getting a call in here, and again, just due to not having our overlays, I will just let you know. Again, unanimous decision here. Daniel Andrejev keeps the dream alive, goes on, and now we're going to see Daniel Andrejev, our Rookie of the Year contender, up against Mustafa Amin, our season contender here. But first, we have to see Mikhail Morvanov up against Joachim Hogue. So let's get them to the line here. Mikhail Morvanov in that giant super low R35. Joachim Hogue in that gorgeous Vosen S15. Here we go. So up next, sorting it all out, getting through our Moser Racing Group number 2 here at ESDA round 7, the finale. And afterwards, again at 6 p.m. Eastern time, tentatively, we will be having an after party, raising more money for charity, having fun, getting everything done I love watching charity events. I don't know about anyone else, but charity events for me just get me so excited. And drivers warming up their tires, getting to the line. Cutting into this Coliseum of drift. Miguel Morvanov, our number 4 seed, up against Walking Hogue, our number 13 seed. We're lined on up Walking Hogue, starting back a little bit, hoping to get a jump on the line. Miguel Morvanov in the lead, Walking Hogue in the chase. Could cut the tension with a knife right now. Ooh. Waiting for that light to blink on and blink off. And here we go. Miguel Morvanov in the lead, Walking Hogue in the chase. Their first run of their top 16 battle. Huge angle from Miguel Morvanov. He blinks on my screen at least. Uh-oh. Walking Hogue now might have some doubt in the back of his mind, but he doesn't let it happen or matter. Puts it right up on that R35's door, tempting the desync gods. Doesn't care at all. Miguel Morvanov, again, also not concerned in any way, shape, or form. Big angle into this last outside zone. Walking Hogue with no chill. Miguel Morvanov not leaving anything on the table in that lead as well. I think overall Walking Hogue might have a ticket to win here if he can really pour that angle on, because in run number 1, Miguel Morvanov is looking fast. He's looking gripped up. But look, Walking Hogue can keep almost more angle. He had to pull angle. He had to pour angle on the initiation to keep it behind that R35. So we might find ourselves with a speed differential here in this battle, as we are lining back up. And we are lined up, ready to go. Lined up, Walking Hogue in the lead, Miguel Morvanov in the chase. Lights out and away we go. Walking Hogue in the lead in that Bosun S15. Miguel Morvanov in that R35 in the chase, putting it right up on the door. Walking Hogue, huge angle, putting in a gap. A little bit of an unsunk initiation from the lead driver and the chase driver here. Walking Hogue, beautiful transition, huge angle. Miguel Morvanov having to take a little bit of angle out to stick it right on that S15's door. Was there contact? It looks like Walking Hogue is spinning. What is this? What is this? What just happened there as we're coming across the line? Walking Hogue way off track in inside clip number 2. Again, it looked like there might have been contact, or maybe Walking Hogue might have just sent it a little too hard. I'm gonna need to see that replay. Different angle here. Again, on initiation, that R35 might have hit him almost on the initiation, but Walking Hogue doesn't seem to make contact, so we come through inside clip number 2 here. Big angle, no contact at all. Walking Hogue just sent it too hard, cutting all the way in. Seems like such a minor mistake, but overall, that might do it. So let's take a closer look at this run number 2, because this seems like this is what's going to be the deciding factor. Walking Hogue, great lead so far. Again, in it to win it, holding it all in his hands. And then look, he throws it into outside zone number 2. Great run. Miguel Morvanov keeps it up, but Walking Hogue just grips up a little too much. All the spaghetti spills out of his pockets. And unfortunately, that might have done it. So, we have a call. A unanimous call for Miguel Morvanov to move on, beating Walking Hogue. Great runs from both drivers. It's just one mistake. So Miguel Morvanov moves on to our grade 8, but who will he battle? Mustafa Amin or Daniel Andrejev are up next. And in the meantime, while we're waiting for our drivers to get up here, I just want to remind everybody today, it is a charity stream. We are raising money for Safe in Our World, which is a streamer charity for, not streamer charity, a gaming charity for gamers, by gamers, mental health charity. So we're raising money today. We've already smashed our initial goal of £500. We're trying to raise £1,000 now in the name of charity. So keep those donations coming throughout the competition, and afterwards, I'm super excited about it, so I can show off just how bad I am at this game. We're hosting an after party over on twitch.tv/DIS_swirly. We'll get that link in the chat if at all possible. And we're going to be talking about mental health, how it's important to all of us, because I know everyone here on staff, we deal with it in all of our own ways. And one of the most important things and helpful things is to know you're not alone and to just talk about it and get it out there. So really, come on out. We're going to have a little group therapy bro sesh, get some doors, have some fun, raise some more money for charity. So I can't stress that enough. And that will be at 6 p.m. Eastern time after this competition. So again, thank you so much for hanging out and staying with us, guys, as we've been fighting off those technical gremlins. They just get in your cables and start ripping them out of the computer. And I heard, so Ian, you came in here, man, you're out of breath. So you've been fighting those gremlins with a sword, right? Or is it a mace today?
Yeah, no, it's actually a dragon off corner number 2. So
oh gosh,
it's been tough to go. But yes, I have worked with the back end of stuff. We'll inform you in chat what's going on here during this break. But for the time being, we still got to go through the remainder of these battles. Is now back on the line. Then this is your second top 16 battle. Mustafa Amine in the lead, and Daniel Andreev in the chase position. Remember, after this lobby, Mustafa must run the table, and if they win this battle, they're going to be going against Mikhail Mordanov in the Great 8.
And let's see here, lights out and away we go. Mustafa Amin in contention for a season win. Daniel Andreev trying to maintain his Rookie of the Year standing as well. Big flick from Mustafa Amin, kind of throws Daniel Andreev off a little bit, but now he's tucking right up into that RX-8 store, taking full advantage of that angle that Mustafa is throwing down. And here's the linchpin move, cutting in Mustafa, great lead. Ooh, kind of having to shallow out though to keep it out of the wall. Daniel Andreev capitalizing on that mistake. And oh my gosh, Mustafa Amin opening the door for a chink in his armor, if you will, if we're gonna keep making D&D analogies here. He kind of rolled a little low on that and that second wall ride.
As no replay going to be available on that one, but we're going to switch him back around as Mustafa will take the chase position, really just unsettled in the lead. No, not unsettled right in the lead, but Daniel was unsettled in chase. Really having a hard time kind of getting that car to stay locked where it needed to be, and we saw him a little bit offline as well on outer zone number 3. So Mustafa going to switch it back around to the chase position now. Daniel will be in the lead. Early, I think Mustafa just to put down a solid chase. They'll be in a pretty solid spot to move forward with this battle. As now, back on the line, switching them back around. See what happens. Daniel up in the lead. Mustafa and Chase on the revs. Right ascend for the second half of this battle. So many backfires. You gotta be careful with your manifolds. We need those things later on in the competition if you're gonna advance. Easy, fellas. Easy.
Manifolds are overrated. It's a what is it called? A analog blow-off valve. Come on. And here we go. Let's rip it.
All right, off the line. Here we go. Daniel in the lead. Mustafa kind of falling back to start off this battle. Has to cut a lot of line to get back in the door, but does so aggressively. Falling back a little bit, though, in the line, at least, as Daniel trying to run away with the big angle. Not necessarily matched by Mustafa there through clip number 1. And really aggressive in chase, so he's going to have to push into the door as smoke billows through the air in outer zone number 2. Transitioning across the bumper. Needs to get back in the door. He's going to do just that. Oh, contact being made just a little bit through outer zone number 3. Oh boy, there's gonna be a lot of talking the judges are gonna need to do to figure out what on earth is going on there through run number 2. Mustafa falling back through the initiation, but closes it back in nicely, but really having a hard time again just matching exactly what the lead driver is doing through outer zone number 1. It has to fall back a little bit as well through inner clip number 1, and very shallow on angle through outer zone number 2 to match as well. So not a picture perfect run for both drivers in their leads or chases. Judges got a lot to think about here as we move forward here with this battle.
The only fortunate thing, honestly, about having mistakes like that in a run is it does make the judging a little easier, so our judges do get to take a breath and be like, I know for sure who I'm calling, as we do already have a call-in. And our judges, again, going unanimously, all 3 for Mustafa Amin. Great runs from Daniel Andreev, and I think he might still take Rookie of the Year here. We'll have to do the calculations after this round, but amazing showing from both drivers. Congratulations to Mustafa Amin. But up next, He can't rest now. Mikhail Mordvinov, Mustafa Amin, two very aggressive drivers, two drivers who have been looking good. And then it doesn't end there, Ian, too. The winner of that battle has to take on Austin Zalewski, who's just waiting in the wings now.
Yeah, this is through and through. This one is going to be it's a tough road here through the left side of the bracket, regardless of how it's being sent off here. But now we do have, yes, that final battle here for lobby number 2, Mikhail Mordvinov versus Mustafa Amin. This is your 4th and 5th seeded battle, so it really comes down to the 2 highest drivers who are in the bottom left side of this bracket meeting in the grade 8. Seeding is, it's kind of funny how it works out that way. You get down to the end of it, and yep, sure enough, here we go. The 2 that you are expecting anyways, we're going to be running the bracket. This is a bad day for Vegas on the betting side of things, but still, it's an exciting way to close out the group because you have the 2 drivers who've been fighting for it hard through qualifying and battles, finally meeting face-to-face to advance out of the second group.
Super excited to see this battle, and I've seen both of these drivers drive full send the entirety of the season, and they just keep getting better and better. So I think that this is going to be a situation where we might run out of physical space between cars before we run out of talent, and I see that as not an issue in any way, shape, or form. As we're waiting to get everyone on the line, I'm sure that there's some discussion over that call or something, as it tends to happen. Oh no, Mikhail Mordvinov might be having issues. Left the server. He's calling his competition timeout. Pit crew's running on out there. I hope that they have their air guns charged up.
Hope they have their ISP provider on standby. I don't know what the deal is, what the problem is here, but yes, this will just be a quick little reset here. We're going to go ahead and get them back into the server and potentially having some hardware issues, some software issues.
I hope not.
Some internet issues. Who knows? I hope not, but I would love to see this battle go through without any faulty equipment on either side of the battle, because, it gets down to the excitement of this final battle, and then we get a little bit of a wet noodle, unfortunately, at the end. As I was like, uh-oh, issues. So this has been a rough going through lobby number 2. We do appreciate everyone here sticking it out as we work our way through then this final set of battles before we have a small commercial break. And now that I actually have a little bit of a time to talk about it, we are having issues with the overlay on the stream side of things. So for everyone on Twitch, don't go anywhere. When we get down into the break, we're going to do a quick reset of OBS to make sure we can have all the graphics on screen working for the rest of the bracket. On the YouTube side of things, in theory,
yes,
this quick reset should not do anything to the VOD. Okay, so you should still be able to stay in the same spot. You're going to lose connection for a little bit, and it should fire back up. But in the instance of what happens on the Traxion YouTube side of things, it does not come back, and it says the event has ended. Please go back to the homepage of Traxion. Pay attention to your sub box. There will be potentially then a new stream that has to be put up, and that's going to be your new home on the YouTube side of things. But in theory, best case scenario, it's not going to split. We're going to be able to still stay on that exact same page, and the stream will resume after a short 30-ish second or so break as we drop out of OBS, restart all of our stuff on our end, and restart the stream. So we'll let you know when that's going to be happening during the commercial break. You will not miss an ounce of the action. It's just a matter of what the home is going to be on that side of things.
And yes, it will.
As I said, when we get to the break, we still have our final battle to get through in lobby number 2. Mikhail Mordvinov going through a quick reset on their end, be it a hardware issue, software issue. We're not too sure yet, but yes, they do have this time allotted to make sure that their equipment is working properly going into this battle. So we're not quite done yet with lobby number 2, but we're going to be done with this incredibly soon.
And also, guys, remember, speaking of taking quick breaks after the comp, we're all going to take a quick break to ram food down our pie holes. And then we're going to have an after party, an ESDA after party, a drift hangs with everybody involved. And we're going to come hang out, talk about mental health, try to raise more money for charity. It'll be over on DIS Swirly's page. The link is in chat right now. If Ahmad could set that up to like an after party link or something, that'd be cool. If not, no big deal. Seeing that, again, thank you to everybody involved. Ian Plash, again, thank you so much for hanging out today. We got Strix9, Pulse Strix behind the 1s and 2s, and why am I blanking? Hayden Rigsby, there it is. Love to see it. And then again, Harold McKinney, Brady, and Doug Armiston as our judges. So again, sorry for the delay. We're just making sure that all of our competitors have an equal opportunity to compete, because everyone here wants to win, but everyone here also wants to win against a competitor on their best day. And to me, that's one of the coolest parts about drifting. as we are lining back up here. We have people running around making sure everything's cool. Again, safe in our world. We're sliding for a cause today. Exclamation point charity in the chat. We already obliterated our initial goal of 500 pounds. We're trying to go up to 1,000. Thank you so much to everybody who's donated. Really, it means the world. We still have half a tournament and an after party. I know that we're gonna have fun talking about stuff, hanging out, get to know each other. You know the deal. So, Ian,
all right.
I know that you've been traveling everywhere.
Well, actually, real quick, we'll get back to these points later on. For the time being, it sounds like Mikhail is having power issues currently. So what this is going to mean is we're actually going to go forward with this break now. We're going to go forward with the stream reset now. So Strike Squeeze, get this commercial break ready. And we're going to go ahead again. Twitch side of things, stay where you are. It's no big deal. We're going to reset. It'll come back for you, no problem. Again, on the YouTube side of things, in theory, it should come back to that exact same page. But if it doesn't and it ends the event, go back to the TraxionGG YouTube page and look for the new event that will be created all but a minute or two after your stream does go down, if that happens. So please don't go anywhere. We will be right back. We're going to sort through our technical delay. We're going to hopefully get Mikhail back here to complete their battle. And when we come back, we will resume ESDA round number 7, the championship finale here on TraxionGG. We'll see you in just a couple of short moments.
By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it. Oh! Oh no! Oh! Oh!
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of Esports Drift Association's round number 7, the championship finale at the Irwindale Speedway. Thank you so much, everybody, for sticking through these issues on both the driver's side and the technical side. But the stream, we're back. We're good to go. Overlays will be good and running. Thank you so much for sticking through that quick little reset. But YouTube and Twitch, you didn't miss anything. We've still been on a break because, as we are right now, Mikhail Morvanov is having issues, be it with their power or something. Dai is working with them, trying to figure out what the issue will be here. And we are going to have a call incredibly soon as to what is going to be happening. But until then, oh, actually, hold on. We might even need to go to a break here. He is on the way. So Mikhail Morvanov is on the way. It looks like the situation has been resolved. Therefore, we are able to continue with our drifting action. So all but a few short minutes, and we are going to have then your Great 8 battle on the stream ready to go. This is going to be Mikhail Morvanov versus Mustafa Amin, winner of this battle. Beats group number 2, and they will be advancing on to go against Austin Zalewski in the final 4 on the left side of the bracket. And there's your production.
Hey.
You can see on screen now we got everything back. There it is. All the beautiful graphics have returned. Oh, we miss you so dearly. So, Joe, quick delays out and under the way. It looks like Mikhail is getting close to being able to reconnect to the server, and we should be able to continue forward then with this. So after these quick little lulls in the action, we will continue as now Harold has joined us to give us a quick little update on his end, exactly what is going on. But we are understanding that Morvanov is back in the service soon, no?
So this is an update. So we were talking with Mustafa as well. Mustafa does not want to buy run. He wants this battle. So
Nice.
I give him the respect for that. Like, that's major props. He wants this battle. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put that battle with the next group, and when he gets back on, we'll be ready to go. So we're gonna go through, start doing the group 3 battles, and so that way it won't be delayed. So
Excellent.
thank you, Mustafa, for doing it. Also, thank you, audience, for being patient through the technical difficulties.
Awesome. Thank you, Harold, for the quick little update. So that means then that for the time being, group number 2 is going to be put on hold while we get back to the battle ASAP. So we're going to then go ahead and throw it back to a quick break, get lobby number 3 set and ready to go. When we come back, drift action shall continue here on TraxionGG for ESDA round number 7. Season finale has been underway now, and we are going to continue this exciting drift action in just a couple of short moments. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG. bring you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning, Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
Welcome back, everybody, to ESDA Round 7, the finale, presented by Traxion.GG. I am Joe Piro. In the booth with me today, we have Ian Plash, Strix9 Pulsatrix behind the buttons, and Hayden Rigsby as our assistant. As always, we have our excellent judges, Harold McKinney, Brady, and Doug Armstead. And where do we find ourselves today? Last round was in Japan. We flew all the way across the ocean, and we find ourselves landing in Irwindale, California, in what I'd consider to be the Coliseum of drifting, a track just with wall rides and high-speed inside clips. At least personally, two of my favorite aspects of drifting. So you throw it in, huge outside zone one. You can come down from the wall a little bit right before the end, hit inside clip one as fast and with as much angle as you can, a little bit of decel, and then throw yourself right at the wall into outside zone 2, and then again tighten up, get that inside clip, transition, and then drag that bumper across the line in outside zone 3. And so far we find ourselves in group 3, and it has been an amazing battle today. We've had amazing wins, we've had amazing chases, and you know what else is amazing? That we're raising money for charity. Safe in Our World, the video games mental health charity. We're sliding for awareness today. Our original goal is £500. We've already beaten that at £515. We now have a goal of 1,000. We're raising money through the end of this, and then we're gonna have an after party over at DIS Swirly Stream. A little bit more, get to know the guys, talk about mental health and things like that. But enough of that. Let's get back to drifting. So Ian, we find ourselves here in group 3, and we're looking at him right now. Alexander Element, our current points leader in the competition.
Yeah, remember, as soon as Alexander Element makes this run and they finish officially in the 32nd position or better, that is going to take Zalewski's chances and dash them to null. Zip, zero, nada. So he's praying to the RNG gods for some kind of technical gremlin, but no, he's probably not. No one's doing that. They're all good competitors out here. Lots of good mannerisms as well. So realistically, Zalewski's chances are going to be axed as soon as his first battle in lobby number 3 is run. And Alexander Element and Darius Ostrika are also on opposite ends of this Group 3 bracket. So that means those two potentially meeting in the final 8 to then seal their fate on how the rest of today is going to line up. There's all kinds of exciting plots, storylines available here in this lobby. And I don't know if we're going to be starting with Alexander Element or Samuel Kuti's battle, or if we're going to go ahead and then immediately start with Mikhail Morvanov and Mustafa as soon as their battle is available. Their drivers' vehicles have been inserted into the server, so at some point that battle will be run in this very lobby. Again, Mustafa, they didn't want that buy run. They said the opportunity was available. The time had expired for Mikhail, but he's being a good sport about it. He wants this battle. He wants to get it done fairly and the way that he would be happy about at the end of the day, because every battle that he has from here to the end is determining whether or not they still have a shot at this championship or not. So huge props to Mustafa for not taking the easy route and wanting this battle to continue going forward and do it the right way. So I have to applaud that.
Yes, nothing but respect for that decision, and that's something that we've seen a lot in ESDA. A lot of drivers really wanting to win in battle and not have it easy, because just there's something about driving on this level that makes everyone want to just, you don't want just to have a buy run. But speaking of which, this is a really good first battle here. Alexander Element, our current points leader, but also Samuel Kuti is in second place right now in the rookie driver standing. So Daniel Andrejev is definitely going to be watching this first battle as closely as they can. And we're just watching the drivers warm up right now. I am so excited. Every group just keeps getting better and better and better. So we're just going to see, we're going to wait and see if Mikhail Morvanov's power gets back. I think that's what we're waiting for. But we're going to do, until then, we're just going to roll through our group number 3 here. So we're going to have Alexander Element up against Samuel Kuti. Some other battles, we will see Olivier Blais up against Deshaun Hack, Darius Ostrika up against Artem Lukashenko, and Connor Christensen up against Vadim Abramov, which is arguably the most angry sounding car I've ever heard in Assetto Corsa.
Yeah, got the confirmation from the judges as well that yes, it will be the Element versus Samuel Kuti battle. That will be the first one that goes. So we're waiting on Dai to get himself into the server. They were setting up lobby number 4 as well, and we are but moments away from continuing more drift action for the finale of ESDA. Super appreciate everybody out there in chat sticking through this little break. Consider it your intermission before we start throwing more action at you. So hot and heavy, you're going to be wishing for another break. No, you won't. We want to see it go all the way to the end cleanly. We have 3 more lobbies to go. These 2 on the right side of the bracket, and then, of course, that final 4 lobby to decide it all at the very end of the day. I love that we're still over halfway through this bracket so far, this battle day so far, and every single points potential is still on the line and ready to go. And again, as we get down into it, I will be updating you as we go where we are looking, who is in contention, who has their shot, where the points lie. This is where it all starts getting interesting, because Element and Ostrika are in this lobby, and this is where it starts to matter for the championship points and how it pans out in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, for sure. So I'm seeing everybody getting ready and getting up to that line. So Samuel Kuti and Alexander Element. Alexander Element leading the points right now. Samuel Kuti second in the rookie standing. So both drivers have definitely had an amazing thing. And a fun stat, Alexander Element has been so consistent. He's in first place in the points right now without a single event win, though. That's how consistent he is. As we are up to the line.
We've seen that in many other forms of motorsport as well. Consistency is king. You may not always get the wins. I mean, I remember a while ago, even in like the NASCAR side of things, Matt Crafton won in a championship without winning a single race all season long. It's impressive what you can do. That consistency is very important, even in drift.
And let's see, speaking of consistency, Alexander Element with a beautifully perfect initiation. Samuel Kuti is struggling to keep up with that Ferrari, and that Ferrari just dialing more angle and just trying to even show like I can go faster at more angle, and that car is so smooth in the lead. Samuel Kuti finally starting to catch up to that blue door of that Ferrari through the final transition for the 2 drivers, putting the gas on. And again, Alexander Element, once he gets settled at angle, he can just, that car just buckles down and takes off. So now he just has to struggle to make sure that car can stay behind this E36.
There's a slight bit of concern there at the end of the outer zone number 1. I saw Element starting to run a little bit wide on the exit. I said, oh no, we saw what happened earlier with our friends in Brazil. Adriel Machado having an issue running a little too late off of outer zone 1, really not setting them up nicely for that inner clip, and that caused a big deduction of points, but really able to collect themselves, and Alexander Element is able to continue forward then with the run and not having that major issue on the exit of outer zone 1. And with this battle officially, that means Zooki is going to be out of the championship contention no matter what happens here. So a big hats off attempt to Zooki. Did all they needed to do, but it's not going to be enough as far as the championship goes today. Now, second half of this battle, back on the line, Cootie in the lead, Element in that chase position. Element must be sitting on a pretty sizable advantage there with everything they had gained in the first half of this battle. Now in the chase position, just needs to put it together, stay safe with it, keep himself in the picture. Not necessarily that close, but he wants to use this battle as a solid warm-up. Really beautifully running the lead is Cootie's lead so far in this BMW giant angle through clip number 1 as well. But Element not fazed by any bit of the style being thrown his way, keeping that Ferrari in the pocket, making it known that he's going to keep this thing where it needs to be throughout the entirety of this run, matching beautifully the angle in the final corner as well. Element here to play today. Samuel Cootie did all they could in the lead position, but I don't think it's going to be enough to advance forward in this top 32 battle, the first battle of lobby number 3.
And every day Alexander Element is in competition, it's like he has one goal and one goal only, and that's to win, and he's been denied it every single round. So I'm imagining he wants nothing more than today to drive how he is right now, and I would be shocked to see him stray from that path. Barring big accident, I see him going hard, and the judges already have a decision in here. As we'll slide him left for Alexander Element, we will slide him right for Samuel the Cootie. Keep him in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Alexander Element. 2 and 3 for Alexander Element. Moving on, and who will he take on? It'll be Olivier Blais or Deshaun Hack. In the top 16, great runs from Samuel Cootie. And that is one more breath for Daniel Andrejev to take off, no longer in contention for Rookie of the Year.
No, man. So yeah, that is your next battle on the docket, ready to go. And we saw it yesterday, Deshaun Hack's heroics in qualifying to get themselves in this position higher up in the bracket on their second run. So Deshaun, maybe going to keep that momentum going into the second half of the day. And Olivier, obviously up in the lead, qualified very well. This is actually a rather close battle as seeding goes in regards. It's the 15th and 18th seed, so relatively close battle on display here pretty shortly. But again, remember, Alexander Element's advancing into the top 16 and just being here, being able to complete a run. Zooki is now out of the fight. It is now officially only a 3-way fight for that championship. As we move along through these battles, I will be able to keep updating you as we are right now. But currently, that would be Alexander Element on 418 points after the top 32 completion. If you finish the 16, that is 428. So we're going to work through that the best we can. But it looks like drivers on the line. We're just about ready to go to continue top 32 action on this side of the bracket.
Deshaun Hack starting super far back in his chase, knowing that that S14 of Olivier Blais is super fast up at the line, and I think we're ready to go. We're going to start hearing these engines rev. Really big car, but not so big compared to an S14, it seems. I always forget how big they are comparatively. And here we go, starting to hearing that revving. Who's going to take on Alexander Element here? And lights out. Deshaun Hack with that popcorn, putting it right up onto that S14. Right on the door. One of the most aggressive initiations we've seen all day from Deshaun Hack, keeping it right on the door for the entirety of outside zone 1. Olivier Blais putting that door wide open, giving him this opportunity. Deshaun Hack having to cheat up inside a little bit to try and stay out of that S14's door as we come through the final inside clip, through the final transition as well. Deshaun Hack again right up on that door. He wants to take on Alexander Element. He really does. Olivier, oh, buddy, you got some work cut out to you now.
Deshaun's, was a little bit of contact with some of the obstacles on the track. What an exciting battle. Gosh, I don't know how Deshaun didn't just shove Olivier through the entry for outer zone number 1 there. Has to fall back a little bit on the exit of the zone to make a little bit of a space for that inner clip. matching decently through there, and wow, Olivier almost catching the outside wall as well before outer zone number 2, running a beautiful lead. A couple of bobbles I noticed from Olivier in outer zone number 1, kind of falling off with the proximity to the line just a little bit, but recovered nicely for the second half of that zone. And gosh, Deshaun was just eating up S14 for breakfast, lunch, and dinner in that chase position. Super fun to watch. And now we're going to switch in the back around. We're going to see if Olivier is able to match the aggression Deshaun had in their chase. Got to believe so. These drivers here for a reason, very close on the table. But Deshaun, it looks like Olivier is going to back up a little bit and take that same approach even.
Might
so
as
they
well.
know aggression has to be the name of the game.
I think just realigning. And while we're waiting really quick, I want to shout out, we have another donation, 20 pounds from Andy. Love to see a good cause with a great event. Thank you so much, Andy. Appreciate it. We are at 535 pounds right now. We're gonna get that 1,000-pound goal for sure. And now we are lined up and ready for run number 2. Again, thank you to all the donors.
So let's try this again, then switching them back around to Sean in the lead. That's a little bit of an off-cadence initiation. That's a fallback in kind. We'll do just that and get aggressive within the proximity to the corner. Deshaun a little lower on the zone, though it must be said. Gets back up to the wall nicely for the second half of the run. But Olivier matching nicely, almost running into the back bumper of that R35 through inner clip number 1. Goes back into outer zone 2, matching angle nicely, falling back just a little bit in proximity to the line. And a small bobble on inner clip number 1, pushing aggressively for outer zone number 3 is contact with the outside wall though. Deshaun Hack catching that left rear on the outside wall just a little bit. Super aggressive chases in this top 32 battle. Lobby number 3, Deshaun Hack and Olivia Bly putting down a show for everybody out on Twitch. This is why we went through that intermission. This is the action we wanted to see. What a job. And our producer also echoing sentiment. This was the best runs they have seen from Olivier from this season so far. What a way to throw down here in the final round of the day, or the season rather.
And I do got to say it, I'm watching it now, and we finally got to the second half of run number 2, and that's where it starts to just come unraveled, because as I said after run 1, Olivier has his work cut out for him in the chase, and he was there pushing so hard. But then going into that second inside clip, there's not a decel zone there, but it seemed that Deshaun Hack might have slowed down a little bit to try and get that clip a little bit tighter, and Olivier being so close to him in the door had nowhere else to go. And then once you're hitting the lead, it's really hard to come back from it. And then they got a little sloppy going into that last outside zone. And I don't think I'm in a position to really ascertain blame for that part, but it does seem that the leader might have slowed down a little bit going into inside clip number 2, causing a little bit of contact. But both drivers leaving everything on the table. And this is only a top 32 run, folks. Come on.
Definitely exciting for sure. Definitely paying attention to the bottom right hand side of the screen on this replay to see what exactly happened. Yeah, there might have been a slight decel there actually. You may be correct on that one. And the contact was made. And Olivia doing a great job to crawl on the side of the R34,
Yep.
R35. I did it again. I did it again.
Come on.
I did it again. The R35 in the lead position. I got to imagine that contact may be assigned then to Deshaun Hack if the eye is correct and what happened there. And that contact as well could have then set up the rest of the run to be sloppy on both sides of the table. I don't think outer zone 3 is going to be deemed the fault of Olivier, especially with Deshaun catching the wall as well. Oh gosh, that was really just playing with margins there at the end.
Yeah, it's really
the transition into 3. Yeah, but staff and judges talking through it now, trying to figure out what exactly that call is going to be. But you know, there's offsetting strengths and weaknesses on the first half of the run for sure. But the talking point is for sure going to be whatever just happened there at the end of the run.
I would have to say that I think that that's going to weigh heavy enough that it won't be an OMT. Once they ascertain blame, that's all it's going to be. Because right here, you can see if you watch the two cars in relation to each other, that lead car just rips back. It's like his anchor comes out. And Olivier doesn't seem to like change his momentum in any way, shape, or form. And I'm sure that the judges are going to go pop out, look at it with telemetry and see what's going on there.
Potentially. I think there's enough like visual cues on just a replay to maybe not need to do that. They haven't gotten word of a judge backing out just yet, but you know, you can just visually see just the sudden loss of momentum right there.
Right there,
yep. Right before the clip. And yeah, Olivier doing all they can to adjust for it as a result. So judges, so again, talking through this one, but we may be coming close to a decision here pretty soon.
And it's interesting, though, that the run didn't zero at that point. So that last outside zone is also has to be discussed as well. And that could be a fault of after the first contact, Deshaun Hack was offset. But then maybe just maybe Olivier Blais that might be at fault for hitting the wall in the second one. And again, thank you so much to all of our donators. 535 pounds donated, an original goal of 500 pounds, and we're already going to 1,000 pounds. Hang out for the rest of the event. Hang out at the after party over on DIS Swirly's stream. We're gonna get some doors. It'll be great, and talk about mental health, because why not? You know? It's good for you or something. Or something, I don't know. As we're, again, looking at these replays, and again, it's hard to focus on anything but that contact at the end of run number 2. I don't know what else to say. It looks, yes, again, the R35 slows down. The S14 makes contact in here. Big angle from Deshaun Hack, and it seems that Olivier Blais just has nowhere to go. That's the way I'm seeing it, and I'm very curious to know what the judges are discussing, or what factors they're taking into account to really ascertain blame in that contact. Yeah, they're definitely talking about something.
The communication does seem to be flowing. I saw a hat go flying across the room as, a call has been made.
Okay.
We do have a decision on what this is going to be. Let's see what's going to happen here. Slide him left or right. Or are we going one more time?
Yep. Left for Olivier Blais, right for Deshaun Hack. OMT right on in the middle here. So 1 for an OMT, 2 and 3 for an OMT. So we will see these two battle again. I think that the judges went back and watched it enough times where they kind of said both drivers kind of messed up there, and we're not going to penalize either. Just do it again, because let's be real, the rest of the battle was amazing. So do it again, clean out your mistakes, you two, and then we'll give you a winner.
So both drivers going to go ahead and take this opportunity to take a quick reset, grab themselves some new tires, and wait to see if I can get word on what exactly drove that decision in either direction. If I get that word, I will let you know as soon as I can. But the judges look like they're going to be locked and loaded, ready to go for a continuation of this battle. I've got to imagine that at that point, maybe they consider split faults on something. Actually, we have Harold McKinney to go ahead and explain this one more time call. So please, Harold, what is the reason we're going one more time here on this battle?
So on that second run, I'm just going to break it down as throughout the entire run. Going in the entry, it was a good entry from Deshaun. Oliver kind of had it choke up a little bit of angle, a little bit shallow. Going into run was looking good all up into the second inner clip, where Deshaun kind of choked up a little bit, slowed up just a tad bit. Luckily, no contact. Going into the exit of inner clip 2, there was a slight contact by Oliver to Deshaun's rear bumper, and that kind of caused Deshaun to slightly go into the wall a little bit and have that little wall tap. And we just seen split faults throughout the run, so we just gave it a 1-2.
All right, fair assessment. Thank you so much, Harold, for keeping us in the know for the entirety of today. And we're going to then move on to continuing this competition with the one more time battle on the line, ready to go. Drivers just about ready then, Joe. We're going to send it one more time.
And they are lined up again. Deshaun Hack taking a mile of setback on the run. Olivier Blais rolling back as well. Maybe they're talking about something, I bet. This might be a protest of, come on, roll up, dude.
It's like Harold is back in position, ready to go. Drivers are ready. Let's try this one more time.
And here we go. Olivier Blais in that S14. Deshaun Hack in that super loud R35. Big flick to angle from both drivers. Deshaun Hack, no chill. He knows that he can do exactly what he needs to do in this chase, as he has done before. And again, Olivier Blais with an amazing lead run. That car is squatted and it is gripped up. Oh no! Olivier into the wall, and he's into the wall before there's contact. I have to think that that is a zeroed run in the lead, unfortunately, but they do not care. They're making sure the judges have something to judge. And across the line, Olivier Blais, he sent it, he went for it, but it seems that he was 1 pixel off.
We've seen it time and time again, that outer wall in outer zone 2 being a point that can come up and bite you. You do need to pay attention, though. Let's see if there was anything unusual with the initiation, or the entry rather, into outer zone 2. I don't think there was a situation where we may say like it was a lag hit or net code, but we're gonna just double check. No, so he just drove it in themselves. Didn't see the car jolt forward in any weird way. So yeah, that's going to be a big disadvantage for Olivier in their mistake on that lead. And Deshaun doing a good job to see it happening, makes a correction, and stays in the door anyways for the second half of the run. So both drivers back on the line. Let's try this one more time. Deshaun gonna have to run another solid lead, not make any mistakes. And at this point, Olivier just needs to throw caution to the wind. They need to send it any way that they can in that chase position. Keep it in the door, stay close with it. They're gonna do all that and more. It looks like Deshaun coming off of outer zone 2. A little early contact being made on the exit of outer zone 2. Even Olivier taking that pressure, applying it like a pressure cooker. More contact being made into outer zone number 2, be it from the inconsistency of Deshaun or Olivier's charge. Not too sure yet. It has to be a talk into the replay, but I'm not seeing any major mistake that's causing heavy contact to the outside wall from Deshaun Hack. Olivier pushing it in where they can, but it may be too little too late after what happened on the first half of this one more time battle. Replay's coming up on screen shortly.
A very, very valiant effort from Olivier Blais. Push your lead driver as hard as you can and hope that they make a mistake if you made a mistake in the run number 1. But I think, unfortunately, Deshaun Hack, you couldn't hack him. You couldn't get him to mess up. So I think that our judges already have a decision. The writing, unfortunately, is on the wall here. And we'll slide him left for Olivier Blais. We'll slide him right for Deshaun Hack. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3 for Deshaun Hack. That contact with the wall was the undoing of Olivier. So thank you. Amazing runs from both drivers. Up next, Darius Ostreka up against Artem Lukashenko. 2 drivers who like to drive fast.
The championship implications, TM, continue in round number 3. Remember, Darius Ostreka still in the hunt for the championship as well. Artem Lukashenko, not an easy fight either, so this is not necessarily a sealed deal as we begin right away. This is going to be one they're going to have to fight for top to bottom on this one. Darius Ostreka needs to keep going. There's scenarios where they can get pretty high up in the points and still take this championship. Second in points right now as we are going into this round of competition versus Alexander Elman, who was able to also advance from their 16. So these two are the ones we're really keeping our eyes on at this one. They need to advance. They meet in the grade 8 if they're able to advance through the 32 and 16 battles, and that's where it really starts to play out as far as the points go. But let's go ahead and pay our respects now to what we have on the table now. Artem Lukashenko and Darius Ostreka to the line, your third top 32 battle.
And again, another IRTA Esports Sylvia, this time an S15 flavor, up against the S14 of Artem Lukashenko. These IRTA cars are notoriously fast, so Artem Lukashenko does have his work cut out, but he has been very fast in the past as well. So I'm expecting to see a high energy run here as they are ripping out of that start gate. Darius Ostreka in the lead, big angle. Artem Lukashenko putting it right up on that S15's door, almost with ease, but Darius Ostreka super smooth through that first outside zone. Not a lot of brake at all. Beautiful through that inside zone. A little tap of the brake for Darius Ostreka on that transition, putting a little more angle through that second inside clip. Artem Lukashenko again, putting it right up on that door. No chill through outside zone 3. Wow. And across the line, I think Darius Ostreka might get a talking to from the judges about no brakes there on that inside clip 1, because I saw him tap that foot brake just a little bit, and that was one point that stuck out a lot, that was talked about in the drivers' meeting.
Even if there was a little bit of a foot brake being applied, I didn't see a situation where it caused any oddities in the battle. I really didn't see it change the behavior of the car all that much. So maybe a slight touch, but it wouldn't have been enough to really be aggressive with it if there was indeed a brake application applied there in clip 1. But gosh, Darius putting down a clinic on how to run a lead line. Artem, every opportunity was available for them to get in the door. They were able to do just that, matching nicely through a lot of this course. And now Darius, they need to do something in that chase position. Ostreka has not been given a free win at all based on the first half of this battle. They're going to have to fight for it. Artem back in that lead position then. Let's try this one more time for the second half of this top 32 battle. This Sylvia on Sylvia action. Exciting stuff here in the finale. Lots on the line here. Darius has to advance to continue his championship hopes. Initiation back into outer zone number 1. Aggressive with the proximity, keeping it in the door, matching beautifully through the center of the corner was Darius. Falling back to this transition. Artem trying to run away with it. Lots of speed being carried through inner clip 1. And yeah, I saw it happening right then and there. A little too fast through inner clip number 1. Didn't get enough angle poured into the car, and they carried so much momentum back into outer zone number 2, into 3. Anyways, and the formalities are done at this point, but they're going to put on a show to finish out the run. Artem, hats off to you. A solid drive made there, but yeah, mistake being made there. Interclip number 1, I don't think they did enough to decel that car, causing that car to go flying into that outside wall. And we've seen it a lot today, where that wall seals the fate for many drivers in their weeds.
And I was about to say, it was so impressive to me in the chase, Darius Ostreka putting his nose up to the door on that inside clip. We haven't been seeing drivers get super aggressive trying to get doors in between those two rapid transitions, and he did it. I think it kind of shook Artem Lukashenko a little bit. You know, all of a sudden you feel like you have to go a little bit faster and really throw it into that outside clip number 2. So a really almost offensive driving from Darius Ostreka there. Look at this again in run number 2. Look, right up on the door like that. No one else has done that. So that was a masterclass of a chase from Darius Ostreka. And again, I think the writing's on the wall for us. One more time here. We'll slide him left for Darius Ostreka. We'll slide him right for Artem Lukashenko. We'll keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Darius, 2 and 3 for Darius Ostreka. Unanimous decision, keeping his season hopes alive one more time. But up next, we'll see who he's going to go against. Connor Christensen up against Vadim Abramov. 2 amazing drivers.
Vadim, the Russian dream, as Keenan always says it, in this very aggressive and loud vehicle. Love watching this thing out on the course. As we are right now, though, with points that are available based on where we are in the bracket, we have Mustafa and Darius tied at 388. If they finish where they are right now, Alexander Element with 428. So if everything ends for every driver where they are right now, Alexander Element is still your championship winner on points alone. That is saying everyone who is in the hunt gets knocked out in their next battle. So I'll keep you updated as we go. Next top 32 battle on the line.
And here we go. Connor Christensen in that OTM S14. Vadim Abramov in that IS300 with that rally 2-step. That thing is just so gnarly. And here we go. Connor Christensen in the lead, hoping to see his teammate Austin Zalewski in the final 4. But first, he has to win this battle. Big angle for Connor Christensen. Vadim Abramov putting it right up onto that door, though. Through the first transition, let's see. Vadim gets super aggressive. Not as aggressive as we saw in the last battle, but he's right there.
There it is again.
Christensen, a little tap on the wall. Unfortunately, so far, that's the only mistake from either driver. Both drivers driving perfectly and flawlessly through this outside zone and across the line. And the driving level is just so good. You almost know that you're throwing away a battle if you get into that wall in outside zone 2, unfortunately. So now Connor Christensen has to keep it aggressive and force an error from Vadim in the lead.
With how many bits of contact we're starting to see with the wall before the start of Outer Zone 2, I'm starting to wonder if we got a snow cone machine in the pits maybe just before the zone.
3 snow cones
would spilled on the track after. If you know, you know. But yeah, unfortunately, just we're seeing a lot of instances now where Outer Zone 2 is seeing contact into that outside wall, and it's such a shame to see. I wish that we can continue to see some battles being decided by clean battles instead of contact, but all things considered, that means that we got to switch it back around, and it doesn't necessarily mean Vadim has the win sealed. They got to get to this run cleanly, and they need to put down what they can where they can. Connor Christensen, again, in the chase position, needs to apply the pressure. They're going to need to do just that through this run to give himself another fighting shot at walking away at the win. He's going to take the reset, the first reset we've seen so far today. That's a clean call. Good to see it. Vadim needs to shut it down and save some tire. He's still going, has not gotten word that a reset was, in fact, called on this one, so maybe both drivers are going to need to take some tires on this one, because Vadim did not get now they're going to get the call that they have the reset and shut down. But that was a lot of tire that
a lot
just
of tire
ate through, so that might not be. They could potentially not able to hear then the potential language barrier that Vadim didn't hear the reset was going to be made. But no tire resets. We got to wonder what that's going to then mean for the grip levels on the side of things.
Yeah, there could be a lot of different factors in this, but generally speaking, all the competitors have been cool about just agreeing to take tires if they want to.
Take tires. Yes, they are taking tires now, so the call has been made. You can take tires, and Vadim and Connor Christensen are going to go ahead and take that even footing, grab some tires. Oh, there might be some contact in the pit. Out. Okay, no, you can take the reset now. I saw the potential for a little head-on collision action there, but yes, fresh tires then for the second half of this battle, and no advantage is going to be taken as a result of that. So back to the line we go. Vadim back to the lead. And to see what they have in that position again. To refresh you, Connor Christensen had the contact with the wall in outer zone 2 prior to getting to the zone. That's going to be the advantage then in Vadim's court if he can piece together a run. No reset taken this time. Reset taken. Oh, Connor was playing with fire on the initiation, being very aggressive in the chase position, keeping the proximity there, applying the pressure, trying to force a mistake out of Vadim. Vadim almost with contact in that part of the course. I don't know how on earth we got away with that one again. Connor staying aggressive with it, pushed Vadim a little bit wide. Vadim making a mistake on interclip 2, staying wide. Connor putting down the angle, the proximity where they can, even
they want to keep
going through the exit of the corner. But I said, please don't let this be the end of my season. But Vadim soaking up that pressure like a dry sponge. I don't think I see a situation where Vadim made enough of a mistake in the lead anywhere to offset the mistake that Connor did in their lead.
I think that Vadim didn't just make no mistakes. I think Vadim thrived in that lead. Connor Christensen was doing everything he could to force an error. Get as aggressive as you can with your lead driver. Try to force a mistake. If you've made a mistake, that's really all you can do in the chase, especially if the lead driver is this confident. And then Vadim said, I don't care. I'm just going to go out and drive perfect anyway. I'm even going to put a little bit of spice on it going into that outside zone too, but I fear for Connor Christensen after that performance.
So I would imagine then that decision coming in rather quickly. And yes, the decision is in. We do have a decision. The judges have made a call.
So we'll slide it left for Connor Christensen, slide it right for Vadim Abramov, our number 10 seed up against our number 23 seed. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. Let's see, 1 for Vadim, 2 for Vadim, and 3 for Vadim Abramov. Moving on to our top 16, taking on Darius Ostreica. But first, Alexander Element up against Deshaun Hack. This is going to be one of the more aggressive battles of the day for sure. Two drivers known for their full send or no send attitude.
We saw Deshaun in 32. We saw them in qualifying where they had to dig deep and make it happen to get higher up on the table. Deshaun is not afraid to be aggressive with it. Any kind of pressure like that you can give in the chase or in the lead for that matter too is not going to be an easy thing for Alexander just to simply overcome by existing and driving the car. So Deshaun going to do all they can to play spoiler. They're doing the wild card treatment to this championship battle potentially on this one, depending on just how aggressive or a clean rather we can get through this battle. Alexander not given an easy hand on this top 16 battle.
Two big cars, a lot of momentum behind both of them as well. So this is gonna be a battle to say, it'll be interesting to watch to say anything about it as they're both revving up. And here we go, pops, bings, and bangs coming as we get out of that start gate. Big flip.
Oh my God.
No chill, putting it right on the door. I can't tell if they're touching, but it's close. Through it, Alexander Element pouring on the angle. Deshaun Hack putting it right up on the door through the transition on inside clip 2, right up to the wall. Alexander Element, pulling out a bit of a gap. Deshaun Hack struggling for grip through that outside zone number 2, and it seems that Alexander Element just turned on those afterburners and just pulled away in the second half of that track. Deshaun Hack had an amazing start to his run, but it just seemed after outside zone number 2, he just was gone.
That's a little intimidating for everybody else on the bracket today to see somebody with that much speed in a car. Really similar to what you see with Forsberg do a lot in their leads, where they're able just to pull gaps out of nowhere, but still somehow, some way holding angle in places. But yeah, that off cadence transition for Deshaun going from inner clip 1 to outer zone number 2, opening up that gap. Deshaun tried to close the gap in the middle of the zone, but unfortunately started pushing wide, had to let out of the gas, and that just opened up the gap for the remainder of the course. Alexander Element, given an inch, will take a mile with how much speed they have in their Ferrari 599. So Deshaun on a disadvantage for sure this time as we switch them back around to the second half. All Alexander really has to do here is be safe with it, stay in the picture, don't do anything too silly with it, and you got to believe here in the Big Duck Club Group 3, Alexander Element is sitting on a pretty sizable advantage and keeping their championship hopes in their hands with this potential victory, but you got to get through the second half of this battle to have any shot at just that. Here we go then, initiation. Deshaun Hack throwing an angle at it, coming out of the zone a little bit early, coming down just a bit on the banking, falls back out nicely. Alexander Element is not interested in playing this battle safely. They're going to keep the proximity in the door, throwing down the message to anybody else in this championship fight. Even when it's given to me, they're going to fight for it in any way that they can, just about making contact into outer zone number 3, pushing into the side of the GTR to close out the run, and Alexander Element is on one, as the boys and girls would say nowadays.
It's just, I'm always impressed at the level of consistency from all of these drivers, but then Alexander Element just has this way of putting himself head and shoulders above everybody else. And look at this, through outside zone number 2, this is where the big difference opens up. He just moved right up on that door.
Wow.
And right on that door.
Yeah, not leaving it up to the judges at all, as a decision has come in. Let's go ahead and give us that call right away and see who is going on into the Great 8.
Slide him left for Alexander Element, slide him right for Deshaun Hack, keep him in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Alexander Element, 2 and 3 for Alexander Element. Just that Ferrari with the afterburners, man. But who will take him on in the Great 8? It's going to be either Darius Ostrika or Vadim Abramov. This might turn into a championship deciding battle here in the top 8.
Yep.
Not to say anything's going to happen, but there's potential.
The Alexander Element's baseline score, that is minimum what they're going to get in this now, is 438 points. So even if they finish in the Grade 8 where they are now, Darius Ostrika needs to go all the way to second to tie and then win based on tiebreaker scenarios. And that also means that Mustafa needs to run the table all the way to a victory to take the win of this one. So Alexander Element slowly increasing their odds and their chances to take away this championship. But this next one is also another big one. Darius Ostrika back on the line to continue their championship hopes.
And we are lined up 2 rowdy sounding cars on the line here. Darius Ostrika in that awesome Urta Esports S15 already taking the team battle title up against Vadim Abramov in that beautiful IS300. And here we go. No chill from either drivers. Treating it like a drag race in that first corner. Vadim Abramov trying to sneak up to that door.
Wow.
Darius Ostrika with a textbook lead line through that first outside zone, through the transition. Vadim Abramov trying to leave a little bit of space just in case. Darius Ostrika gets into the wall, which he does not. Coming through inside clip number 2. Again, last transition. Darius Ostrika on a textbook lead run, and Vadim Abramov just tapping him and being right there the entire way.
Abramov out there like the annoying sibling in their finger, just kind of poking them in the side the whole run. It's like, hey, I'm here. Are you annoyed yet?
Not touching
Are you annoyed yet? I'm not touching you. I'm touching you now. Are you annoyed yet? Are you annoyed yet? Abramov doing all they could to put on any bit of pressure where they could in every single inch of this race course. But Darius Ostrika on a robotic lead run once again is all that contact being made, especially through outer zone number 2. Gotta deem that it's at the fault of a decel from Darius or Vadim being aggressive. I would say it's probably the latter on that one, but we're gonna switch them back around. Darius back in the chase. Remember, this is important. Every battle for every championship competitor has to go as deep as they can, especially now that the Great 8 is going to have Element waiting for them. That means they need to continue this run and go even deeper to have any shot at this championship here. Darius Ostrika now in chase. Vadim Abramov, not a free victory in that lead position, off the line. Back into the first corner at Irwindale, splitting it in. Big angle for the lead. Darius Ostrika shoving it, but very far down the race course, giving up a lot of line for this proximity, but matching the angle beautifully, transitioning across the back bumper and falling back a little bit through clip 1, charging back in for outer zone number 2. Almost contact being made. They're pushing tires into each other. The front wheels going for a tango through outer zone number 2. Contact being made, shredding rubber again through outer zone number 3. Darius Ostrika, what on earth is going on this side of the bracket? Darius is throwing down and being so aggressive in that chase position. Unreal driving.
I am speechless at how aggressive that chase was. Yes, he did choke up in those outside zones to be that aggressive, but at some point you almost have to. And now that I'm looking at it on the replay, it doesn't look that aggressive. Ooh, this is less.
It doesn't look that aggressive.
No,
They're
no,
pushing
that-
into him. What do
I
you
misspoke.
mean?
I'm
What
sitting
do you
further,
mean?
sitting further back because look at run one. How Vadim, he's sitting back in there. It looks. I don't know. I could see it going either way. It's completely a stylistic choice almost in the chase, and both drivers doing 100-point lead runs to allow those level of chasing from both drivers. I could see this in OMT.
We'll see. It really does depend on where the judges are going to deem those contacts are a little too much, or I personally see Vadim pushing in on the door a little more aggressively to other spaces where Darius incredibly close, but I don't really see any of those pushes causing the lead driver to lose any momentum or change the way their car was behaving. So really just trying to see, oh my gosh, that's a really good charge going into outer zone number 2, but not really matching the angle to that part that I'm noticing is Darius in the chase. Good proximity, but compared to angle for angle in the chases, I'm not seeing Darius really matching exactly what Vadim was doing through the outer zone 2 and outer zone 3. So judges still deliberating on this one. This is going to be a lot of talking, especially considering how much of the line Darius did give up as well in chase in outer zone number 1. There are offsetting strengths on this one for sure.
Again, this round 7, the finale, is in conjunction with the fundraiser for Safe in Our World, the video games mental health charity. We're sliding for awareness. We set out an initial goal of £500. We already beat that. We still have more groups and an after party later that one of our judges is hosting. So exclamation point charity for a donation link. Any bit helps. Thank you again so much to all of our donators so far. And thank you for everybody to just come and hang out here and make this all possible. Otherwise, it'd be a bunch of people just yelling into microphones about video game cars by themselves. So thank you again. Let's take a look at... Speaking of people driving cars aggressively and having people yell about it, let's take a look at this run again. I would argue this might be one of the closer battles of the day.
As far as what it looks like in the grand scheme of things with offsetting aggression, consistent driving, and little bits of contact here and there, yes, there's going to be a lot of stuff here in this battle that needs to be deliberated about and decided on based on what is better, what is not as good. Not really a ton of mistakes out of these drivers. The only real mistake that I saw was then, Darius kind of falling inside a little bit in outer zone number 1. But goodness me, I could easily see this battle going one more time. The judges took a really long time on this decision, and looks like we may have a decision coming rather soon as the war in the judging room seems to have subsided. Oh yes, we do have a decision.
We definitely do have a decision, so we're going to slide him left for Darius Ostreka, slide him right for Vadim Abramov, or keep him in the middle for an OMT. And which way will our 3 judges go? 1 for Darius Ostreka, Brady for an OMT, and Doug with the deciding vote. A second OMT, they are going to go again, so both of them are going to take tires and line back up and put on that show once again. I bet stress levels are through the roof right now for both drivers. I know I'm stressed out just watching it. If I'm a judge, I'm like, come on guys, just make my decision easy for me at this point.
I feel like the decision would have been a lot easier if it wasn't for the fact that Ostrika made a couple of minuscule mistakes in their face in the second run as well. Because Vadim's, while it was impressive and really stylish and good looking, those bits of contact were just a little bit too much. So I'd imagine the adjustment being made this time around for both drivers in the chase position is stay aggressive with it, but try to both better match the angle of the lead driver in a couple of different instances, and maybe not push into the doors so much, not really making those contacts in the places where they really shouldn't be. The judges are not looking for those touches. As fun as it is and exciting as it is, that's not the bullet points they specifically are asking for in the chase. So drivers taking their resets now. Ostrika is going to need to go and hit that reset button as well, maybe having a conversation with the judge on what exactly they want to see done better. We're going to take those resets and let's try it again with this one more time battle. Oh, this is not a free battle at all. There is nothing free about this one. It's so exciting to watch.
Oh, for sure. Again, this is the top 16 battle for the second top 8 slot in our Big Duck Club group number 3 here. Final round. We're lined up, and here we go. Darius Ostrika in the lead, Vadim Abramov in the chase. The lights are already on. They are ready to go. These guys are chomping at the bit. They both know they can drive with each other hard at this point, and we are off. Darius Ostrika in the lead, Vadim Abramov in the chase. Huge angle as Darius Ostrika is just putting on a textbook run so far, but Vadim Abramov putting it right in the pocket. Again, tucking right on in through that transition inside clip number 1 through outside zone number 2, making it look easy as Darius Ostrika, Vadim Abramov choking right on up to that yellow S15 through that last outside zone. Darius Ostrika in the lead, Vadim Abramov, no chill, and across the line. Oh my gosh.
Did Darius catch a little bit of left rear on the wall in outer zone number 3? I have to go back on the replay and take a
let's look at that.
It seemed very, very close to what exactly happened there. Lots of angle for Darius on the initiation for outer zone number 1. Vadim not really matching the angle through outer zone number 1. Beautiful job matching the cadence of these transitions through the inner clip zone. Falling back a little bit through outer zone 2, but matching the angle nicely. Charging for inner clip number 2 was Vadim in that chase position and transitioning back across the bumper. No, did not catch the wall. Vadim just kind of shelled out a little bit to close back in on the door and make more contact. So Darius gets back in the chase. Is Vadim going to be the Russian dream, or are they going to be the Russian nightmare for the championship hopes of Darius Ostrika? Now back to the lead they go. Darius, it was not as surefire excitement as last time, but it was much more consistent without the deductions that we saw the last time out in the chase position. So now Darius needs to try this again. They need to stay with it. They need to stay in the picture. You gotta go big. You gotta go now, or you are going home. And doing just that is Darius through outer zone number 1. So much proximity and transitioning so close across the bumper of Vadim. Vadim running away with it, almost making contact into outer zone number 2. We almost had the outer wall playing victim to another battle, but they keep it together. They keep it composed. Darius is pouring on so much pressure through every single zone, and Vadim again doing their best to absorb it as they can, where they can. Give it up, Twitch chat, for 2 absolute veterans going at it hot and heavy for all to see here in the final round of ESDA. Oh, not again. It is what it is. The judges might need to go back and take a look at that just to be double sure. But if there's anything to say, Darius's chase, I would like to say, far more consistent in contrast to last time there, Joe.
Oh, definitely. I think that he shook off the last of the issues he was having. I'm sure he got clarification from the judges exactly why it was an OMT, because I bet in his mind he thought he won that first battle. So we wanted to know exactly what he had to do. And when you're competing on this level and you're that good of a competitor, you take that into consideration. You have your spotter in your ear as well, and you know exactly what you have to do.
Oh, decisions
and
in.
Speaking of which, we have a call-in. So we're going to slide it left for Darius Ostrika, slide it right for Vadim Abramov, keep it in the middle for an OMT. Who's taking on Alexander Element? 1 vote for Darius Ostrika. 2 and 3 for Darius Ostrika. Okay, folks, now here we go. This might be one of the deciding battles in the season right now. Alexander Element, our number 1 points holder currently, correct? Up against, well, I'm on the wrong page. I looked at it. There he is, Darius Ostrika, who's currently in 3rd place.
All right, so let me run it through you here what this battle means. If Alexander Element goes on into the final 4, Darius is obviously out. His points total is not going to be enough. That means Mustafa then, if Alexander will finish top 4, has to win the entire thing to even tie with Alexander Element. This is one of those kind of battles where Darius's fight would not be over if he takes the win, but this is basically doing a lot to seal the fate of Alexander Element's championship hopes if he can get this win done. But Darius is on a tear. He just had a bunch of battles just now to warm up. You got to think momentum can help you. They have a good familiarity with their car right now. They have a good cadence right now, and Alexander Element has not been on track for a little bit. One thing that could be going in their favor, but Alexander has been a robot. This could be one of the most important championship deciding battles of the day, Joe. Here we go.
And I do have to point out, too, a Darius win here is what Mustafa needs as well to clinch a title. So there's a lot of things riding on this battle, and here we go. Yes, as Alexander Element in the lead, Darius Ostrika in the chase. Oh no, Darius Ostrika losing some angle, falling back behind Alexander Element. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that.
Oh no, Darius fell out of gear.
No, fell out of gear. I know, oh my gosh. I'm speechless right now.
No,
and I'm sure everyone hates to see it, but unfortunately, mechanical failures do not get a reset. Big F's in chat. Big soup moment. Good start. Great start. Keeping it right there. Falls off of Alexander Element. Keeps it in the fight. Keeps it in the run. And then right here falls out of gear and can't get it back at the angle. Zeroing his run in the chase. Alexander Element finishing his run, making sure he gets a score on the board. And now we're going to go back. We're going to line it up. Darius Ostraka is going to have to do something. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and it is a shame too, because going back on the lead for Alexander Element, there was not a ton of angle in the car. He definitely did choke out a lot of line to proximity to outer zone 1. There were so many points on the table left for Darius to potentially strike back. But that you cannot really come back from a zero in the chase unless there is a comparable mistake that just now happens for Alexander Element. This is not over yet. It's not over to the Fat Lady Sings, and they're gonna have to just be consistent. Darius needs to do all they can, put down a baller 100-point run, and force a mistake in chase out of Alexander Element. The ball is in their court. How is this gonna go? Darius running it as they have been all day long with a ton of angle and style. Big angle and enter clip number 1 as well, and throwing it big into outer zone 2. Alexander keeping it in the picture. Trying not to be too aggressive with it, not make a fault in the chase, and they were going to be able to advance, and Darius is going to loop it. He knows it is over, unfortunately. What an attempt. What a try, chat. Give it up for Darius Ostraka, giving us an exciting day of competition all day long, but that, unfortunately, is probably going to be their downfall. They can finish no greater than 8th, meaning their championship hopes are probably done and dusted.
Oh, it's such a shame, too. And usually, yeah, you can maybe come back from a zero like that of, well, he might cut a little angle on me. I'll do it right on back. Now you got to keep up with me, too. You know, like things like that are always possible, but unfortunately sent it a little too hard in response. And it was already a steep battle anyway. So now the judges looking at it all, seeing what the deal is, balancing out everything they want to know, and taking a look at it.
What a shame. That's definitely not what we wanted to see for sure, but hey, these things happen. There's so many inputs and mechanical things you have to do in the cockpit of the car every single time you're out for battle. The decision has come in, and unfortunately that misshift coming out of inner clip 1 to outer zone 2 is going to dash any hope Ostraka has at this championship, as now the decision has come in.
It did. As and in the chat, in drivers chat, unfortunately, Darius said, yeah, I did miss a gear. Yep, as we're gonna slide it left for Alexander Element, slide it right for Darius Ostraka, keep it in the middle for an OMT. Oh, we already did it. Anyway, Alexander Element moves on to our final 4.
Did you?
I was like, I was saying I was very confused.
Our producer is feeding us bold-faced lies like that.
I'm being
gaslit. Yeah, okay. Let's make it formal. Here we go. Then slide it left for Element. They're defending themselves. Anywho, let's go ahead and then officially show everyone at home what the call is. Yes, all 3 to the left. Alexander Element will go on, and that does not mean the championship is done yet, but that makes the path for Mustafa's opportunity to get this win all the more difficult. Now, no matter what happens, if Element finishes 4th, Mustafa must win the whole thing, or this is going to be Alexander Element's championship.
As we are going to get word, because we also still have another top 8 battle to take. As Mustafa Amin and Mikhail Mordvinov, we're waiting to see about that. Okay, so we're getting word in, and I don't think that we're doing anything.
All right, so officially it looks like Mordvinov was not able. Mikhail was unable to make the call. It looks like Mikhail is going to not advance, and it will be a Mustafa win, and that is big for Mustafa. They will be then going to advance into the Final Four, keeping their championship hopes alive, and that will seal the fate again for Darius Ostrega. So thank you so much to everybody who's been tuned in so far. We have one more top 32 lobby left to go, and then after that, we're getting down into the nitty-gritty Final Four action in just a little bit, but let's see who that remaining competition, or competitor rather, is going to be to get in. As actually, hold up, it looks like we do have... Yeah,
the buy
there
run.
he is, Mustafa.
This is going to be the most aggressive buy run you've ever seen.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and pay the formality just to make it official. Mustafa wants to get their run in. They've been waiting long enough, so the heck with it. Let's go ahead and get this grade 8 run done and dusted. The official buy run for Mustafa. And this time, I'm just going to shut my mouth. We're going to enjoy the sounds of this RX-8 rotary screaming through the course and give Mustafa their platform to put on a show for everybody back at home. Maybe.
It wouldn't be ESDA without resets on buy runs.
Oh, wait, now the white's officially. There we go. All right, we're going to shut our mouths. Let's enjoy this buy run. Here we go.
There we go, Mustafa Amin with his buy run, securing his slot as the third of 4 people that are locked into our Final Four. We have Austin Zooki, Mustafa Amin, Alexander Element, and then big question marks from group number 4. So we're going to go catch our breath one last time in our final round of competition today, and we will catch you right on back here at round 7 ESDA out of Irwindale, California, in conjunction with Save Our World, the mental health charity, and we will catch you guys all soon after this quick commercial break.
Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it. Oh no! Oh!
Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
Welcome back, everybody, from our final commercial break here at ESDA Round 7, presented by Traxion.GG. What a day of competitive drifting we have had here. My name is Joe Piro. In the booth with me today is Ian Plash, filling in for Keenan Kusin, who we miss. Producer is Strix9 Pulse Strix, and Hayden Rigsby is in the background lurking in the shadows. Over on the judging side of the booth, we have Harold McKinney, a judge formerly known as Brady, and Doug Armstead. So we find ourselves here at the final round of ESDA. We started in Japan last round, we flew across the ocean, and now we are in Irwindale, California, at the Coliseum of Drift. 3 wall rides, 2 really tight inner clips, only 3 transitions for the entirety of the track, but what does it have in store for us? Just a lot of really precision leading, and then chasing that has as much time in the world as possible to sneak up on that door and plant their car right up on the other side. Whew, what a day of drifting have we had, Ian.
It's been nothing but exciting. And again, the implications of this championship still up for grabs. But a quick reminder again, we are sliding for awareness here as our fundraising campaign in collaboration with Safe in Our World, ESDA, raising money for mental health awareness and resources in the gaming community. If you have any dollars to give, please consider donating. It goes such a long way to helping out the lives of so many people who need it up and down in the gaming community. Mental health is a very important thing, and it gets kind of lonely sometimes with us in the gaming community, be it developers and whatnot. So please consider donating, and that goes a long way to help the lives of so many people. Going back into the point situation again, as we are right now, Darius and Strika, and you can see it right there. They're out. That's it. It's all over. Darius, unfortunately, not able to advance on with enough points to take this championship away. Big hats off to them as it is, and really, realistically, it comes down to Mustafa and Alex in their element. I do need to go back and see what's going on with Zooki though and their points totals, but I don't believe if they win here, they're gonna be able to accumulate enough. But I will go back and double check just to make sure we're dotting our I's and making sure that we have paid our dues where they need to be done. Yep. So. But it is what it is for the time being. This is where we are right now on the points, and this lobby will determine who is going to be the final driver to advance from lobby number 4 and go on to our final 4.
There is also Rookie of the Year titles still up for grabs with 2 more of our contenders up in this group right now. We have Thunny the Honey, Thwanwat Wongfu is in a crowd pleaser, a crowd favorite, is in 3rd place right now. He's 48 points behind Daniel Andrechev, who was in our 2nd group, I believe. And then Kawain Ebanks in that BR yellow R34. Kawain Ebanks is still in it. So a lot of things are on the line in this group. A lot of things are still on the line in general. And so I think we're starting to get cars lined up at the grid. I'm hearing a rumbling of like, let's get more competitive drifting started right now, Ian.
Yeah, and I went back just to double check and confirm with the judges and everyone that yes, Austin is not available to win this championship anymore based on the point situations. Just wanted to double check and confirm that I was not missing something, and the official bracket has been updated to reflect just that. So yes, this is just a two-way pony, a two pony. I can't even talk anymore. My English is bad. You get what I'm trying to say here, but must say, group number 4, we got a lot of bullets in this gun here. Lots of really exciting drivers to be featured here. Artem Chokov, Brandon Gardner, Jared DeVore, Zach O'Sullivan, Kawain E. Banks.
Cyril.
Thank you. Thunny the Honey out here, and Robert Kovinski as well. So lots of very competitive drivers in this group. But we're gonna, holy cow, what on earth just happened there? So first
we're going for it.
Coming to the line. Zach O'Sullivan with the steel chair.
You gotta watch out for him.
Brandon Garner coming to the line now. This is the first battle of lobby number 4.
Here we go. Artem Chilkov will be leading first. And Brandon Gardner in the chase in that giant Infinity. Again, one more time, this is also a charity fundraiser event as well. Exclamation point charity. Any bit helps. All goes to save our world. So thank you very much again for hanging out. And I think we're lining up. We're ready to go. Okay, so again, Brandon Gardner starting way back, trying to get a jump on this Ferrari, and let's see if it pays off. As Artem Chilkov in the lead, Brandon Gardner in the chase. Brandon Gardner no chill on initiation, keeping right on up to that Ferrari. And it seems that Artem Chilkov bounced off the wall just a little bit there through outside zone 1. Huge angle through the inside clip, hanging onto it somehow. Does he keep it out of the wall? No, again, tapping on the wall. Huge angle, but it might be too much. He's choking up the chase, it looks like, as Brandon Gardner just keeps it right on that Ferrari's door. As Artem Chilkov threw more angle on that run than anyone else today, I think.
Yeah, it's safe to say that like the momentum map that does need to be followed could be a point of contention here with the judges based on what they have to say about that, especially through interclip 2 through the transition to outer zone number 3. That was just a insane amount of angle out of the Ferrari. It's kind of refreshing to see a Ferrari throwing some nasty angle at it from the earlier competitors as well. This Ferrari, a very fast chassis, but it's also cool to see Zink can throw down some style as well. Oh, that contact on the wall though. Both drivers seem to have making independent mistakes, as I saw Gardner as well touching that wall, but gosh, that flick into the final outer zone. big, really big, and Brandon just kind of having a hard time finding the pocket in the chase there throughout the entirety of a good half of the run.
It is very, very hard to chase when the driver's putting out that much angle and lead. On that first inside clip, I can see it being okay, but once you get to that second one, it starts to choke out the driver as well. And I think that we're hearing rumblings, and here we go.
Yeah, Artem Cholkov in the chase position. Brandon Gardner needs to piece together something nice. That TSC entry up in lead position. Throwing it big. Sliding with the culture. Needless to say, and all over the side of the door is Artem Cholkov. A little bit of contact being made there, actually, in the second half of the first outer zone. Massive flick in the lead position. Oh, that's an aggressive charge. Contact being made. Artem Cholkov pushing in again. More contact being made as Brandon Gardner will straighten as a result. You have to go back on the replay on that one to see what exactly the call is going to be, but there is definitely a case where you could say Artem has potential just push Brandon Gardner into 2 independent mistakes then into the outer zone number 2 based on contact. I don't think that's going to be the case of Brandon being deemed at fault for those unless he did decel. So take extra close attention to what happens on the bottom side of the screen.
Yes, and let's take a look at this now as a full screen action here. So Brandon Gardner throws it in. That looks like contact, which Brandon Gardner then gets into the wall. It does seem like maybe Artem Cholkov threw it just a little bit too hard in the chase.
We're going to have to see what the judges deem on this one, if that's going to be too much angle thrown by Brandon, becoming then an unchaseable type lead and Artem making contact as a result of that. If that initial contact is Artem's fault and it is then deemed Brandon hitting the wall is due to that contact, there's a lot to unpack here on this portion of the run. So contact made there, and that pushes Brandon on a wide trajectory. We've seen it earlier where contact on the transition, making contact with the outside wall, then being deemed the fault of the car in the chase position or making that contact. So it really does depend then on if the judge's eyes see that as too much angle being thrown, if that's too much of a decel in. But again, that is a decel zone where it was happening. The question is, did it happen too late in the zone? Was it already in the zone when more decel was being made? There's just a lot of points contention here on this one. The judges are going to have to really pick apart and figure out who exactly is at fault for that one. But I could see the world then where Artem is deemed at fault for that contact.
It seems to me, and just to play devil's advocate here, if the angle Artem threw in his first run in the lead is acceptable, the angle Brandon threw in his lead run is acceptable.
It does depend. Yes, the angle was big, but I think compared lead for lead, we don't see the instance where Artem throws a big bit of angle at the start of the zone to carry it off. I saw a big angle on the exit of the zone, but I didn't see a giant flick like that really from Artem where that lead was deemed to be like over angled kind of at some points, where like the momentum of the car being slung around and there's just so much angle being put into it. You really have to then question, without the contact being made, would Brandon be able to continue? And yes, they are going to go ahead and back out and just double check to see what happened with the decel with the actual telemetry to make sure this call is correct. But yeah, pay attention to the top of the screen. Look at the contrasted styles. It's pretty similar. I think you are correct in that regard. The angle was about the same. It really does come down to how deep into the zone, and was it beyond the decel zone where Brandon was still decelling? They're going to double check just to make sure and the call correct.
I think it does look to me, let's look one more time. So we're coming through the first outside zone. There's more angle from Brandon Gardner in the lead, but Artem is way closer in the chase. And then we come through the inside clip. Artem has way more angle, way more speed. They both slow down, but then I think in run number 2, Brandon Gardner got down to speed, but not being in a decel zone, if you are maintaining speed, that's acceptable, and I think that's what's happening. If you just judge, if you kind of look at him against the wall versus Artem against, you know what I'm saying? You can kind of extrapolate that. I think that he slowed down, and the judges are going to check for brake inputs and all of that and make sure that if that is the case, Brandon Gardner did maintain speed and it's not just what we're thinking off the top of our heads.
Yeah, you can also see it as well on the top left side of the screen with the similar angle being thrown for both of them. Because Brandon was so much further back, we don't see that contact being made, but you did see that gap significantly close as a result of the angle being thrown by the leader, be it the charge in the chase or just, the angle being too much. So again, we're going to have to wait on the judges. They're backing out now just to double check on the telemetry. Harold really looking at it. As a matter of fact, I might go take a quick little spy into the channel and see what's going on down there.
Oh, you go spy, you go peek, and I'll be right here. And I have to say, though, now that he's gone, I think that overall, no matter what the decision is, I don't think that it's going to end in an OMT, because everything else from both drivers was so strong. An error like that is a mile of difference between the two drivers than whoever's deemed at fault. But we could also have that competition where maybe Brandon Gardner was on the line, and they both were a little too on the line, and it's neither, but it's the second hit that gets me more concerned than the first hit. As you can see, it's one tap and then a second tap afterwards, so we'll see what the judges are seeing on their replay, because we do take replays of all of them for the judging at the very least, so they can watch from different angles and get a full telemetry readout from both cars as well, to get a full understanding of what happened between the two cars, which is just one of the advantages of sim drifting, which is very, very nice for us. And again, charity stream today, exclamation point, save our world, as we are back. What's the word?
Oh, they are coming to decisions, and we'll explain it. I heard the reasons if it does go the way of where I think this is going to go. We'll get the official call in, and then I can explain.
I'm very intrigued. Now I'm very, very intrigued by what you heard. And again, let's look at them side by side one more time. So both drivers have their pros and their cons between both runs. Lead for lead, I think they're pretty even, and then I think all of the drama's in the chase, as it usually is in ESDA.
There's no drivers who are so robotic in their leads 9 times out of 10, and the differentiation is going to come from the chase a lot of times. And really the differences in leads lately have really just been the differences of like how much angle did they throw. They're like little bobbles to the line here and there, but it's pretty impressive to see just how dialed a lot of these pro drivers have been all season long, especially getting to the later half, and this round in particular, just how good they are at repeating the leads, being able to match what's going on almost every single run, and leaving it down to stylistic choices and chase differences, really, which is really cool to see. It's a very high level of drifting. The judges are still deliberating there, by the way, but I was hearing one of them coming down to a conclusion, but it's gonna take a little bit of talking here, because there's a couple of things that the judges really need to dial in on. As a matter of fact, because it's waiting so long again, I might go poke my head down there again and see what the heck is going on. Oh, never mind, they're done. This is coming soon.
Yep, and I do have to say, I like working with this group of judges. It's very interesting that they'll have a conversation, but they're also very good at not swaying each other's opinion outside of, well, did you see this thing on the run? Not like, I think this or that. They just make sure that they all are seeing the same run and understanding the reality of what happened, and then they come to their conclusions and vote their mind.
So got to imagine then that decision will be coming in somewhat soon.
Again, this is where it's hard to drive. I just saw a light drive by me.
Die.
It gets me every time.
Again,
there he is. He's lining up.
Super thanks to all of our sponsors who made this season happen so far, as well as Traxion support from round driver search all the way to round 7. Traxion has been a fantastic partner to have here with the Esports Drift Association. Super thanks to them for making everything possible. What is going on? There's a driver underneath the track on the semifinal.
I do have to. That's where he hides to drive it.
It makes sense now.
So, just another heads up on our charity donations. Another 15-pound donation from Darius White, bringing us up to an even 550 pounds. Thank you so much, everyone who has donated. Thank you, Darius White. Again, exclamation point charity. All proceeds go to Safe in Our World video games mental health charity. Sliding for awareness. We'll be shouting this out for the rest of this competition, as well as we're going to be hosting an after party over on DIS Swirly's stream. So thank you very much. We'll go hang out over there. We'll raise some money. We'll talk about mental health. It'll be a good time as we are waiting for this judgment call, which I'm sure is one of the tighter calls that they've had to make in the day.
Yeah, definitely taking their time, still arguing about it. Not sure what is going on as a result. All right, now it seems that judges are getting ready to make this call. The council is a wise bunch, as said by Hayden Rigsby.
And I think I find that to be a true statement.
There's a lot of drifting experience and knowledge within that team. It's really impressive to see just all that they are able to accomplish and talk about when it comes down to making the correct calls on a lot of decisions. Yep. So yeah, and again, 535 pounds.
We're at
rather.
550 right now.
550 now after another donation. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right, so a decision is in. We do have a decision, and Dai will be coming in to explain this one. So please slide him left or slide him right.
Or keep him in the middle for an OMT. Artem Chokov or Brandon Gardner. What's it going to be? 1 for Brandon Gardner. 2 for Brandon Gardner, securing him the win, and 3, a unanimous decision for Brandon Gardner. And I hear the lovely footsteps of a light-footed man named Harold McKinney. Hello.
Yep, and it's coming up to explain the call real quickly. So we looked at it carefully. He braked. It was after the decel zone, but it wasn't nothing too excessive. We set this in driver's meeting and also in qualifying that they're allowed to use a little bit of left foot brake on the wall to keep themselves out there. So Brendan was in the right, nothing too excessive. Artem just came in too fast and caused that contact, which led him into the wall.
There we go. So Brandon taking the win, moving on. And up next, we'll see who their competitor is in the top 16. We have Jared DeVore up against Zach O'Sullivan.
So you're following, this is a former champion in Assetto Corsa. Zach O'Sullivan knows how to get it done. They are very decorated and qualified sim drifter, needless to say, and I think their qualifying score is not indicative of the skill level that we usually get to see out of Zach. So they're going to come out here, they're going to throw it down big. This is going to be a very fun and entertaining battle for sure, as you can just look inside of this wonderful, incredibly high poly Mark IV Supra.
Oh, this is one of the prettiest cars on the grid for sure. So they're getting lined up and ready to go here.
Sorry, that was my inner VR chat screaming at high poly count things, ruining the performance of my experiences.
Nerd.
So
I
Jared
bet you know where
DeVore,
the library is.
Yeah, probably. Jared DeVore in the lead, Zach O'Sullivan in chase. Second battle of lobby number 4.
Oh, this will be a good one too. Both drivers again super aggressive. Zach O'Sullivan, if memory serves, I think Zach O'Sullivan won the last round. I think. Memory serves, but I have the memory of a newt. And here we go. Jared DeVore in the lead. Zach O'Sullivan in the chase. Big angle, big limiters for both drivers. Jared DeVore with a great line. Zach O'Sullivan having to cut in a little tiny bit to keep up, but Jared DeVore does not care. Bang that limiter through the transition.
Whoa.
Flames coming out. Jared DeVore keeping it right on the wall. Zach O'Sullivan totally chill, cool, calm, collected in the chase, giving him space for the final transition. And amazing runs from both drivers and across the line. They don't want to finish tandeming. What a run.
Must be said, though, I don't think Zach O'Sullivan's chase was setting the world on fire there. It was definitely safe in a lot of aspects. You're going to see never really in lockstep, never really in the door as far as like aggression that we've seen so far today. And AutoZone won the second half pretty solid, but again, pretty far back, never really pushing it aggressively, stays where they need to be for interclip 1. And right there, yeah, kind of low to the inside, not much angle until later on in the bank. It's a safe chase. It's not a mistake-filled chase, but, you know, to the level of some of the chases we've seen so far today with extreme aggression and excitement for a good majority of the course, not 100%, but still Zach gonna air that thing out anyways. Gonna get the vision back.
You gotta get it out of there, man.
We're gonna throw it back around again for the second half of this battle.
And we'll definitely have to see what happens here, because I think Zach O'Sullivan might have been a little confident there. We'll have to see what that is. I'm expecting a heater of a run out of that Supra now. And that gorgeous, I think that's a new livery for this round.
As Jared DeVore goes up to close that door. Hey,
close that door, let's go drive. Stop showboating, let's drive. That's what that is. And we are lined up. I think we're ready to go here.
Yeah, lights are on, lights are out. Let's try it again. Jared DeVore switches around. He'll be in the chase position now. Zach O'Sullivan in the lead. Big flick initiation all over the side of the door as Jared DeVore falls back a little bit and quite inside on the bank as well. Not really matching that line, but very close on that transition through the power zone and over the interclip. Now outer zone number 2. Falling back a little bit, a couple of bobbles here and there. A solid lead for Zach O'Sullivan so far in their Supra. Jared DeVore staying aggressive, staying in the picture, and almost over angles a little bit. Has to make a correction in the chase position and charges back in late to close it out. But Zach O'Sullivan with a beautiful, beautiful lead up there doing what they needed to do to overcome any discrepancy they might have had from their chase is a little bump from Jared DeVore at the victory lane podium. Gonna say, hey, good to see you, buddy.
If you two can't play nice, we're going to take your toys away. Let's look at these two runs side by side. I think Zach O'Sullivan had a very confident lead run. His chase was also was calmly confident, where he didn't want to leave it all out there just in case anything weird happened, and just threw down such a fast lead run. Jared DeVore had to cut a little bit of angle kind of all over to keep up, and I think that might be the deciding factor that the judges are going to look at here.
Yeah, still a bit to talk about, though, because while both chases were in the correct places at times, there were still a couple of things that had to be given up, be it angle, be it line, to maintain the level of proximity the drivers want. And so the judges are probably also going to be weighing the pros and cons of these leads as, both of them comparable, respectable, but there are definitely things that the judges will need to deliberate on here to decipher which of these two were the better run.
Looking at it again, all over the place, the way that Zach is cutting in a little bit more and not over-angling, under-angling, it's very confidently a little bit far back overall. As Jared DeVore is a little bit more frantic in that chase position, trying to keep up with that Supra, which is looking... Something's changed with Zach in the last couple of rounds. Like, he's just been on fire in a whole different level. And it's awesome to see, too, because this is amazing driving from both drivers. But to look that cool and calm and collected, especially after... I would be freaking out after a chase run like that in number one. But he didn't push it harder than he had to, which is exactly what you need to do.
And that lunch that I made 3 hours ago down in my fridge is just feeling more and more enticing. I thought, I don't need to eat now. I can just eat when this is all done. We're still getting through it, though. Still on lobby number 4, the tummy doing the grumblies is happening. Gosh, I also got a set I need to finish prepping for an event tonight. Shout out Dieselworks.
Oh, shout out. Shout outs.
Shouting out the shout out. So it looks like a decision is coming in here pretty soon.
Again, both drivers leaving it all out on the track, trying to take it out of the judges' hands as much as they can. And I have to remind everybody that this is just a top 32 battle.
Yeah, the call has been made. We go ahead and slide them left or right, or we can go one more time on this top 32 battle here at Irwindale for the final round of the season.
Left for Jared DeVore, right for Zach O'Sullivan. OMT in the middle. Let's see what we have. Die with an OMT. Brady for Jared DeVore. And Doug breaking that tie into another OMT, so we will run them again. Jared DeVore will lead Zach O'Sullivan in an OMT battle to see who goes up against Brandon Gardner.
And I think this time the adjustment that needs to be made is both drivers need to take their chases into account and just get a little more aggressive with it. They're going to need to get in the door. They're going to need to make the sparks happen and just give us something that gives the wow factor. The judges can say, okay, well, now I can really judge if you were maybe a little far back here or just in lockstep on the door in every aspect of the corner. The drivers had the opportunity to feel each other out there on that first run. I think now is the time to send it and put the staple on your run to not let the judges have to sit there and deliberate so long to make it a one more time call due to offsetting mistakes and being a little far back.
Zach O'Sullivan making sure that the radiator is covered up. Jared's calling a 5 because he has to go use a restroom, so he's making sure his oil's topped up, ready to go here. This is peak level sim drifting roleplay at this point. I must say, this should be worth extra points.
Is it, though?
I think it is.
I thought one of the advantages of sim drifting was the fact that you just push a button, get new tires, and we can go instead of going, all right, well, we'll be right back. And insert silly Jared Deanda
I don't
comment.
know. That's a part of it. It's all part of it, you know? I appreciate Zach and his creativity, okay?
That's fair.
But again, well, I think we're about to see both drivers have very aggressive and clean chase runs after that, because that was really the only thing that left it up to the judges overall.
As Harold McKinney is going to be leaving a message here, we might have a 5-minute rule taking a pee is the official call.
I told you.
There it is. All right, well, that's kind of a shame you had to use your 5-minute rule for a bathroom break, because I believe they only get one through the entire competition. So if something actually happens later on down the run, you can't use it. But I guess it must have been pretty bad if they're calling their 5 for a bathroom break. So it is what it is. They're back on the line. They're ready to go back in the lead. Let's try this again. One more time battle between Zach O'Sullivan and Jared DeVore.
We are lined up and ready to go. Jared DeVore off the line, and they are ripping through there. Zach O'Sullivan already alongside Jared in that Infinity, right up on the wall again.
Oh,
coming in close, some contact in the chase, resulting in the leader tapping the wall, but they're both professionals. They're gonna roll with it anyway. Let's see what happens here. Here's where the drama might happen. Zach O'Sullivan really having to choke up to keep up with Jared DeVore in the lead. Jared really running an immaculate lead right now. Zach O'Sullivan struggling, fighting to keep it right up against the wall and across the line. Jared DeVore with a very clean lead run, especially knowing how hard he's going to have to work in this OMT battle.
Yeah, no, I think similar to what happened the last time through outer zone number 2, but Zach O'Sullivan, as soon as they got to inner clip 1, decided to flip the switch and said, okay, no, actually, it's time to start making this happen in the chase position. You're going to see that car closing in the proximity right there at the second half of outer zone 2, matching the line and staying in the door, exactly what the judges are wanting to see and transitioning so beautifully across the bumper. Falls back a little bit for zone 3, but then charging nicely to get back in the picture for the end of outer zone number 3. Good adjustments made. Let's see if Jared DeVore can do the same in their chase this time around.
And we are ready to go, airing out the car again. Seems like someone's a nerd. As we are lined up ready to go, Zach O'Sullivan in the lead, Jared DeVore in the chase.
Yeah, let's try this again. This time Jared gonna open up a little bit of a gap off the line, gonna have to close it back in for outer zone number 1. Does that. Kind of has a small bobble though, where he had a brake check in the center. That's a severe loss of proximity. Zach O'Sullivan, tons of angle and style with that Mark IV Super in the lead, flicking it into outer zone number 2. DeVore needs to start reeling it in. He's gonna do that at the loss of a little bit of angle, and still not nearly as close as O'Sullivan was in contrast to what happened last time. Almost making contact into outer zone number 3 with a really aggressive charge and chase. But I think this one, chase for chase, lead for lead, might be a little more cut and dry than last time, with the thanks of a good adaptation from O'Sullivan in the chase, proving why he is as decorated as he is here in the virtual drift world.
For sure. But let's take a look here again on run number 1. Zach O'Sullivan kind of bumped the leader into the wall there. The judges are definitely going to take a look at that. But then I think Jared DeVore took it a little bit too easy in that chase. I could see the judges going that way, but he kind of left it back into the judges' hands, which is the absolute last thing you want to do if you are in a competition like this. Because Zach O'Sullivan, he kept his nose to the grindstone, stopped bottom, didn't take anything for granted, and drove as hard as he knew how to, even at risk of making contact, even as we saw.
Yeah, so a little more deliberation to be said. This battle just refusing to get off the docket. It refuses to die. We have to get this thing done. And it looks like finally, maybe, potentially, this battle could be done and dusted. We could be moving on to then our third battle of lobby number 3. And yes, the call is in. The decision has been made.
We have made our call in fact. So we'll slide him left for Jared DeVore. We'll slide him right for Zach O'Sullivan. We will keep him in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Zach O'Sullivan. 2 and 3. An excellent call. So Zach O'Sullivan moves on and has to take on Brandon Garner and burnouts for the culture. As we move on to our next battle, Kawain Ebanks leading Pagliuca Surreal. Team Switch Riders, Pagliuca.
It's so funny, every time we mispronunciate a name, you could just hear the grovel in Strix's voice in the background, like, it's Pagliuca.
Just anger.
How could you do this? We love you, Bird. Seriously, let's give it up, though, by the way, now that we got to this point of the season. We're almost done and dusted with this whole entire season. And stepping up to the plate, Strix did to make all of the graphics and functions of the stream happen. So huge shout out to Strix for answering the call, making the production happen, and thank you for providing us with some quality entertainment all season long here with ESDA.
Yep. And again, this battle, Kawain Ebanks leading Pagliuca Surreal. Oh, I'm trying so hard.
There you go.
Pagliuca. Oh, you can say it 10 times, but I'll forget it in 30 seconds here as we are getting ready to go. Kawain Ebanks up against Pagliuca. I'm going to say it just to remember it now. And we are off R34 on S14.9. Here we go. Big angle. Pagliuca putting it right up on the door, having to choke in a little bit. Kawain Ebanks with them blinkers on, keeping it super calm and collected in the lead, as we've come to see Pagliuca having to choke up not to make contact with that leader in the R34. And Pagliuca again matching angle very beautifully in the chase. Kawain Ebanks though looking so calm from top to bottom on this run, and Pagliuca leaving a little bit of wiggle room in that chase. And I think that Kawain Ebanks has a potential here, a big opening to capitalize.
No, shout out to Kawain for the strobes on this R34 as well. Really gives me that throwback, that feeling to the JDM days of old here, where we saw R34s with the Japan versus America events. Just that kind of a style of a car with the strobes, the body kit, the massive wings. It kind of just fills my heart. A little bit of warmth. It also reminds me of a boomer, and I'm aging ever so rapidly. Working our way through, yes, I'm looking at the second half of this battle, and Pagliuca for sure having issues finding the rhythm, finding the consistency and chase that they needed to keep themselves in the picture. But now back in the lead, they're going to get the opportunity to at least throw down the best they can up in the front. But the ball is definitely in Kawain Ebanks. I said the Kawain's bank almost there. The ball is in Kawain Ebanks' court to at least seal the deal in the chase, to improve on what Pagliuca could not in their chase. And Pagliuca up in the lead now, trying to run away with it. Not a big of a gap in the initiation. Kawain making sure they are in the door, and oh my goodness, are they ever matching that angle and proximity to boot through that section of the course. Bigfoot transition up in the lead, going to go back to outer zone number 2. Pagliuca trying to run away with it, flirting with disaster on that outside wall. Beautiful lead, but Kawain not letting it get to their head at all. Pagliuca, contact being made there. That's going to be interesting. Talking points there as contact was made on that transition. Kawain recovering nicely, but it didn't really affect Pagliuca's lead all that much. But still, fault will need to be given on that touch, because it looks like Kawain may have been a little too aggressive on the transition, or Pagliuca could have fallen back. But either way, that definitely did change the way the second half of this battle's trajectory went, after what seemed to be one of those, this is signed, sealed, and delivered from Kawain. But then you're going to see it happen there on outer zone 3 just beforehand. This transition, was there a decel from the lead, or was that Kawain being a little too aggressive? Unfortunately, the camera angle not paying any favors, and I can see a world where the judges might need to once again back out and take a look at what exactly happened here based on telemetry, decels, but hopefully the big screen here, replay, can help differentiate what just happened there, Joe.
I was watching that from my camera angle, that second transition after the inside clip 1. I almost saw contact. I almost saw contact where, and Kawain was so aggressive in his chase, and I think his eyes might have gotten a little too big for how big the front end of that car was. Because overall, look at how close he is, and when you're trying to tandem this close, and especially not just this close, but this extended for every single zone, I get on that door as fast as I know how to. You can't give up anything on the transitions, and Kawain Ebanks gave up nothing, and I think that might have bit him, but I don't see it, especially because Pagliuca kept it through, and it didn't seem to really affect their run at all. I don't see it as a major deduction.
I can also see the case being made to say that Kawain could be at fault for the contact after interclip 2, because they seem to transition a little early, anticipating maybe Pagliuca would transition earlier than they wanted to get into the outer zone. Kawain maybe trying to stay on their cadence going to that, and that's not necessarily the cadence of the lead driver, because pay attention to what the back end does here. After interclip 2, you're going to see Kawain start transitioning a little bit early, much earlier than the lead driver, and that could also be the reason for that contact being made. So it could just be the offsetting styles on that zone of the track potentially biting Kawain in the butt. Got away with it for sure on that contact for outer 2, but that one might be a little more controversial on the second half of the run.
Oh, for sure. There's definitely a couple of ways to see it. So, we have a call. And let's see here. We'll slide him left for Kawain Ebanks. Slide him right for Pagliuca Surreal. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Kawain. 2 for Kawain Ebanks. And a unanimous decision for Kawain Ebanks, as I think Ian just popped over to learn why. I don't know. I'm not sure. As we are lined up. And I do think that it was just that little contact wasn't enough to swing it any other way with how aggressive Kawain was. And just watching them drive, watching Kuwait grow over the season has been awesome, especially as a driver, because that was an amazing chase run. It was heroic, and trying to keep it alive for that, what's the word I'm looking for that Rookie of the Year season. But speaking of Rookie of the Year, another competitor, Funny the Honey, Thwangwat Wanfuwason, will be up against Robert Kwasinski. Kwasinski will be chasing.
So judges are giving me a little bit of insight as to how this decision was made. And once we have that away so we can clarify why that call was made, we can then move on to this battle, which would be the last top 32 battle of the entire season. Y'all made it, chat.
We did it.
Yeah, Brady's still giving word as to why that call was made. It was clearly unanimous for all three, so everyone's definitely on the same page here. Okay, so the official ruling is Quain was at fault for that contactor. However, did not disrupt the lead more than it did himself. With that in mind, the corrections, at least in the last corner, that Ebanks caused himself still wasn't more than the other had in their run. So therefore, they don't think that mistake was enough to offset the surmounted pile of mistakes from the chase of run number 1. And that will then be Pagliuca dropping as a result. So that is actually a fair call. And overall, the same Pagliuca did have more mistakes. So that is a fair assessment.
Again, very good judging calls there, as now we have Funny the Honey up against Robert Kwasinski in the only Nissan C we have in competition, and having a very awkward entry overall, but Thwadwad unfazed. A very, very textbook entry. Huge angle through inside clip. Robert Kwasinski having to slam on the brakes to stay out of the way on that transition, and does it successfully, puts it right on the door, trying to make up for that slow initiation through the last outside zone, right up on that S15's door. Robert Kwasinski, no chill. As soon as he got into it, he was in it to win it. But I think he might have to overcome a very major deduction on that initiation, because look at this. His run might have zeroed. He might have been straight at the initiation line.
It's going to have to come down to interpretation of whether or not the initiation was started at the line, or if they need to be initiated before the line completely. I don't think so. I just think they kind of got thrown off by the Wanawat's initiation. It was just really awkward. It was a big flick up in the lead. Yep. A very stylish and lock-to-lock style of driving up in that lead position. But they were barely at angle. I don't think I'm going to call that a clean initiation, but I think the drift was started at least. Mm-hmm. But maybe could have shot themselves in the foot significantly for that initiation. But yeah, I could definitely see a world where Robert was deemed zeroed out before it even started. And Funny the Honey now going to get their shot at the chase. And we're going to see what Robert does in the lead position.
And Funny the Honey, another one of our rookie contenders, Rookie of the Year drivers, has grown amazingly as a driver for the entirety of the season, and I am excited to see this chase. And then we might see 2 season contenders for that after this battle.
Yeah, so we're going to see how it is this time around. Another Nissan battle, but a different type of chassis. Big initiation up at the lead. Robert throwing in the angle, keeping that thing glued to the outside, but no mistake made in chase this time. Funny the Honey, keeping it real, keeping it close, transitioning aggressively across the back, has to close in a little bit of the line to get the proximity back. A bobble in the lead for Robert. He had a little bit of contact or an adjustment, but that was definitely a mistake up in the lead. And the S15 all over the side of this 370Z in the lead position. A little bit of post-contact to boot, because, well, why not?
We're pushing.
But
and again,
replay. Mistake, unable to grab the replay for that second run. But yeah, really it's okay, because a lot of the points of contention I'd like to think are going to be what happened there in run number 1, especially on that initiation.
Oh, for sure. I think after that initiation, Robert had an incredibly strong chase. I think that might have been one of the stronger chases of the day if we ignore the first 50 feet of that run. But then on the flip side, Thwanwat did a great job, but I don't think it was as aggressive. But I think that initiation is going to be the deciding factor. And it's such a shame, because it's an otherwise amazing battle between 2 drivers.
Yeah. It looks like the decision has come in, and it does appear that the echoes or the sediments might be echoed by the judging staff on that one. That initiation could almost be deemed a double initiation because, like, not necessarily like a left or right thing, but they held the angle weirdly. Then they threw an angle later, but well beyond the initiation zone. And yes, all three going to the left side of the bracket. Robert Kwasinski is going to go down here, and Thunny the Honey moving on to top 16. Hey, that was your last top 32 battle of the season, chat.
Yep. Congrats, we made it. As we are moving on now to our top 16.
Hey, here we go. This is a throwback to days of old here in ESDA. We got a Brandon Gardner versus Zach O'Sullivan battle. Always love to get to see these guys going at it. These two have been rivals on the track through many platforms, many different series and games for that matter. Gardner and Zach O'Sullivan going to go at it once again here. The classic. We love seeing that kind of stuff.
Okay. And we are lining them up. I'm excited for this battle. I think both these guys are great, but Zach O'Sullivan will be leading the first battle due to seeding Brandon Gardner, our 30th seed. So that was Brandon Gardner's win was an upset of 30th seed on 3 seed. Just so we're all aware too. Just because it's cool. But then, yes, Zach O'Sullivan will be leading Brandon Gardner, run 1.
Zach O'Sullivan not airing it out in the picks this time, not letting us know how many polygons they have in that vehicle. It's kind of a shame because there's a lot of modeling going on there. We show it off a little bit before we get rolling, Zach.
Oh, for sure.
Come on,
Zach. Get on
or
up there.
Or at least put it in gear, Zach, and get to the line, Zach. Come on, Zach.
Come on, Zach.
I kid. Zach and I go back a pretty far away, so I'm allowed to say these things.
I'll back you up. I don't care. I got your back no matter what. Whoever you're talking to, I got you.
There you go. Hey, if this is the hill you choose to die on, I respect you for going all in. Thank you.
I choose to die on every hill. Let's go. We're getting ready to go here. I'm sure they're talking about something.
Talking about where they're going for dinner after this?
Yeah, maybe, I think so. They're holding hands.
Maybe figuring out what the course of meals is going to be. Maybe what they're going to have as a beverage later on. Who knows?
All amazing things of what pro drifters talk about. As we are lined up, we're ready to go. Zach O'Sullivan leading Brandon Gardner. And here we go, our first top 16 battle of our final group. Preset from... now it's Mind Games. At what point would it not be super unrealistic that he's doing it just to mess with Zach?
Nah, I can see that the jump off the line wasn't necessarily what Brandon would have wanted. I think Brandon is trying to put it in on the door the best they can, and they realized right then and there how the momentum was looking. There was nowhere where they can be at the point they wanted to be on that initiation. So a very quick decision, very veteran move. Hit the brakes, take that reset, and hey, try it again. It's a free reset, so why not take it, right?
That is very, very true. So we are lined back up at the start, and now take to run 1.5, and here we go. Zach O'Sullivan in the lead, Brandon Gardner in the chase.
There you go.
Here, big flick from Zach O'Sullivan. Brandon Gardner, no chill. Definitely some hinkiness there, as I think Brandon Gardner was struggling to keep it close while not making contact through the transitions into the wall. Zach O'Sullivan, again, no chill at all, as Brandon Gardner trying to put it right up on that Supers door. Zach O'Sullivan kind of choking it off through that inside clip, but now we're going to go Zach O'Sullivan into the wall and across the line. A little bit sloppy, boys.
Speaking of sloppy, did you say hinkiness?
Yeah, bring it on.
What does that mean?
Sloppy.
Hinky. I have no words. You saw it there. Zach O'Sullivan was a solid run up until that point, but gosh, that contact with the outer wall can't be doing them any favors. It was a pretty deep fall back into the wall too, so a little bit unlucky as well. That was run number 1 we just saw. We're gonna switch them back around and try again for run number 2. Love the hinkiness of that battle.
Dude, it's a good one. My grandma from Michigan would always say it. I don't know if it's from there, but that's where I heard it.
I don't know if it's even a word. We're gonna try it again though. is not correct on screen. This is Brandon Gardner in the lead and Zach O'Sullivan in the chase position. Zach gonna give up a little bit of the line down towards the bottom side of the racetrack. He's trying to push in the aggression on the proximity at least. Unable to do just that yet, but transitions across the bumper super aggressively. Brandon throws it in outer zone number 2. Zach O'Sullivan making a little bit of contact, making it know that, hey, this Mark IV Super is still here, still in the picture, almost knocking out the front clip, and I bet if I could think they did through inner clip number 2. Gonna push it back into the door, be aggressive with it, try to get back any points that they can. They're gonna keep the drift going after the zone because why not? These two always throwing down big and making a show of it every single time. Love seeing the old Brandon Gardner, Zach O'Sullivan combo.
That was a great run from both drivers. But I will have you know, hinky is a word in the Merriam-Webster dictionary.
I have never heard that in my life, and I'm from the Midwest.
I'm just letting you know. But what an amazing run between two great drivers. Zach O'Sullivan with no chill in the chase per usual. After his last rounds showing, I think that he's been kind of on a different level. He's figured out that car, and I can't wait to see that next season too. As we judges definitely deliberating, there are definitely a few mistakes from both drivers that they can discuss and kind of weigh out which direction that this battle's going to go and who's going to go on to compete in the top 8 of this Group 4, 3D Rep Group 4.
So there may be some offsetting mistakes lead for lead as well, because I did notice that, yeah, Brandon Gardner did center punch that inner clip to pretty much the lowest I've seen anybody get so far today on that inner clip. It's always been like either on it or wide, but this time they kind of gave up a little too much speed off of the outer zone too, and that caused the contact with that inner clip to be made. And of course, you got to talk about Zach O'Sullivan backing it into the wall in outer zone 3 as well as just overall uncomfortability. I think I saw Zach O'Sullivan center punch inner clip 1 as well. They're just going back on the replay. So there's a lot of uncomfortability, lots of jank, a couple of mistakes here, and there are a few bobbles. So we're going to have to see what kind of call is then going to be made. The judges are going to have to start tallying up what mistake is what, how that looks on the grand scheme of things, and that'll be then the driving factor to determine the victor of this one for sure, or if they're going to go again. Because lots of times at battles like these where there's just so much difficulty left, right, and center, like it's one of those calls like, hey, you got to say, hey, one more time. We need to clean it up. We need to get something to actually have a basis of judging, because you know, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be offset in battles like these when the mistakes start coming out.
Oh, for sure. And it's always frustrating too, because it's as a driver as well, you're always saying, they're going, what if I would have just done not this one thing? Like if Brandon Gardner would have had a far more mellow start to his run number 1, I think that this would have been a very clean cut competition overall. And that's not to say anything about how Zach did an amazing job, don't get me wrong, but I think just things like that, one mistake here, one mistake there, so now you got to get that out of your head and be prepared for an OMT.
Potentially. The judges definitely taking their time with this one, so I can definitely see a world where, yes, the one more time deliberation is starting to come out.
Oh, yeah.
But still very fun to see. There's drivers who are not afraid to go for it, that's for sure. I always said these two have been around for such a long time, but they'll be aggressive with it all the time. And hey, what you need to be aggressive with, your wallets for charity. Sliding for awareness is the cause that we are going for today. Safe in our world in collaboration with, we're raising money for the mental health of gamers and game developers all around the world, giving all the resources we need to help with the mental health of those affected by just some of the funnies, some of the anger, some of the depression and whatnot. And this is a great cause. It's going to help out with keeping the gamers' mentality safe. Good to help out where they can, when they can. So please do your part if you can. Help with the cause. We're trying to raise a good chunk of money for them. We've already raised 550 pounds, which is absolutely incredible. Let's see if we can't hit 1,000 before the end of this thing through this and the after party today. So with that being said, a decision seems to be coming to us here in just a matter of a few short moments.
It's like watching molasses roll down a wall.
Swirly typing it up, giving us a decision. Oh, don't stop typing. Get back to the keyboard. There you go.
There you
All right, a decision is in fact coming through. And we are going to go ahead and get it to you on screen here in just a couple of short moments. But yes, a call has been made. Where's it going?
It will be slide him left for Brandon Gardner, slide him right for Zach O'Sullivan, keep it in the middle for an OMT. And let's see where we find ourselves. One OMT. One for Brandon Gardner. And a second OMT. So the gruesome twosome gets to do another battle right now. So line them back up.
Let's go. Holy crap. Yeah,
Brandon
no,
Gardner ready to go.
it's a fair call in my opinion. I just, again, like just seeing all of those offsetting mistakes and just the general sloppiness on both sides of the coin. It's just really difficult to make a clear cut call with that. So the judges are probably saying, "Hey, you with the face,
Yeah, right.
clean it up, please. We want to be able to judge this fairly, properly, give the fans what they want to see, and yeah, just go again." And once again, they got the opportunity to feel it out. Let's try it again. Why not?
I think both of these drivers really have a lot that they could fix here. So Zach O'Sullivan in the lead, Brandon Gardner trying not to throw it away in that initiation. Again, one small fix from either driver can bring us all the way to the top 8. And here we go. Zach O'Sullivan in the lead, Brandon Gardner.
Another reset. Oh my gosh.
You know. So we're going to move them all back here. Sometimes you just got to reset because you're going to drive with your bro. You know, I get it.
I do appreciate the RP, though, the drive back to the pits from Brandon.
You
every
have
time
to do that.
Tires.
It's important.
I see. Yeah, very important. All right, we're going to try this again. Let's see if we can get this one off the line properly this time, and Brandon can get themselves in the spot they want to be off the line to make it happen and initiate properly. And we'll see if Zach can clean up the mistakes they had in the lead the last time as well.
And here we go. Take 2. It's technically like take 5 right now. So Zach O'Sullivan in the lead. Brandon Gardner in the chase. Here we go. Big angle. Brandon Gardner feeling a lot more confident in this OMT as Zach O'Sullivan in the lead. Looking very cool, calm, collected. There we go.
There it is.
Excellent. Brandon Gardner putting it right on the door, but Zach O'Sullivan giving him the lead that's allowing him to do it, keeping it. Again, Zach O'Sullivan cleaning up all the mistakes that he made in his lead the first time, and Brandon Gardner cleaning up all of his mistakes too, unintentionally making it harder for the judges across the line. Both drivers ironed out all of their mistakes so far. This was amazing.
Yeah, that's what you want to see for sure. Brandon definitely giving up a little bit of angle in turn 1 to keep up the proximity throughout, but other than that little blemish on the run, the proximity was gorgeous, and I must say as well, Zach O'Sullivan's lead, textbook, as good as they come as well, doing a fantastic job keeping that car locked to angle at every single go where they go, and keeping that robotic consistent angle from outer zone 2 all the way to inner clip 2 as well. Actually, I can't make many faults of this run, lead or chase, other than what we saw earlier on in the run. Let's see if Zach can now clean it up, especially in corner number 1. Keep that thing locked in the door, lock in that proximity, give the judges a little less to think about here as we go back on the second half of this battle. To the line, engines revving up, lights coming on, off the line, away we go. Brandon Gardner now in the lead, Zach O'Sullivan not taking a reset. We can get this thing going and running off smoothly. Yes, the proximity is good in the chase position for Zach O'Sullivan. The angle to boot as well, matching beautifully through the exit of outer zone number 1, flicking across the transition and back into outer zone number 2. A bubble made and a charge being made. Heavy contact, up and over goes Brandon Gardner on outer zone number 2. This is the battle that doesn't end.
We got
just goes on and on, my friend. Now a decision needs to be made. Who is at fault for that contact? Was it another decel? Was it a charge in the chase? We're going to have to talk about it and figure up, as now the replay is on the screen for you at home to figure that out yourselves if you can extrapolate that decision.
And let's see here. So Brandon Gardner slows down, and it seems that Zach O'Sullivan kind of didn't, is what it looks like to me. But I'm not. Let's look at this closer here.
But I'm not a rapper.
But I am not a rapper. Bing bang zoom zop pow. Inside clip. Decel zone. I think Brandon Gardner's slowing down the whole time. Yeah, now that I watch it full times.
Yeah, to my eye, I spy with my little eye somebody who potentially on that flick into outer zone number 2 just wasn't really able to lock the car to the angle it wanted. Big angle to start, but as it starts shallowing out, it kind of starts understeering a little bit potentially, and catches that outside wall. At least to the eye, that's what it looks like. But again, that could also be offset by the fact that Zach charging it heavily through that portion of the corner. And yes, guess what? We're going to replay, chat.
Yay! Love replay.
We're going to start figuring it out again, just to figure out, did Brandon decel past the line? Was that a Zach charge? Because to me, the way in which Zach's car is able to gain all of that ground so quickly after seemingly being in lockstep with the speed that we saw going into The start of the zone at least tells me that that's probably a decel in the lead driver, because you're going to see on the replay, bam, the car is locked, the speeds are identical, and then suddenly that car and Chase starts closing up the gap as such.
I have
really
to
like
agree.
to believe that that's Brandon potentially starting a little bit of an understeer and having to decel as a result. Or I don't know, maybe Zach just found a little extra power under the foot. He gained like 300 extra horses, and the pony just threw it down. He just went whack up forward and starts running him over, similar to what we see like Chelsea and Vaughn getting doing to each other all the time.
As we are also, again, raising money for charity today. Exclamation point charity in the chat for Safe in Our World. Video games mental health charity. It can be lonely for us sometimes, especially when you're competing on this pro level and you spend all day by yourself with your wheel. So any donation helps. We already obliterated our first goal of 500 pounds. We're at 550. We're going to try to raise 1,000. We're going to have an after party later on our Judge Doug Armstead stream, DIS_swirl. You might know him from all the way back in Team Blackjack. So we're going to have a great time tonight too at the after party. But the judges still deliberating, watching the replays. And I can't see I struggle to see a world where Brandon Gardner isn't at fault for that.
Yeah, this is a bit of a marathon, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming up on now almost our 5th hour of broadcast.
That's how it always is.
Final round. It's how it always do be. It do be that way sometimes, but y'all are warriors. Staff is warriors. Judges, drivers. It's a long one. This is a long one. This is a doozy. But hey, we're getting through it. We're coming down to the nitty gritty, and we're almost to that final lobby. We can finally decide this championship, and for all we know, this could be electric as we get down to the end of it. The review looks like it could potentially be over. As actually, speaking of which, coming down to that final now, what are... Never mind, we will not be going over that just yet. We'll get to that a little bit later, but a ton of good prizes up for grabs today. And a decision has come in, and we appear to be... I'm just going to spoil it. We appear to be wrong.
We're idiots. It's okay. So we'll slide him left for Brandon Gardner, slide him right for Zach O'Sullivan, keep him in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3 for Brandon Gardner. I bet they watched the inputs and everything and just determined that that's at fault. So those two, they can go like swing on each other at the whole time. As moving on, Brandon Gardner will be in the top 8, but who will he battle? One of our 2 rookies, Quayne Ebanks or Thwanawat Wongfuasin, which will battle next. As we're getting more burnouts.
You can't see it in the stream, obviously, but our production assistant, Hayden Rigsby, giving us the gifts of referees in a hockey match, reviewing the clip, the decisions made, then he shows a gif of a ref coming out to center ice to give the call. Love to see it.
As we are lining up here, Quayne Ebanks will be leading Thwanawat Wongfuasin. This is a battle that I have been looking forward to. Now, this is rookie championship implications here.
Implications abound. You can't get rid of them.
Nope, everything is implications. It's always because of the implication. We're lining up here. Again, 2 very different Nissans at the line. Lined up, Quayne Ebanks in the lead, Funny the Honey in the chase. And here we go. Funny the Honey with a great jump off of the line. Quayne Ebanks super mellow with his blinkers on. Great initiation from Quayne Ebanks. Funny the Honey trying to flip that car up to get a little bit deeper in the zone, but he does have good proximity. Again, Quayne Ebanks is like a machine today. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him get his first win ever here today. Again, he's looking cool, calm, collected. Funny the Honey right up on the door there through the inside clip, which is always hard to do. And finally settling in and across the line. 2 drives are amazing.
I love seeing the aggression in the chase there, especially towards the latter half of the run. You're going to see that S15 really stay glued on the side. But gosh, Kawain's initiation was gorgeous all the way on the outside. Thought he has to give up a little bit of that line down the inside of the track to close it back in, but does a great job matching the angle through the corner. Really nice and in sync switch transitions as well through inner clip number 1. A couple small bobbles here and there, but Thani able to reel in that gap, throws out the line, hook, line, and sinker, reels in the fish. That was Kawain Ebanks up in the lead position and puts the staple on it as well through outer zone number 3. But gosh, Kawain is on one with those lead runs. The line is gorgeous. As now we're switching back around. Thani back in the lead. R34 of Kawain Ebanks back in that chase position. This is your final top 16 battle of the season. Only one more battle left after this one to decide who is going to be joining that ever so exciting final 4 lobby. Off the line, Kawain and Chase. Thani up in the lead. Initiation for that S15. Big angle, big flick up in the lead. Holding it beautifully up in the lead. Kawain matching incredibly well, and Chase starts to fall back a little bit on the exit, but still keeping himself in the picture. Oh, that was a ton of angle for the lead up through the inner clip. Looks like Kawain doing their best to match that in the chase. Small bits of aggression and charging through inner clip 2 and transitioning back across the bumper. Falls back though as a result of that little bit of a over aggressive chase through inner clips. You got to be careful with that. It does end up causing you a lot of proximity on the exits of those zones because of just the way the nature of the flow goes. And Kawain once again proving that, inner clip 2 to outer zone number 3, that maybe not just having the correct mentality to go into that zone. We've seen it a couple of times there where there have been some issues or losses of proximity through that part of the track. But other than that, gorgeous to watch, really fun, incredible aggressive chase, but really doesn't come down to how much does that over aggression through inner clip 2 and that transition come back to bite him in the end with the proximity loss through the finals corner.
As we do have a call in already to see who's going to take the win here and go on against Brandon Gardner. Quick call on that one. The judges knew what they saw, knew what they liked, and both drivers were doing donuts earlier. They really very much had fun during that one. So we'll slide it left for Kawain Ebanks, slide it right for Thani the Honey. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3. Unanimous decision for Kawain Ebanks, making it into the Great 8. Great for him. Great showing from both drivers. Up next, number 30 seed Brandon Gardner up against Kawain Ebanks. Kawain Ebanks will be leading first. Oh, this is going to be a good battle.
Yeah, and a fair call to boot as well. Yes, while that mistake was there, it was not enough to really offset the amount of mistakes that Thani was making in their chase either, as well as just an overall more impressive lead, I would say, for Kawain as well, just with the consistency and how much style and angle they had. It's a very fun driving style to watch Thani doing all the flicks and whatnot, but it does open up the potential for a couple of inconsistencies and, just overall Kawain having the better go at it, all mistakes considered. So yes, that is going to be the final top 16 battle of the season. We got one more Great 8 fight left to go until we decide which one of these two are moving on to that final lobby. Will it be Brandon Gardner? Will it be Kawain Ebanks? Only one way to find out. We got 2 more runs to figure it out. Is it going to be enough to make a decision? We're just moments away from finding out.
And here we go. We're going to have Kawain Ebanks in the lead. Brandon Gardner in the chase. Let's see who's in it to win it today. Who will fill our final slot in our final 4? Either way, they definitely worked hard to get into that position. We are lined up, ready to go. Lights out. Kawain Ebanks in the lead. Brandon Gardner in the chase. Huge flick initiation in Kawain Ebanks again, having an amazing lead run like he has all day. Brandon Gardner pushing as hard as he can for all the proximity he can.
Wow.
And definitely gaining it. Here we go, right up on the door. No issues at all from both drivers. Both drivers on the limit through the second inside clip. And through the line, Kawain Ebanks. Oh my gosh.
Wow, 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 wow.
And across the line. That was a run. Both drivers, no chill whatsoever.
They can be proud of that one for sure, be it the lead, be it the chase. Brandon's best chase of the day by far. Kawain, again, just showing that their leads are robotic and consistent. You're not seeing any wavering from that R34 in the lead, as well as just a ridiculous amount of silent. Oh, Brandon's aggression into outer zone 2 was a sight to behold all over the side of Coane through the zones. A little bit wide of interclip 2 was Coane, though. That's another point where maybe Brandon can clean it up a little bit and get a little tighter on that one to give themselves some points back in their court for their lead. So switch them back around. Is this going to be enough to determine a winner of this final battle of lobby number 4, the 3D wrap group number 4? Putting down lots of excitement, lots of calls need to be made, lots of reviews. It was definitely not an easy one to get through, probably our most time-consuming one for sure. But when it comes down to it, the two drivers who've been putting down big are going to be the ones up for grabs on this battle. Who has what it takes to advance? Here we go then. Brandon in the lead. Coane not giving a gap into the zone. Giant angle for the Infinity in the lead, but Coane E-Banks all over the side of Brandon Gardner through outer zone number 1. Giant flick in the lead. So much style for the Infinity, and Coane matching it, but falling back a little bit. Outer zone number 2 needs to reel it back in. Does just that through interclip number 2, flicking back to then the outer zone, the third and final outer zone. These drivers putting on a show, chat. I know you're loving what you're seeing here today. Which one of these two will be advancing then from the 3D wrap group number 4 in our final round of ESDA of the season?
I do have to say, I was watching Brandon Gardner's brake lights a lot during that second run, and one thing I noticed that stood out was he was using his left foot brake a lot more than Coane did over the entirety of the run, and I think that might be the only deciding factor for the entirety of the run, because my God, both of those drivers were driving the best I've seen them drive all season in this battle. I don't envy the judges in any way. Not at all, but I do have to say that both drivers should not be upset with how that battle went at all. They didn't leave anything out there at all.
So really, I think what that's then might boil down to, for comparing lead for lead, as comparable and smooth as they were, you got to factor in the fact that, yeah, Coane was about 2 hash marks back on interclip 2, as well as maybe not necessarily as close on interclip number 1, going back on the replay and we're watching once again in comparison to Brandon at least. But, all considered with offsetting mistakes and a little bit of a chase discrepancy in outer zone number 1, I noticing Coane was just a little bit closer to start that run. There's another case for, hey, guess what? There's another one more time angle on this one, I feel, with this one.
I could see the mistakes evening out. I can kind of
feel it here at this point here. I don't know if this is going to be enough to quite determine a winner of this group, especially with the judges taking the time on this one. They're definitely talking it through, trying to get the correct call on this one.
Yes, for sure. And again, both drivers were driving so clean that it really came down to just counting the individual mistakes. And we do have a call here.
Split decision too, nonetheless. Call has come in. Who is going to advance from this group? Last battle of group number 4.
This is not the correct drivers on the screen, but it will be okay. We're hanging on. There it is. We'll slide him left for Brandon Gardner. Slide him right for Coane E-Banks. Keep him in the middle for an OMT. Who's going to take our final 4 slot? 1 for an OMT. 1 for Coane E-Banks. And 2 for Coane E-Banks, moving on, putting him in to that final 4 position. And there it is. We have our final 4 locked into place. Austin Zalewski versus Mustafa Amin up against Alexander Element and Coane E-Banks. This is going to be a final 4 for the ages in the final round. So give us just a short moment. We'll take a look at this again. This was our Group 4 bracket presented by 3D Wrap.
You're doing all right, kid. You're doing all right.
We're getting there.
So, yeah, as it is then, moving on to that final lobby. Zalewski versus Mustafa. Remember, Zalewski is out of it, but they can play spoiler to Mustafa's chances at this championship. Mustafa must run the table to have any shot at winning this championship. Now, Alexander Element does not have an easy battle against Coane E-Banks on that side of the bracket either. So, do not go anywhere. This final lobby is going to be a heater, is what we all waited for. The championship is not decided yet. It's coming down to the final moments of ESDA's 2022 season here at Irwindale. Don't you go anywhere. We will be right back.
Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh! Oh no! Oh! Oh! Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit mazdaracing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit bigduckclub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
Behind the screens for many, people suffer from mental health issues. Many experience this. Many still are. Do you ever feel like life is a game you're losing? You're not alone. Safe in our world.
Take my mind. deny it. I can't just fake it. I only know how to pull myself apart. I never thought I'd go this far. Run away, out of time. Find a place where I can never hide. I let it run, change or even shine. Let it burn, I'll never be coming back. 'Cause I'm losing my mind.
Welcome back, everybody. We've made it. We've done an entire season, and we find ourselves here at Round 7, ESDA, presented by Traxion, in the Final Four. And we have two of our championship contenders here, but we also have my good buddy Ian Plash, Strix9 Pulsatrix, and Hayden Rigsby over here in the production booth, and over there in the judging booth, we got Harold McKinney, Brady, and Doug Armston. And speaking of Harold McKinney, we have a new donation for our charity event, Exclamation Point Charity, Safe in Our World. Harold McKinney just dropped 20 pounds, raising our total currently to 510 pounds of our new goal of 70 pounds. Numbers good, as we're getting up to 1,000 pounds. So here we are, Final Four, Ian. We find ourselves in Irwindale, California. 4 wall rides, 2 inside clips, 3 transitions. We all know the deal. We've been here. We've been watching this the whole time. A lot is on the line. A lot is on the line these next 4 battles. So, Ian, what do we got to look forward to, do you think?
Well, plain and simple, the first battle is going to determine what is on the cards for this championship fight. This is going to be Mustafa Amine versus Austin Zalewski. Remember, Mustafa must, and I say must, win that battle to have any shot at going on further beyond their position right now to win this championship. And speaking of that championship, before we continue on any further to the point situations, lots of prizes that Devin is going to walk us through. What are they playing for, Devin?
This season's competitors will be battling for a slice of the $1,600 money pool and a whole lot more thanks to our sponsors. This year's $300 top team and $100 Rookie of the Year prizes are presented by Big Duck Club. The Rookie of the Year will also win a Wheel Stand 2.0 from Next Level Racing. The season champion will be awarded $600 in addition to the FGT Elite Simulation Chassis and ERS1 seat from Next Level Racing, an R16 wheelbase RS Racing wheel, CRP pedals, and RM Digital Dash from Mazda Racing, and an Akina handbrake from 3D Wrap. Second place will be awarded $400 and an FGT Simulator cockpit from Next Level Racing. ESDA would like to thank our sponsors for supporting esports drifting, and viewers like you for watching our competition. Thank you. Now back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Devin. Also, I want to wish them a happy birthday, as it is their birthday. And again, thank you so much for being our ads person for the entire season. So happy birthday, Devin. Anyway, back to business. We find ourselves in the Traxion Final Four. We got Austin Zalewski up against Mustafa Amin, and then we got Alexander Element up against Kawain Ebanks. And then we'll battle for third, second, and first. And by the end of this, we will know not just who won today, but who is walking away with the entire season championship.
Yep, so Flop's half to the side. That's going to be your first battle today. I mean, must win that battle to go on. Alexander Element, if they win their first Final Four battle, or their only Final Four battle, rather, no matter what, they win the championship. So both of these battles, ever so important. The ball is still in their court. You got to win. This is a must-win situation for both sides of things. Production is just about ready. The judges are just about ready. This is it. The final 3 battles of your 2022 season. Who is walking away with it all, Joe?
Oh, I am shaking in my boots. I'm ready to go here. Austin Zalewski, who has been looking unstoppable today. Mustafa Amin, who's been looking unstoppable for a couple of seasons. One of them's gonna have to stop here. The question is, who will it be from both of these amazing drivers? They're lined up. They're revving up. It seems like they're ready to go. The judges are ready to go. I'm ready to go. Ian is shaking. I almost see two of them.
I am?
Yeah, you don't even know it. And let's go. As Austin Zalewski is in the lead, Mustafa Amin in the chase. Big angle from Austin Zalewski. Mustafa Amin unfazed, putting it right up on that A90 super door. Perfect driving from both drivers. Drivers who have been waiting for hours at this point to warm back up, and here they are. Again, outside zone number 2. Almost flawless lead run. And Mustafa Amin taking full advantage of it as well as they go through the final inside clip. Big transition here as they come through the last outside zone and across the line.
Oh my God.
Austin Zalewski with an amazing lead. Mustafa Amin wants to keep the fight alive, wants to keep it together. Oh my gosh. This is amazing. What a run.
Mustafa, I mean, with the chase run of the day. I don't know how you weren't exploding at the fact that Mustafa was just going in on that chase, especially outer zone number 1. No one has been able to match angle and proximity in the way that Mustafa just did all day long, locking that thing in the pocket, keeping the angle matched as well. That's the most impressive part about that chase. Austin Zalewski has it in their back pocket to do that exact same thing, and now after a chase like that, they are going to have to take down Mustafa here. Mustafa set themselves up in such a way that puts the ball in their court, I think, to move on beyond this battle and keep their championship hopes alive. Zalewski now in chase, keeping a very aggressive initiation in the chase position. They're going to keep it locked on the side, but mismatching the angle just a little bit. Outer zone number 1. Mustafa painting that wall beautifully in black. That back bumper dragging across the wall. Big foot transition. Massive angle in outer zone number 2. And this time it'll be Zalewski pushing into the side of the lead driver through the outer zone. Unbelievable scenes here at Irwindale. Mustafa driving with the hopes of their season on the line. Zalewski trying to play spoiler. This is esports drift. This is ESDA. This is the Final Four of the biggest championship decider of the year. Bart, oh my goodness, my jaw's on the floor. I drive. I cannot believe what is happening right now between these two. Unbelievable consistency, lead and chase. How do they do it, Joe?
I do not know. I was concerned on that initiation in that run number 2. Mustafa Amin put so much angle, dragged that bumper into the wall, and Austin Zalewski knew how to put exactly the right amount of space to make sure it all worked out. It wasn't catastrophic. Both drivers went all the way to the end, as much angle as they could the entire time, as much proximity as they could the entire time. The mimics in both of the chases is unparalleled of what we've seen today up until this point, Ian. I am just shocked. I don't know. I genuinely don't know where the judges can really find too many differences. Even watching them side by side, both drivers are putting everything out there on the table, and it doesn't really help that the cars are kind of painted the same. I'm going to be real about that. But let's be real. The Final Four is here, and they are ready to prove why they are in that Final Four.
I think if there is going to be any differentiation, there may be a proximity gap, the difference between run number 1 and run number 2. However, the way Mustafa was able to match angle and keep it in the tire tracks, even though farther back, was impressive. Zalewski gave up a little bit of the line earlier on in the going, and the judges are at an impasse. We have a decision coming in.
And the judges, I think they made the right decision here.
I know they made the right call on this one. Ladies and gentlemen, slider left for Austin Zalewski, slider right for Mustafa Amin. Survey says, oh, Joe, I think you know where this one's going.
1, 2, and 3. OMT. Boys, you're driving too perfect. Make some mistakes so that there's actually something to do that's different. Because, again, both drivers are just on that line of perfection. They are toying with it. There's not much else you can really do. So now both drivers know that they can trust the other drivers so much in the lead. I expect to see pushing to the point. I wouldn't be surprised if this ends in tragedy here, as both drivers are right on the limit.
I think this can only end, one way. There is probably going to be a major mistake that's going to call this battle, especially after a battle number 1 that had no right getting away with as much as they did. And for Mustafa, as disheartening as it is, you think you're in the best spot to get it done. You have to mentally reset now. Zalewski is that iron wall to get around. They're going to have to do it again.
And here we go. Both drivers banging off the limiter, and we are off in the OMT battle between Austin Zalewski, A to Z, and Mustafa Amin in contention for the win. Keeping it out of each other's way. I don't know how, as Austin Zalewski puts it right on the line. But they keep it going. They don't care. They want to keep driving. A little bouncing never stopped anyone, I guess, on this level as we go into outside zone number 2, making sure the judges have things to talk about through the inside clip. Again, last transition. Austin Zalewski. Oh, no.
Oh, more contact. Oh, no.
No. I told you, we're gonna have catastrophe when you're driving that hard, right on the line. It's almost like you're just dealing with netcode at that point. You're just playing roulette.
Oh, Mustafa did not need to do that. The mistake happening out of zone number 1. I think that was Zalewski making a mistake. I think he pushed himself into the wall. I don't believe any contact happened until after the touch of the wall. But out of zone number 3, I don't think they needed to do that. If that is going to be the thing that seals the fate of Mustafa, I mean, that's not a zeroed out run at that point in outer zone number 3. Oh, just the mistake. It's too hard of a charge into the side. I did not see a brake light on Zalewski. If that's how this ends, what a sad way to go out. But they still got another half of this battle to go.
That they do. As now Mustafa Amin leads, tries to put down as perfect of a lead run as possible to try and force mistakes from Zalewski. Hopefully there can be a determination here that isn't something sad like netcode. And let's see what happens. They're lined up, they're revving up, and they are ready to go.
Yeah, you just gotta keep your charges in check when so much is on the line there, but you know their hearts are in their stomachs right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's not over yet. We still gotta get through the second half of this battle. The judges need to deliberate. Let's see what Zalewski does in the chase in comparison to Mustafa. Mustafa, put down a 100-point run. Go big or go home. Show them why you are here, why you were in contention. But Zalewski also showing why they scored a 97 on qualifying. Also showing why they are one of the most favorited drivers going into this round with so much proximity and angle matching in the back pocket. This is unreal driving. Both drivers going big. Zalewski stragging across the rear bumper and matching angle through outer zone number 3 all over the side of Mustafa. Those drivers got to be so hyped in what they just
they're throwing circles. They're so happy about that run. I don't blame them at all. Win or lose, both drivers definitely sent it, and they've definitely driven together before, and they're both such nice dudes. I can't believe they are both doing anything but smiling ear to ear after runs like that, especially after run number 2, getting into the end there. Mustafa, I mean, putting down an amazing lead run, and A to Z, Austin Zalewski really taking full advantage of a lead run like that. The only question now is what's up with that hairiness on run number 1, and I'm sure the judges are looking at all of that contact to really double check to see who's at fault for both. So if we can take a look at that again a little bit closer. So first, Austin Zalewski in the lead, Mustafa Amin in the chase. So it looks like they kind of seem like it seems like it's at the same time, but then this second one, I think I do fear that Mustafa might have gotten a little too hot in that last outside zone. The first one I could kind of flip a coin on it almost, but this last one I kind of got to say I think that RX-8 was a little too hot going into it.
Well, developments being said, I'm just not going to make any analogy or any analysis on this at all. They are going back. They are looking at the replay. They're going to make sure this call is correct. And I do not believe that even if that contact that happened in corner number 1 is deemed the fault of Zalewski or Mustafa, we're not Formula Drift where they're going to say, oh, well, the contact in corner number 3 happened because of what happened in turn 1. No, that's not the case. Mustafa was recovered. They were there. We don't make marginal calls like that here at ESDA. So I will keep throwing shade at them for the rest of my life. I swear that was.
I think that's a fair one after that judging.
Regardless, there's even the case to say like who's to know if there was actually a little bit of a boop by Mustafa in turn 1 as well. So they probably have 2 bits of information to really digest here as far as where they're going to assign some blame on sides of the contact. Unfortunately, if that was the case of contact in turn 1 being Mustafa's fault as well, that's just icing on the cake, and the cake is unfortunately not very good. It's well past expire. That icing has been sitting outside for a couple of weeks now.
A little funky.
That icing is. So, but regardless, remember the implications of this one. If Mustafa loses this battle, regardless of what happens with Alexander on the right side of the bracket, it is their championship. So Alexander watching this one with bated breath. holding it, probably thinking this is the shot. This might be it. The championship could be secured right here and right now, as well as the cash prizes, all the prizes as well. They're given out by our fantastic sponsors as well, all on the line with this one decision right here and right now. And goodness me, early indications are a little disheartening.
Yeah, just a little bit.
But it's not over until the judges come out and they give us their full analysis. They can see all the things that we don't get to see from the camera angle, the one camera angle we have on the replay, and we'll have the correct call being made in just a few short moments.
And to be fair, let's just remind ourselves that unlike earlier battles here, the loser of this battle will go on and battle for third place still. So this is not their last showing of the season at all. And super excited to see how the judges call this, because this is really close and there's a lot of ways you could look at it, but I'm sure that they're looking at telemetry as well, making sure that it's as fair as possible from their perspective.
Looks like the review has wrapped up. There'll be a decision coming in, and we have a call.
So we're going to slide him left for Austin Saluski, slide him right for Mustafa Amin, keep in the middle for an OMT. Mustafa Amin must win this round to keep his championship hopes alive.
And what will the judges side on here? That's 1 for Austin. 2 for Austin Zalewski. They will advance. That means your 2022 ESDA champion is Alexander Element, your 2022 Esports Drift Association Drift Champion, presented by Traxion. And what a season they've had. Smooth, consistent, clean all year long. And now they have the opportunity to say, hey, you know, all the people were saying, well, you didn't get a win, you won the championship. Well, hey, even if that's the case, they have the opportunity to still grab them a win right here today. Give us a celebratory burnout, Alexander. They're stoked. They're excited. Congratulations. You are the 2022 Esports Drift Association champion.
So Mustafa Amin is not done in the fight, though. He still has to see, will he take second place or third place? But don't worry, Quain Ebanks is in here. He's just trying to get in on it, as this is all the love that we see here at ESDA. Even though glorious in defeat, Alexander Element throw in some celebratory donuts. I think that the FIA will allow these ones at least. So
all right,
really
amazing
job.
It must be noted, though, because of Darius's earlier bout in the competition, minimum of 408 points are going to be, well, let me disregard, let me backtrack. Okay, so actually an interesting situation right now. If they were to lose their top 3 battle, Mustafa that is, they will go into the tie with Darius Ostrika for second, and Darius wins on a win tiebreak there. So if they finish third, they get second. So still a lot to play for, some extra prizes, some extra cash up for grabs. The title is not there anymore, but there is still stuff to play for here, and Mustafa's got to reset, refocus, come back strong, and potentially make it a little better.
I think that there might even, I don't know off the top of my head, but Austin Zalewski might be able to take third place even here. We'll see about that. As we are lined up, though, Alexander Element are now named champion up against Quain Ebanks. An amazing run from 2 amazing drivers. Love the bright colors all the time. And here we go. Alexander Element in the lead, probably feeling so calm right now. So cool, so collected. Quain Ebanks not going down without a fight, assaulting that door throughout that first outside zone. And again, through this second outside zone, Alexander Element, again, Control-C, Control-V on his runs. Just every lead run is just as perfect as he can make it. Quain Ebanks struggling a little bit to keep it right up on that door and across the line. Good Alexander Element has been dominant all season from round 1. Hasn't won a round yet, though.
Yeah, this is also very big for Quain as well, with the first driver we had in the chase position there, because if he's able to win this entire round, talking to Dow earlier, they will take Rookie of the Year by 6 points, but only with the win do they have the opportunity to take the Rookie of the Year title. So they have stuff to play for as well. So still so much on the line, up for grabs between everybody remaining left in this fight. So exciting stuff. We really love seeing the aggression coming out from everyone involved in this championship fight, and it's not even over yet. Switching the back around, let's try this one more time.
And we are lined up. Alexander Element giving himself a run up against Quain Ebanks. Kind of just has to cruise in and keep driving how he has been all day, but Quain Ebanks has been no slouch in the leads whatsoever, so this should be an excellent run number 2.
Yeah, Cowain's leads have been nothing short of exciting all day long with so much style. Let's see if they can throw it down again. Alexander in the chase. Gonna get up in the door. Oh my goodness, Cowain with that gorgeous line through one. Oh, contact being made. Slight pushes even. Alexander Elman getting to the side of Cowain, making their proximity felt. And chase, look at that angle again for Cowain into outer zone number 2. But oh, the proximity is gorgeous. Alexander is here to play. They want this win so bad. They want to get a win on the season. A little bit more contact being made as Cowain having a couple of jank bits there as well to the center of outer clip 3 as a result. Oh, there's gonna be more to talk about as well, especially on that initiation into outer zone number 3. Really got to see if potentially Quinn was a little offline. Did Alexander push in too hard? But oh, that proximity for Alexander in the chase position was a show.
Yes, it was. Oh my gosh, what a run. And Mustafa Amin, he just sends a chat right now. I just got to say, Alexander, you are an animal. And Cowain. Mustafa Amin is just watching all of them right now, just stoked out of his mind. Even though he just had the championship win slip out of his hands, he is nothing but stoked to see how people are driving in here. And it seems that way for all the drivers involved. Everyone's having so much fun. And I just got to say, I'm smiling ear to ear watching runs like this with everyone having that much fun competing as well. There's nothing else to say, but this is an awesome situation to find ourselves in.
For sure. Waiting on that judging call then, which one of these two are going to be able to advance on. We do have the decision coming in relatively quickly. And yes, the call has been made.
So this is, again, not our last battle. This is just getting us to see who's going to battle for first and second and who's going to battle for third. So we're going to slide him left for Alexander Element, slide him right for Cowain Ebanks, keep him in the middle for an OMT. Which one are we going to find ourselves with? 1 for Alexander Element, 2 for Alexander Element, and 3 for Alexander Element.
Oh boy, that sets up an absolute dogfight of a win there. Austin Zalewski versus Alexander Element. And how the points table is lined up right now. When we do get to that final fight as well, let me take a look. Just a double check on the points that we still have available to us on this run. So if Mustafa finishes in third, that's 408 points. And if Zalewski wins the whole thing, he will take second by, I quote, 2 points.
Oh my gosh.
So much to play for. Alexander wants the pride. Zalewski trying to steal second underneath everyone in front of them in a terrific run, and they're going to have to get through your 2022 champion, Alexander Element, to even make that a possibility. But before we get there, we do have that third place battle that needs to be done. That is going to be Mustafa Amin versus Cowain Ebanks, or Amin. I don't know why I keep messing that up. Mustafa Amin versus Cowain Ebanks. Cowain's run at the Rookie of the Year is unfortunately dashed with that loss, but they still have all of the pride of a potential podium for the last run up for grabs. And remember, Mustafa has to take this victory to put himself in a position to then beat the tiebreaker with Darius for second right now.
And I do have to say, I think that does lock in Daniel Andrejev to win Rookie of the Year for 2022. So congrats to Daniel. But first, let's see here. It's going to be Mustafa Amin up against Cowain Ebanks. I believe Mustafa Amin leads first, as he is the 5th seed, and Cowain is the 6th seed. And just a reminder to everyone watching at home, for our podium battles, we do not announce winners. We do not announce results unless it's an OMT, just to add a little bit more suspense. So we're still going to know right up until the end about our 2nd through 4th place. And here we go. We're lined up. Mustafa Amin in the lead. Cowain Ebanks in the chase. This is the battle for 3rd place. Do or die. This is the driver's last battle of the season, no matter what they do. And here we go. Mustafa Amin, big angle. Cowain Ebanks taking full advantage of that angle, getting right up to that RX-8 store, all the way through that outside zone. Big transition. Cowain putting his nose all the way in there, getting right up in the door. No!
Oh!
Cowain Ebanks clipping the wall. Mustafa Amin finishing out his run. That's what you get for driving 10 out of 10, though. An amazing run from both drivers, and just a little too deep into that chase, unfortunately.
What a phenomenal run and a good display of talent from Mustafa up in the lead. Cowain going for it. Got to credit them where credit's due. This is all for pride. Just trying to show they had what it takes, but just transitions a little too far back. And unfortunately, That's going to be heavy contact with that outside wall. It's going to bite him in the butt, and that's going to seal their fate for the battle unless a mistake is also comparable on the second run.
So while our local mathematician does some math, we'll be talking about this second run here as Kawain Ebanks now gets the lead. Mustafa Amin, let's see here. Does he play it easy, or does he just throw it right on that R34's door? And there's only one way to find out. And here we go. Kawain Ebanks in the lead. Mustafa Amin in the chase, putting it right up on the wall. Kawain Ebanks has grown so much as a driver. Look at this lead run that he's putting down. Mustafa Amin playing it a little bit safe, knowing that as long as he finishes, he's probably going to take the win. But throwing all the way in, and I think he's straightened there. I think he's straightened. This might be an OMT. It might be over yet. I think, he might have just done that on purpose.
No. Nonsense.
Mustafa's the kind of guy. He's the kind of guy that'd do that, though.
I respect it, but unfortunately, remember, the points are so important for them for the opportunity to take that higher prize. I don't think they're going to throw a battle like that when it's so much on the line here.
I don't know. That was close either way. I know the nerves are high regardless. And the judges definitely having a few things to look at. The first one was a little bit more cut and dry, but I think the second
we
one
don't have the replay. The judges might need to back out and take a look at that. Yeah. We just don't have the angle, the abilities that we have on the broadcast side of things. We can't change perspective and take a look. So the judges might need to go back unless they had an eye on it to begin with to see if that was actually a full-on straighten or not.
I think I saw those front wheels go straight with the fenders, as we do have our call in already. And due to this being the finals, I can't even be I don't know how to be suspenseful about this. If we're talking about what that final is, we're doing an OMT. Yeah, we're doing
one
an
more
OMT.
time. It is double zeros in the chase. That was a full straighten. And yeah, we're going to go again.
And let's do it. So both drivers don't hit the wall. Kawain Ebanks given a gift from the gods. And let's see what happens here. Mustafa Amin in the lead. Kawain Ebanks in the chase. Take two. And here we go. Mustafa Amin in the lead in that RX-8. Kawain Ebanks in the chase. Both drivers trying to not have a mistake in the chase like they did last time. And here we go. Right on the door. Both drivers really want to win now. Mustafa Amin tapping the wall ever so slightly. Kawain Ebanks giving him no chill whatsoever through the danger zone, as we are learning to be today for sure. Right on Mustafa's door. Kawain Ebanks cutting it nice and tight through that inside clip. Big angle, big transition, keeping it out of the wall, but beautiful transition from both drivers. Okay, and now we don't know. That was a close battle. Oh my gosh. What a battle for sure.
Exciting for sure. Kawain doing a much better job, especially through outer zone number 1 in contrast to the last run, keeping it way closer on proximity and making sure that they're not falling back in an awkward way. Good transition that time from inner clip 1 to outer zone 2, keeping that car in the correct spot, matching angle beautifully as well. Mustafa doing their best to run away with it. They can't do so. They just cannot escape the raw aggression of this R34 in the rearview mirror. Kawain wants this pride. He wants this third place spot. And remember, Mustafa needs this third place to have their shot then at second place, or they're going to be fighting for scraps on the points table. Then here we go, second half of this battle. Can Mustafa enter in kind? Here we go, off the line. RX-8, R34, initiation, big flick. Back by Kawain Ebanks and Mustafa keeping their presence felt in the chase position all over the side of the R34, doing their best to make the judges note this car is here to mess her up, but no! Unfortunate piece of contact. Oh, Mustafa charging it aggressively. We saw that happen earlier as well with Adam LZ at this exact same spot. A chase just being too aggressive into that portion of the course, contact being made. You're gonna see it in full screen. What exactly happened there? If this can be that over decel for the lead, or what I believe to be a little too much of an aggressive charge. Yeah, it was a charge through the decel zone before they even exited that decel zone by my eye. So it looks to me, if judges do concur, we will have that call.
But we aren't gonna share it, remember?
But we would not share it if that is the case.
Secrets. As long as we can confirm that it is not an OMT, we'll move on to the title fight. And what a title fight it will be too here. But this has been a fight as well. Kawain Ebanks, Mustafa Amin, two amazing drivers who have sent it so hard. And we do have a call here, so we're gonna move on. Here we go. So we're gonna move on now. to our final battle of the season. Austin Zalewski in that A90 Supra up against Alexander Element, who is now already won the season, but definitely wants to get their maiden win for the season into the books. Oh my gosh.
Incredible drive. This is so good. And regardless of the points tallies, you know, Austin Zalewski not going to get the championship here, but regardless of the result on that side of the bracket, an Austin Zalewski win means they finish second. An Austin Zalewski loss means they finish fourth on the season. So this is so much to play for. The pride of knowing you have secured a win in your title season for Alexander Element, or from fourth to second, would Zalewski be your #1 seed, the unstoppable Demon King today in that Supra. Oh, this is going to be exciting stuff. This is it, your final battle of the season. Let's send it, drivers. One more fight to go.
And what a fight it is. Both drivers have been looking unbelievable. Heads and shoulders above everybody else today. Austin Zalewski, amazing angle. Alexander Element putting it right on that door. They are just, it kind of looks like they're almost tippy-tapping against each other through that inside clip into Alexander Element, giving a lot of space. That says some confidence about his lead as Austin Zalewski, amazing lead, very, very clean lead. And Alexander Element might have given up a little bit too much going into that second outside zone. He was playing it safe because that's where there's always been issues. But I think that that's where the issue is. That might have to be a deciding factor with how precise both of these drivers have been driving today.
These drivers are just animals. Unreal show of this talent from Alexander Element, Austin Zalewski, throwing it big, throwing it hard, and gosh, again, I have seen so much style so consistently all day long from Zalewski and all of their leads, and Alexander Element doing a great job at matching that proximity and angle, especially in outer zone number 3 and a couple different aspects of the run. But a few points on the table open and available in zone number 1 and zone number 2 for Zalewski and their chase. This could potentially be your final drift run of the 2022 Esports Drift Season. Chat, I know you're excited for it. We're excited for it. Please support your favorite drivers, and thank you so much for an incredible season. But this is it. Alexander Element in the lead, your 2022 champion. Zalewski, the contender. Oh, a little bit of a decent situation there. That might be run back. I don't know. There's some jank going on there, but we're going to keep running it anyways for the time being and see what the judges have to say later on. Zalewski can do the best to make up what is going on in the chase position. Falling back, though, unfortunately, not able to close in that gap as a result, as maybe some decent gremlins still playing effects on what they are seeing out the windshield. And as that run completes, we're going to wait to see what the judges have to say about that. We might be getting that again. And yes, already immediately before they even completed the run, they're calling the rerun.
Smart decision. I don't think that I believe, let me double check here, but I think that they're only going to rerun run number 2 because that was the only affected runs. And I would agree with that because, yeah, it's really hard. It's unfair to everybody involved. And I know Alexander Element doesn't want to do it. And yes, confirmed, only run number 2 rerun. So we will go and see that again. So we're going to see the Alexander Element leading Austin Zalewski chase one more time. And what a battle it will be.
Yep, so they're going to go ahead and hit that reset button, grab some fresh tires, because believe me, after 2 runs at a pro level car, your tires are spent. So that's a good thing. They're going to go and grab some new tires, make sure they're not running on no rubber. Gosh, I remember back in the day in Esports Drift Association on the Forza days, on some of the OMTs that we would run where you could not take tires the entirety for the sake of time. Gosh, you'd be down to like 2% rubber by the end of those battles. But thankfully, not the problem here. Let's try this again. Alexander Element, your champion again. Zalewski, they win this battle, they finish second. They lose this battle, they finish fourth. That's a massive prize and money payout discrepancy. They're going to fight for it every way they can. There's that reinitiation, but pretty far back in chase in comparison to what Alexander Element did in their chase. And gosh, Element just running away with it in that Ferrari, but it's going to start to be closed in as Element has to check up on the exit of outer zone 1. Lots of speed being carried. Here comes Zalewski into the door of Element through outer zone number 2. There, back to the inner clip. Going to keep it there. Trying to cross him up for Element, running away with it just a little bit. The gap starting to open open back up. Zalewski needs to do all they can to make it up, but they cannot overcome that gap discrepancy we saw in outer zone number 2. Now the judges have a lot to talk about though. However, we got to see if they deem was a shallow amount of angle to get that gap, and by my eye, yes, that Ferrari,
that is
not a ton of angle, so potentially then that gap discrepancy not going to be then run back in Zalewski's fault, I would like to say. And you can see just how much Element had to check up on the exit of outer zone number 1 to not overshoot that inner clip, running so much speed through turn number 1. But it had to be done. That shows me, yes, that Ferrari was flying. Judges have a lot of deliberation to go, and if there's anything to say, both these drivers though are so good at adapting, overcoming every single issue. And I believe then, yes, there is a call. The decision has been made. We do have a winner.
We do. So I'll take it from here. I heard that Ian might have to disappear magically all of a sudden.
Oh, let's get through these podium things first. I want to stick through for the announcements at least.
That's for sure. So let's take a look here at our bracket, and we can just have a discussion about it.
But before then, hey, could we get the other 2 drivers to make their way to the podium area, please? If you're still in the connection, please. All 4 drivers who are here in this final lobby, make your way towards all of our sponsorships that you're seeing in front of you. Again, huge shout out to Traxion, Moza, 3D Rep, Next Level, every single person who has made Big Duck Club as well, every single sponsor who has made this season what it is, Vosan as well. Huge shout out to them, the official track provider of this entire season. Every single track you see that you saw in competition and you like what you saw and you want to try it yourself, well, head over to vosan.com. They have all of your downloads available for every single track you've seen this entire season, and you get to try it out for yourself, stack yourself up to it, and see if you can't make a run into the Pro Series even next year through our qualifiers and the driver search. Start warming up early. 2023 season will be here before you know it, Joe.
Yes, that is true. And also, don't forget to stick around. We're going to wait until the start of the next hour just so we can eat a little bit of food and get it all in our bellies and get ready to go. We're going to have another after party in honor of the charity that we are doing today. So far, we have raised 570 pounds, which are already above our goal, and we're gonna raise more money and have fun over at our after party here. So let's take a look here, get all of our drivers lined up.
Mustafa's out of the server.
Oh, that's such a shame, but we do have all of our drivers ready to go.
All right, so if that's the case then, I will go ahead and announce then our 3rd place finisher. And remember, this is a big one, because if Ebanks takes this victory, well, that means Mustafa has no shot at the 2nd place position. And it is unanimous. Your 3rd place finisher in round number 7 is your 2nd place Rookie of the Year contender. Ebanks is going to take your 3rd place position, taking down Mustafa and dashing. Oh, there's Mustafa. There they are.
There he is.
Dashing all hopes for Mustafa's 2nd place run, but Kawain Ebanks will finish 3rd. And that means there is one more piece of hardware to hand out your victor of round number 7.
And Ian, before you dip and before I announce this, can you make sure that you have the math correct so we can do the top 3 for the season after this announcement as well?
100%. I can tell you the finishing results.
Excellent. So, between Austin Zalewski and Alexander Element, between these monkeys who are just doing a lot of donuts out here, I swear I'm going to take their toys away if they keep acting a fool. Who is it? Our winner today, Alexander Element, takes the season and today's win. There we go, taking his victory laugh. Coming on through. Amazing, amazing runs from every single person.
Fantastic drive for Alexander Element, running it down and taking the victory, silencing all the haters who were saying, well, you can't just win a championship and not win a round. Well, Alexander says, okay, well, here you go. Let me show up big in the final run. He is going to take down that championship. He's going to take the win, and that means your final championship standings in the top 4 will be as follows. Alexander Element will take the championship, and he will take the final round. Austin Zalewski finishing 2nd, unfortunately, will not have enough points to crack the top 3 and will finish 4th. Darius Ostrika on a tiebreaker will take 2nd, and Mustafa will take the 3rd position. on the season. Those are your big 4 blocks of prizes, money, and rewards for every single one of those drivers. And just a huge shout out to every single person in ESDA, the staff, the drivers, the team, all the fantastic sponsors who have made this season what it was. Traxion as well for coming on board, believing in the vision, and letting us put on one heck of a phenomenal show for everybody out there in Twitch land and YouTube. I want to thank you all for tuning in. I also need to run now before we get to interviews because I have 6 hours of things to do and 3 hours of time to do it. So I have to run. Thank you so much for having me on for this phenomenal finale. It was my honor and a pleasure to replace Keenan, and I hope you're doing well at the wedding, Keenan. We'll be seeing you in just a couple of short months' time for the continuation of Esports Drift Association for the 2023 drift season. Joe, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so
Strikes,
much
for production all year long, and I will catch you again later on down the line.
And so I have many fun victims to interview here. Let's start with our 4th place competitor today, just because it works out. Ladies and gentlemen, Mustafa Amin in the booth. Mustafa, today went very well for you. Not 100% how you'd hoped it to, but it went amazing for you. How are you feeling right now?
I feel relieved, really stoked. Today I came in with the mindset of just like having fun, you know?
Excellent, excellent, excellent. So, again, an amazing season, amazing result for you overall. Do you have anybody to thank or anything like that just for the season support, this round support, anything like that?
Oh, hell yeah, for sure. I want to shout out the entirety of my Team GX. They always have my back, especially Robert. Like, he my ride or die, like we always in the gutters and like ups and downs. Like, he always has my back, and as well the Helm and Yasir for helping me set up the car this round. And just like overall, anyone who liked my driving was like saying nice things about me in the chat. I appreciate you all. And yeah, it's been hell of a season. And thank you too, guys, the media guys. You get us hyped on the live stream, and the amazing judges for being on point today.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Mustafa. Really, you are an amazing person, amazing character. Great showing today. So excited to see what you and your team have in store for next time. I'm going to send you back up and steal someone else so the bag goes back on your head so you can't find us again. Goodbye.
I bet.
And now we have our 3rd place finisher, Kuwait Ebanks, one of our in the running Rookie of the Year contenders. Kuwait, how are you feeling today with this 3rd place finish?
Feeling too good.
That's great to hear.
All I was hoping for was top 8, and here we are. So I have nothing to say. I'm at a loss for words.
And I have to say, I've been watching you grow as a driver over the season, and it's amazing to see you get into these top 4s. Anyone you want to thank? Anything that you really did that helped you gain all of the... Because, man, you're slaying it now. I don't know how else to say it. So just shout out whoever helped you out. Shout out whoever you want to.
I'd like to thank the man, the myth, the legend, the most, Deshaun Hack, my teammate.
Excellent.
You know, he's the one I put in all the hours with, and the most practice, tuning, all of it. He's the one that helped me out the most. Obviously, the rest of the team is sent, putting their good few bits to make me who I am, you know. So
for sure.
Just all of Team Ascent.
Well, shout out Team Ascent. Shout out to you as well. Again, it's been amazing to watch you grow as a driver across the season, and an amazing result for you here on the podium. And I can't wait to see you here next season.
You won't miss me. I'll be here.
Excellent. Awesome. The bag goes back on your head, and now I'm taking someone else. Up next, we got Austin Zalewski, our 2nd place finisher. Austin Zalewski, bag off your head. Welcome to the production booth. How are you today? Awesome job.
I'm feeling good that I finally broke my top 8 curse.
Well, you did it with a lot of style. I have to say, this is some of the best driving I've seen you do in all the season, and that's saying a lot. That's already a high bar. Anything change for you this round?
Nothing much. I thought I had to adjust my car normally with my base tune that I have for each round, but I basically stuck it to my good tune and just changed gearing, and that was it.
Well, it definitely showed up. It did showed up because, man, what a run you had today. I was on the edge of my seat watching you drive all day. So anyone that you want to shout out for both your showing in the season, because I believe it is 4th place in 2022 and 2nd place today. So anyone you want to shout out?
Shout out my teammate, Connor, for always spotting for me. And also shout out Mustafa for the one more time battle we had. Always fun battling with him.
That was a crazy battle as a spectator, I do have to say. So thank you again so much. We'll put the bag on your head so you can't track us down one more time. And just have a lovely time. I can't wait to see you drive in the 2023 season.
Yeah, can't wait, guys. Thanks.
And so a silence falls over the track. A silence falls over the production booth. And it really, I want to say just from the bottom of my heart, as someone new to this ESDA family, that overall it has been such an amazing experience to get to know all of these drivers, get to know all of the judges, get to know everybody involved, and really watch these amazing drivers drive on amazing tracks. The production this year has been amazing. Amazing job, Strix. Again, Hayden Rigsby also in the background has been amazing. Getting to know and become friends with Keenan and announce. Same thing with Ian today. And it's just been an amazing season. And I'm sure that as I'm saying so, guys, don't tell him I said nice things about him, but Harold McKinney's here.
Oh man.
Do you have any thoughts about how this season's going?
Yeah, I have a lot right now. Yeah, it went really good. I thought, and this was the second year over here, I think it went much better than it did last year. Driver talent was really good this year from top to bottom. So I mean, I enjoyed it. It was a rough time having to judge because we made it for tough calls, but that's the job of being a judge. So I enjoyed it this year.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear it as well. And I gotta say, I've been cheesing ear to ear for the entirety of this round, especially with how aggressive everyone has been driving. So do you have anything you want to say looking forward to the next season? Because I do have to say this feels like a very successful season overall.
Yes, so first I just want to, I want to thank everybody. First, I want to thank the sponsors. I want to thank Traxion for taking us on this year and also helping the media side as well. Really appreciate them. If it wasn't for them, I mean, we don't know where financially wise, we don't know where we'd be at for the media side of things. So really appreciate Traxion. Appreciate Justin. Really appreciate Ben. Just everybody from the Traxion side. Raggy. Just everybody from that Traxion side. I'd like to thank Mazda Racing for supporting as well, for giving us the wheel setups for the first place winner. I'd like to thank Next Level Racing for coming in really big with the stands for first, second, and Rookie of the Year. I'd like to also thank Big Duck Club for the support. I'd like to thank that's who I'm forgetting. Thank Vosen. Can't forget Vosen.
Yep.
Have to thank Vosen. Thank the whole team from over there at Matt. Also, the track should be going live here, public.
Just did, literally right now.
Yeah. And so I'd like to thank Vosen. They've been really supportive of everything, and they've been making really big moves in the Settle community. I'd like to thank VDC. Really appreciate them for another year of kindly letting us use their physics. Going down the staff side of things now. I'd like to thank Swirly, Doug, for being here judging. I know it's been really rough because we all have jobs and everything, but from the judges, from Doug, from Nathan to Brady. Also Wes had to fill in last round as well. I'd like to thank him as well. Stream side of things, I'd like to thank Strix. We got Strix, honestly, it was really last second this year. We got Strix literally a week and a half before the event. Strix got the stream together, got the graphics together. So amazing job for Strix doing everything this year, because we wouldn't have had a stream without Strix. Commentators, I'd like to thank Arrow, I'd like to thank you, Joe, for the entire year, for help doing the amazing commentating that you have done. And also like to thank Ian for filling in the last round for Arrow. Great commentary for him as always. Hayden Rigsby, great job doing stuff on the back end. So if you're wondering, he's the guy that's relaying everything from what's going on to back and forth to me, and just making sure we get everything to sync in place between runs and when people are not going. So Hayden, great job this year, man. Nate Stewart. I'd like to thank him for the photography that he has done this year. Great job on him doing the photography. Great photos from him. So I think he will have another one out later this week. Who else am I missing? I'd like to thank Alman for doing this track for this round. Really appreciate him for coming through for Irwindale and also helping getting Mugello this year ready. Also, another one of our big track editors, John Elgood from KNC Motorsports. Like to give all of them a big shout out for coming in, helping, and doing the amazing track edits and help boosting up the quality of the tracks. So really appreciate you, John, for doing that. Michael Bennis, I'd like to appreciate him for doing the camera work for the cams and everything. Did an amazing job with cams to give to the stream and help give you guys the quality that we have this year. Who else am I missing? I can't forget Steve. I cannot forget him.
No.
Great job. He's been pretty much my right-hand guy. Done a great job keeping in contact with sponsors, keeping me up to date. And also talking to the drivers and relaying feedback back to me. So Steve has done an amazing job this year. So like I brought him in last year, help him learn, and he's learned and he's getting a grasp of things. This year he's doing an amazing job with contacting and being the great PR guy he is. Who else am I missing? Safe in Our World.
Yes.
Yeah. So I would like to appreciate Safe in Our World for help supporting this event. Mental health is something that's really big. It's something that I think everybody should definitely focus on, whether you're a gamer or not a gamer. Like to think that they came in and we met our first goal rate, 570 pounds. Am I correct?
That's where we're at right now. Yeah.
That's great. So that was a great for one of our first charity events that we have done. So I think that was a success. I'm trying to figure out, am I missing anybody else?
Herms, our illustrious professional part-time lightman.
I cannot forget Herm. Thank you for the light, for doing the whenever you had the time to do the light running for us for the gate light. Really appreciate you for doing all of that. I'm trying to look who else is on the stream side. Davin has also helped contribute a lot this year as well. Really appreciate him as well contributing. Also, if I'm forgetting anybody else, I'd like to appreciate you guys as well. And I can't forget the drivers and the audience. I'd like to thank you guys for tuning in and keeping it professional throughout the year as sponsors were watching this year. Sponsors have got back to me throughout the year and they love the quality, they love feedback with the drivers interacting, the audience also interacting and keeping it professional. So I'd like to thank you guys for doing that and keeping professional to help push the esports drifting side of things. So to a couple announcements that I would like to announce. We got 2 series that we're gonna we're partnering up with. First series that we are going to partner up with is going to be ACDFR. Been in great contact with those guys. They're phenomenal people. They just had their festival about a couple weeks ago. Good organizers. So that will be another way in. If you want to get a license into ESDA, that will be another way in. Next, we do have an to be announced feeder street series that is coming in the coming months or next year. So keep an eye out on that. So we got a couple little things in the off season as well that we can't really talk about yet, but that's those 2 things that I can talk about. So ACDFR will be another partner series along with IDDS, DCGP. And we got a street series as well that is in the works. Unnamed street series that is in the works.
I hear that all the people working on it are super, super cute as well. So I cannot wait. And again, this has been a magical journey of a season. I gotta say, really, this has been nothing but amazing. So I'm just going through my head, making sure we thanked everyone we needed to thank. We thanked all the sponsors. We thanked the viewers.
But
we thanked the viewers.
Hang on, Joe, because there's a couple things we've kind of forgotten about, haven't we?
There's some things that we might have forgotten about. What did we forget?
Yeah. The stream can hear me. It's fine. You don't have to repeat what I'm saying. So
God, we're not
of all,
crazy for once.
Yeah, yeah. I'm the voice in their heads. Everybody, hi. My name is Strix. So Di, do you happen to know right now who the team champion is and who the Rookie of the Year is, or is
Yeah.
that going to be announced later?
That will be announced right now. I totally forgot. I also forgot that I left out one of the sponsors too. 3D Rap.
Yep.
Apologies if I forgot to put you guys in it, but also thank 3D Rap. They will be giving out the Akina handbrake. They have been really supportive of us as well through email, that we have got back through email, that they've liked the push of what we're doing for drifting. So thank you, 3D Rap. And back to your question, Strix. Yes. Congrats to Team Erda. Team Erda Esports, with Ernestus, Martinez, and Darius. They had one great it was a great season for them. Like, they were sitting at the bottom, like in the trenches, and they turned it around as a round 5 and 6 turned it around and came from almost to the bottom of the team center to coming in and securing the team championship. So give those guys a round of applause. I'm pretty sure Benedictus Travis is really proud of him as well. The Drift Masters driver, I'm pretty sure they're really proud of him taking home the win for the team championship. And also another guy that has been training with Team Erda that has took the Rookie of the Year is Daniel Andrews. The kid he's a really upcoming star. A lot of Car X guys know who he is, so he came for Car X, and I mean, in his rookie season, coming in straight from another game and doing it and just doing big things, and comes in and takes the Rookie of the Year. So really congrats to Daniel on taking home the $100 prize, the stand from Next Level, and getting that Rookie of the Year. Also, again, as everybody figured, congrats to Alexander Element. He's not a unknown name over here, so he's been pretty much top talent anywhere he goes. He's been that guy, like, everybody's looking at. Okay, he's gonna be the guy to watch, and he definitely backed it up this year. So congrats to Alexander Element for taking home the 2022 championship season. It's going to be a really good off season for a lot of these guys to figure stuff out going into 2023, because I'm pretty sure a lot of people want to try to, go out the Element next year and I guess, try to go contend for the 2023 championship.
Oh, super excited for that. So have we given out everything we know we have to give out at this point?
I want to say, yeah. I want to say that we do.
That's
Have we given our undying love to the fans yet?
Yeah.
Well, I do that every day. Every time I wake up, I open the windows and I give the love.
I also wanted to say something really quick as well. Round 7 means a lot to me because it's a culmination of a lot of different things kind of going haywire, I deal a lot with mental health, struggle a lot with a bunch of different disorders going on. So the fact that I was pulled in as the broadcast producer for this season fairly last second and was capable of ending up here at round 7, putting on a decent show despite the fact that it was plagued today with a bunch of technical difficulties. We still put on a good show, and it looked great. The game looks great and all that other stuff because of all the meticulous research into graphic settings and all this stuff I've done. And being able to call myself a professional broadcast producer is thanks to ESDA. It's thanks to Traxion. Thanks to ESDA sponsors like Next Level, 3D Rap, Mazza, and all the others like Vossen, VDC, Big Duck Club, who made this whole thing possible. And the thing that I wanted to say is, I know it's easy for people to say, if you're going through it, if you're dealing with mental health issues, I understand that, the thing to do is to talk to people, but I also know from personal experience that it is often very hard to know how to talk to people. And Safe in Our World, the charity that we've been raising money for, is it's a place to find resources on mental illness, on mental health and stuff like that, so you can learn how to talk about what's going on in your life to other people. And not only that, you'd be able to help yourself, but also help other people as well. So that's a tremendous important thing for me, and I'm really happy that we chose this charity for that particular reason, because a lot of people go through this, and me going through a lot of stuff and having this happen and be such a great thing is empowering, you know, because you asked me to do this about a year and a half ago, I would have said, no, I can't. But, you know, the music you're listening to right now, I made that in the span of a week. The graphic design that you see with all the overlays and everything, that one I had to make from scratch. And like, it's just kind of incredible seeing what I can be capable of if, you know, I have a whole team of people believing in myself, and you guys, the viewers, who are listening in and watching in and enjoying what you're watching. You know, without you guys, we're nothing. And thank you guys so much for that. And of course, thank the crew, you know, who work on the production as well. You know, Hayden and Joe and Ian and Keenan and all the rest there. Without y'all being so supportive and giving me the support that I need, that my busted brain really needed, then it would have been a mess, but it wasn't. At least not a big mess. So thank you guys. Thank you everybody for watching this season. And hopefully, if my brain doesn't fall apart again, I'll be back next season maybe as a producer. So.
We want you back. Yep. We really want you back so damn bad.
And can I just add in 2 more people that I forgot?
Yeah.
I also wanted to include Matthias Canero and Josh Oxley. Forgot to include them. We cannot leave them out. Like to appreciate both of those guys for the highlight videos and also the pre-trailer videos and also the season trailer from Josh. So they did an amazing job with the video editing this year. So really like to appreciate Matthias and Josh for on that end doing that. Great job, fellas.
Just amazing. So I hear speak that there's an after party. I heard some drinks are popping off, guys.
Yo, we better get going over there.
We better get going over there, guys.
Darn
so,
right.
again, thank you so much. I got my party shirt on. I don't know about you guys. We're going to go raise more money.
Go ahead.
You got one of them t-shirt tuxedos shirts?
I got my I Survived 4 Natural Disasters to Call the World's Greatest Thrift Show of All Time t-shirt.
So, again, thank you so much, everybody, for coming out, hanging out. Thank you again for all 7 rounds of support here on this season, the final round. Again, 2022 ESDA season. And I just, as the last word here, I want to say thank you so much for making it such an amazing season, ready to go. Oh my gosh, and we're gonna go give some love over to DIS Swirly, one of the old guard of drifting time. We're gonna get some doors. I know I'll be driving and claiming my spins are reverse entries and intentional 360s. So go hang out, we're still raising money, and I will talk to you guys all later. Have a wonderful afternoon.
I love you, Joe.
Aww.